Ready? طيب بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على سيد المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. I would like to welcome all of you for the second day of this very fascinating meeting. Today we are going to start with a good session, as you see, with the three speakers. I'm sure that it will be very fruitful session and enjoyable presentations. My name is Badr Al-Ghamdi. For those who don't know me, I'm professor of medicine, respiratory medicine, at the College of Medicine, King Khalid University. My colleague is Professor Akif Ubaidat. He is from College of Medicine, King Jamiat Al-Faisal University from Riyadh. We will be chairing this session together, and we will go through, and the end we will have the discussion. Before we start, I have an announcement from the organizing committee that please go through these notice boards at the end of the hall. These contains barcodes as you see them. These are electronic notice boards containing barcode that you can check the barcode, and it will direct you to the abstracts and the video presentations that you can go through. So these are really very, very important and interesting part of this meeting. So please use them and have a look at all the abstracts and the presentations also in that side. This is really very important part of the meeting. The session is going to be started with my colleague, Professor Akif, to introduce the first speaker.
Thank you, Prof. Badr. We can promise you a very exciting first session, inshallah. Our first speaker for today is Professor Abdul Min'am Sahl Al-Mardi. He's the director of the Education Center at Al-Ma'rifa University. He received his medical degree from Al Khartoum University and then his MPhil and PhD from the University of London. He's an anatomist / neuroscientist as well. After receiving his certificate in health professions education, which was initiated by the Gulf Corporation of Council of Deans back in 2003, he shifted directions toward medical education. And his interest and activity in medical education grew, maintaining his relationship, of course, with the anatomy as a professor of neuroanatomy. Now, today's talk, he's going to talk to us about a very important medical education outcome, which is basically patient safety. I remember 7 years ago at Al-Faisal University, we established a student club that was responsible for, awareness of patient safety and so on. Back then it was a strange idea. It did not receive the attention that it deserves. Now everybody's talking patient safety, and it's going to be an important outcome. Dr. Abdul Al-Mardi's interest in patient safety and his relationship with patient safety started back in 2012, when he was asked to translate a proposed WHO curriculum into a course in the College of Medicine at Al-Imam University in 2012. So without waiting further, I'd like for Prof. Al-Mardi to come on stage, please.
Thank you very much, Prof. Badr and Prof. Akif, and thank you for the attendees for showing up this early in relation to others. I just want to emphasize one point mentioned at the end of the introduction, that I am honored to have two of my deans present, Professor Khalid Abdurrahman and Dr. Khalid Al-Gumezi, and they were both at Al-Imam University when I was assigned the role of actually translating the WHO curriculum into a course. In my presentation, I'm going to cover 6 aspects, and you will realize that are all related to تحت وين؟ هنا؟ هنا okay. The 6 aspects are: what is patient safety? Definition first. ما اللابتوب ما موصل. اللي تحت ولا اللي فوق؟ اوكي. خليك من الجنب ده ماشي. شاور على هنا. لا عندكم انتوا هناك. اوكي طيب. I'm going to discuss what is patient safety very quickly, and then the rationale. Why do we need to teach patient safety? And then when in the degree plan. And then learning and assessment, how it should be taught, where should it be taught, the location, and finally, who is the owner of the patient safety course. These 6 aspects are actually the when, what, why, who, how, and where of anything. So the first issue is the teaching. What is patient safety? Patient safety is associated with a widely quoted statement. It is related to this statement, and the statement is actually a primum non nocere, which is translated, first do no harm, and we all heard about it. This statement, the origin of this statement is controversial. People say it is said by Hippocrates, probably inaccurately attributed to Hippocrates, said to be part of the Hippocratic Oath, but if you look at the oath, it is not there. But some people say maybe it is in Hippocrates' other book, which is called Of the Epidemic. Maybe it is in the other book, but if you check this book, it's also not there. So the origin of this statement on which patient safety, the issue of patient safety is founded, is not known. So also, first do no harm is also associated with an important concept and principle, which is the principles of medical ethics, and it's called non-maleficence. Now, this statement was criticized because it assumes that if we do not remind practitioners of this, they will do harm to patients. So it assumes that the major effect of medical intervention is harm. So it was critiqued or criticized by some of the authors, and it is sometimes ridiculed. You can see it in cartoons. For example, in this cartoon it says, this is the oath, first do no harm, after that go nuts. So it is often used in cartoons to ridicule the statement itself. So the statement is controversial, and this is nevertheless, it is the foundation of patient safety. First, do no harm. Another important statement related to patient safety is to err is human. And this is an important principle associated with patient safety, and it was first noticed when a report by the Institute of Medicine was published, and the title of the report is "To Err is Human." And of course, you know, الحديث اللي بيقول كل ابن آدم خطاء. For the same statement was used as a title for that report. In that report, which was published in 1999, they reported large numbers of deaths, hospital deaths. And it's actually invited an outcry from the media. They spoke about the report for several weeks to come. But that was not their major concern. That was not their major issue. The recommendations actually was the starting point of the movement of patient safety. And this was in 1999. Since then, it received and is still receiving a lot of attention as a practice concept. Now, other books were published in the issue, especially by the Institute of Medicine, because they started publishing on the different aspects of patient safety. Now, and there was a strive by the profession to strike a balance between helping patients and avoiding harm. Now, as far as the teaching of patient safety is concerned, did not receive the same attention as the attention received by practice. But a number of publications were published in the first decade of 2000. And from 2000 on, after the report, there are many publications about the issue, and most of the publications were evaluating how people are addressing the issue of patient safety in their curriculum. For example, this one is teaching medical students about medical errors and patient safety evaluation of a required curriculum. This was in 2005. So if you go through the literature, you will notice a gap between 1999 and the first reports about the teaching of patient safety. There is a lag of 5 years before academia started to pay attention to the issue of patient safety and how it should be taught. Another report, Changing and Sustaining Medical Students' Knowledge, Skills, and Attitudes about patient safety of medical, this was 2006, and so on. I'm just flashing them to show you that during the first decade of the 21st century, people started publishing about the teaching of patient safety. Now, one of the important publications on the issue was a survey, and in that survey, they noticed that only, it was published in 2009. Very important because 10 years after To Err is Human, the publication of the report, there was some evaluation of what people are doing and the result of that. They actually investigated interns and residents. So 25% of the institutional members reported that their schools had explicit patient safety curricula. So in 2009, they discovered that a number of institutions, but only 1/4 of the institutions they investigated reported that they have a curriculum. Now, the curricula used lectures and small group instruction, and more likely in the preclinical phase of the curriculum. This was at the milestone, which is 2009. Now, in 2009, some report reflects the outcome, and not the teaching itself. And then in 2009, the WHO stepped in and published a patient safety curriculum guide for medical schools, and later on they published another version for other healthcare professionals, or it was called multi-professional edition. This is for the medical schools, and the other one is for multi-professional, including the medical schools. Now, it has got two parts. Part A was a guide for the teachers on how to implement the patient safety curriculum, while part 2 covered the topics to be covered in the course. That guide has got teacher guide, which is the first part, and the curriculum guide topics in the second half of the document itself. Now, I'm going to involve you in some sort of a poll. Can you please take out your phone, because in a minute I'm going to ask you about patient safety. Now, the guide was based on important documents. One is the National Safety and Quality Health Services Standards. The other one is the Australian Patient Safety Education Framework. And the third one is the International Patient Safety Goals of the JCI. Now, these three documents were the foundation for the guide issued by the WHO. Now, this is the framework, the National Safety Quality Service, and this is the National Patient Safety Education Framework by the Australian. And this is the patient safety goals of the JCI. Now, these formed the foundation for the guide, and they tried to answer the questions of what to teach, how to teach it, who should teach it, etc. The 6 W's I mentioned at the beginning of my talk. Now, can you please log in through your browser to Poliv, which is Pol everywhere, Poliv / Abdulmunaim, spelled ABDELMONIEM, then E558. Hiding the screen. Poliv is Pol, P-O-L-L-E-V, poliv.com, poliv.com. Then / Abdulmunaim, ABDELMONIEM, Abdulmunaim, E558. ما هم اللي بحسب اسمك يعني. ايوه احنا المره الجايه ان شاء الله. طيب, have you logged in, because I am expecting your responses there. E558 at the end after Abdulmunaim, E558. By the way, is the laptop connected to the internet? This laptop. Because if it is not, then we will not see the answers. ما انتبهت. Connected? Okay. Why? Have you connected and tried to answer the question? Have you seen or read this patient safety curriculum guide? Have you seen it before? It was published 2009. 11 years old. Yes, I have seen it and read it. Yes, I have seen it but did not read it. No, I have not. Pick your answer if you could open the poll. ما هي مفروض automatically إذا connected. Okay, let me go to the other slide, which is the patient safety curriculum integrated in your medical curriculum? I wanted to see some answers, but اوكي. طيب على الاجابات الاربعه دي الاجابه الاولى yes as a standalone course. Who has this course, patient safety, as a standalone course? Imam وملك سعود. وين أي جامعة؟ Yes, I received it. I received it, yes. I think multi-professionally taught, multidisciplinary. Yes, taught by surgery, medicine, all of them. Yes. Which university? Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, who has it as a standalone part of a pre-existing course, merged with another course? Anybody? Yes, as a concept weaved into pre-existing courses. Not standalone content, but bits and pieces here and there in different courses. No? Not at all. معناه الباقيين not at all. You don't have courses related. Prof. Hamza, you said you have it.
I'm sorry, I was busy with
The first question, the first one, is it a standalone course?
Yes.
Standalone course. يا ما Prof. Mona قالت هاي. إنه King Saud University, الإمام جيزان. Very quickly, if we see who is attending him, not who, but the number of attendees, 2 out of, say, 20, about 10% of the attendees, not of the colleges of medicine so this is the point I was trying to make. The other point, I wanted to see whether people have heard of the WHO guide. So can we go and answer that question? Have you seen it and read it? Yes. The guide? Yes, of course, right? You gave it to me to translate. Well, very sorry, of course. You have a copy of the guide itself, right? Yes, from that. So, the point I'm trying to make is, although it was published in 2009, still it didn't find its way through to medical colleges so that they deal with it. I attended a conference 2 years ago by the Saudi Center for Patient Safety, and they actually had a big workshop about the teaching of patient safety. And the report was still similar to today. Only 6-7% of colleges, health science colleges, not only medical colleges, implemented the curriculum of patient safety. So there is an issue. We would like to discover what that issue is. Of course, I wanted to ask people about the topics, since not many of you have seen the guide, but these are the topics listed in the guide. Those who saw it know that 8 of the topics are general topics and 3 of them are applications of patient safety. We will deal with this again when we come to that. Actually, in 2019, the Saudi Commission for Health Specialties issued a guide called Essentials of Patient Safety, the first step to proper health care. And this guide is actually addressing the issue of teaching of patient safety or training on patient safety. And if you look at it and you look at the topics in the guide, they are almost the same. So they adopted the issues, the topics in the guide as issues to be covered in patient safety, and they addressed how the question of who, how, where, and all of those questions. So these are the topics, general topics like human factors in healthcare, the ergonomics, the medication errors, infection control. These are the major topics. And for those topics, they actually listed learning objectives. They listed what sort of knowledge needs to be learned, what sort of skills, all found in. So it's a great help. The guide is an excellent guide if you want to implement a patient safety curriculum in your degree plan. Now, in the teacher's guide, they also listed issues related to how you can do it. So as you can see from point number 5, implementing the curriculum guide, how to do it, how to integrate patient safety into your medical curriculum, educational principles essential for patient safety, how to assess patient safety, etc. So in detail, they told you about everything in that guide. So if you are interested in implementing, you don't need to go any further because the report took into consideration all the previous experiences, and they actually issued an evaluation form, and I will tell you later about when it was used in US, what were the results. So this is about what to teach. What to teach, the 11 issues listed in the WHO guide. So tips about what should be taught is agreed upon, especially after the WHO guide was published. All the publications after the guide adopted the 11 topics. So there is no need to go and benchmark and look around. The 11 topics are already agreed upon in the guide and thereafter. When teaching patient safety, it should be very clearly defined together with all the relevant terminology. So this was the first recommendation in the teaching. And then the focus should be in defining what is error. This is why I started by the report to err is human. The issue needs to be explained to learners as that error is human, it is unintentional, and it is preventive. This is a major issue in the teaching of patient safety. Now, the issues, the topics to be covered are divided into two. The first 8 are general topics, and they should form the foundation of the applied topics. And why the interest and why the emphasis is because most of them are missing in medical curricula. So we don't teach the human factor and ergonomics. Some colleges teach quality and leadership. So the issues that form the foundation for the teaching of patient safety are often ignored in the medical curricula. This is regarding what to teach. Why teach it? I will go through it very quickly because it is obvious. Why? Of course, about medical errors and what they cause. In the United States, 400,000 patient deaths annually due to preventable harm. Patient safety is increasing focus in healthcare delivery. You hear about it everywhere now. So you need to pay it some attention in your curriculum. The third point is it is now recognized as the responsibility of the entire healthcare team. So for medicine, for pharmacy, for nursing, they all need to address the issue in their curriculum. Now, and all the publications that studied curricula, they studied the curricula to see whether patient safety in total or in whole or partially is present here and there. They found that it's not adequately addressed in the curriculum. Now, more guides were issued. Some were issued before the WHO guide. So if you need to just look for further evidence, there are more guides. The most important of them is this report by the Lucien Leap Institute. It's called Unmet Needs, and it addresses some of the issues you might need as additional issues when you are. Let me rush. So the rationale is publications. Many publications on the issue, they said there is a need for the teaching of patient safety. Some of them are systematic reviews, some of them are scoping reviews, publications, all of them, they all confirmed the need for the teaching of patient safety. Now, in the guide, there is an implementation guidance. And to me, the implementation guidance is adequate. You don't need to go any further than the guide. And they give some recommendations on how you can manage this transformation or this change towards the use or the teaching of patient safety. So they give you recommendations on how to do it. And these recommendations are quite practical, and they are put in a practical sequence. Now, this point I need to address. You can teach it, I asked, because some opted for teaching it as a standalone course. And a standalone course can be introduced into traditional curricula. We still have some of those. And in integrated curricula. In the integrated curricula, the best place for them, they say, is the second year, because in the first year, students are barely introduced to clinical medicine. So this is where they think. So this is a standalone course. If you want to integrate the content, you can integrate it into pre-existing modules as standalone content. So it's standalone content, but it is in pre-existing courses. Or you can weave it in other curricula. But the general consensus, the best approach is to have a foundational course at the beginning, and then you weave the remaining components into your existing curricula. So this is how they see this approach can be done. It's called the hybrid approach. So when to teach it in the curriculum is up to your environment, and you can opt for, but most of them indicated that having it halfway in the program is best. Halfway, not too early and not too late. And the learners are already exposed to some clinical environmental issues, and some of the foundational components and concepts can be introduced earlier in related or relevant courses. Now, learning and teaching, very obvious. You need to use innovative approaches in education. And of course, you all know the SPICES model, and they use the first three of them: student-centeredness, problem-based education, and integration. These three are the best for, so they said innovative approaches are best for the learning and teaching and assessment of patient safety, including student-centeredness, problem-based learning, and integration. Now, learning from errors and through them should be the major focus, and there is a new concept I would like to introduce very quickly. These are the recommendations how to do it as far as teaching is concerned. There is a concept introduced by Dr. Drew in 2011. It is called learning from experiencing error. We do not train them how to avoid error. We train them through having them experience the error and then deal with it. So this is a new concept introduced 2008, and it is chapter 34 in the Practical Guide for Medical Teachers. You can read about it there. It is about how they can learn by experiencing error, not by trying to prevent error. This is the latest edition, and Dr. Drew wrote a chapter on that about patient safety in chapter 34. This is related to how it should be taught. Tips about how: evident, innovative approaches, student-centeredness, using cases and problem-based learning approach, reported to have excellent results. As collaborative healthcare is a trend, it is advised that it is taught interdisciplinary and interprofessional. You bring the disciplines together and you bring the professions together to teach patient safety, because now collaborative healthcare is a trend. Before finally, where should it be taught? They said most of the reports indicated that it can be taught in the college most of the time, but they need to go to the hospital to actually experience the environment and experience the type of error that occurs every day. So they go through to be exposed to the error. So both in the college and the healthcare facilities. In addition to lectures, college-based small group discussion sessions, tutorials, etc., even role play and practical sessions can be used, and facility-based placement and visits are important for the environment and experiencing the errors. Finally, who is the owner? There is controversy on who should teach and who should be responsible for the course or courses. And this is my last point. Who teaches what and who coordinates should be agreed upon. Who is the coordinator? Depending on the nature of the course and program, depending on the nature of the course, you say, are you going to go for a standalone? Are you going to go for content in a pre-existing course, hybrid approach? Depending on the nature of your course and the nature of your program. Is it a traditional program? Is it an integrated program or what? Depending on that, the responsibility will be agreed upon, who should teach and who should coordinate. Most of the studies recommended that the Department of Medical Education should be responsible for that, and that it should be interdisciplinary and interprofessional. So who is teaching, who is responsible, interdisciplinary and interprofessional? In conclusion, yeah, Prof, in conclusion, the issue of patient safety received attention for the past 20 years from the medical professional and the medical educators alike. It received attention, but was it rolled out in curricula? Not quite. So several documents and guides were published. The WHO guide is fantastic, you can use it. The various aspects of implementation were intensively studied, indicating that the issue is still evolving. You can see publications even 2021 about the issue. It means it is not yet settled, this issue of patient safety and the teaching of patient safety. Although it is doable, it is challenging. Reform, this is an important advice from all the publications. Reform the environment before reforming the curriculum. Don't prepare a patient safety curriculum in isolation through a committee and bring it to everybody and say this is a patient safety curriculum. Do it. You need to reform the environment first, preparing it for the introduction of patient safety, and then deal with the issue as a project with a detailed project plan, a project manager, and a multi-professional, multidisciplinary project team. Have a well-developed change management plan and prepare well with attention to detail. And thank you very much. دقيقة زيادة ما مشكلة.
Thank you, Prof. Abdul Man'am, for this very informative talk. We'll leave the questions till the end once we finish all the three talks, but we're going to break for a few seconds just to change the setting of the chairs because it is obstructing the screen, if you allow us. And Dr. Muhammad Abdullah, if he's with us, please bear with us for a few minutes or less. Okay, Assalamu alaikum again. I guess we're ready for our second speaker. Our second speaker is Dr. Muhammad Al-Hassan Abdullah. He's a senior lecturer in medical education, School of Medicine, University of Limerick in Ireland. And he's the co-chair of the Task Force of Social Accountability and Accreditation, the network TUFH. He's also the chairperson of the Group on Social Accountability and at the Association of Medical Education in Eastern Mediterranean region. He held his medical degree or received his medical degree from the Faculty of Medicine, University of Al Jazeera in Sudan. He got a master's and a PhD degrees in health professions education He is a fellow of the Academy of Medical Educators in the UK. He has an extensive work experience in medical education in various countries in Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Ireland, Sudan, and many other countries. Dr. Al-Hassan has memberships and affiliations to regional and international organizations that work in health professions education. His publications and areas of research interest in medical education are in the areas of social accountability, teaching and learning, accreditation, and cost and value. And he's going to talk to us about social accountability in health profession. So, Dr. Muhammad, welcome. And please go ahead.
We cannot hear you, Doctor. There is something wrong with the sound. Still, we cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now without sharing the screen?
Yes, please. Yeah, go ahead. Very clear. Go ahead, please.
And now when I'm sharing the screen, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, Dr. Muhammad, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay. All the principles that I'm going to talk about social accountability in medical education are well applied to all health professions education. First of all, to start with is the definition of social accountability in health professions education or in medical education. It is defined in 1995 by the WHO the obligation of medical schools to direct their functions, which are the education, research, and service to the priority health concerns of the community. So we need to be as close to the community as possible. And the addition here in the definition is that those concerns or those priorities should be defined with all stakeholders, including the communities themselves. So it is not only our function to define what should we teach to the students or what our research priorities should be, but we need to have on board all stakeholders with us and to have those relations with all stakeholders to define what is needed to be included in the curriculum, how can we teach it, how to assess it, and what are the priorities of research, and what type of service that we can provide. And most importantly, is to have those stakeholders with us on board when we evaluate our functions, so we are accountable to them. And accountability means we are responsible of our actions towards values of a specific person. Social accountability is a development or a normal development of medical education that comes from the normal development of all disciplines. If you look at all disciplines, earlier there was a science dominance, and now we move to society dominance. And if we look at the medical education, in frictional reports, it talks about discipline-based education, which is science dominance when we introduce the basic science. And then we move to community-oriented medical education and community-based education when we have the Alma-Ata Declaration, 1978, and Standard Declaration, 2019. And from those community-based and community-oriented medical education, we move forward to social accountability, where the addressing of the society health needs should not be only through education, but should be through education, service, and research. And this has differentiated medical schools into three categories, which are socially responsible, those who are applying the community-oriented medical education, those who are socially responsible, who are applying the community-based, and those who are accountable, who are anticipating the society health needs in their functions that they are providing. The common questions that we have all the time: what makes medical schools socially accountable? And there are lots of answers that we can pull out from the declarations that we have about social accountability, whether the definition itself by WHO or the global consensus for social accountability, or we have some frameworks that describes the principles and of social accountability. But recently, we did a review for the reports came from Embro region about 3 medical schools whom they define themselves are on the way to be social accountable. And we came up with themes or factors that they think it helps them to be social accountable. So it is more practical factors, comes from an experience. Those factors are the mission and governance, communication with the stakeholders, community-oriented and community-based curriculum, provision of health service, and responding to emerging community health needs, impactful faculty and student research. And in a minute, I'm going to talk about each of those factors. In the mission and governance, they think that attending the society health needs should be explicitly described in the mission. So mission should not be a common cliche of that we strive to have excellence in education, service, and research, but we need to explicitly say that we are attending the society health needs. And when we have this mission, then all the factors, all the activities will be derived from the mission. Also, if we have policy to do health need assessments before we start doing our activities, this will help in attending those needs. More than that, they think when they have a strategic plan based on needs assessment, this definitely will help us being socially accountable by attending the society health needs. This factor is crucial. We need to have ongoing communication with the stakeholders. They will not be just once when we start the medical school or when we want to do curriculum reform or when we want to do any activity. But there should be a policy in place where we have all the time, we have discussion with the stakeholders on how can we attend your needs. This can be presented by cross-participation in councils and committees, for example, with Minister of Health or with other stakeholders, such like NGOs. If we have this cross-participation, then we are striving for common agenda between us. Before have this policy of ongoing communication with stakeholders, we need to define who are our stakeholders. The stakeholders may differ from place to place, may differ from country to country, and even may differ from different parts of the country, because the health needs are changing between those different contexts. Still the stakeholders can be changing. So we need to always, as a medical school, as a health professional institutions, to have a definition of our stakeholders and to have a policy on how can we involve with them and involve them in our work. The all 3 medical schools, they think that having community-oriented medical education and having community-based medical education strategies in place will help them being socially accountable, because that means they have the basis for ongoing communication with the community. They have the basis of using the community premises in teaching and learning. But it is not enough. We need to have learning outcomes based on society health needs. Maybe we need to move further from community-based education to service learning. And when we have service learning, that means we are satisfying the learning, the needs of society through learning outcomes. Also, one of the factors that help those medical schools to go in the pathway towards social accountability is that they have the opinions of the community in program evaluation and some of the student assessment. This does not mean that we will rely 100% on the community opinion, but it should be part of the assessment, even with a small percentage, because when we send the students to the community, we are not there with them. And there are factors that can be assessed by the students, such as professionalism. So we need to have these things in place, because this will support the relation between medical schools and the communities. The communities will not feel that they are only used for teaching and learning, but they are part of the whole education process. All factors, all frameworks, all principles in social accountability, and also the things that we have from this review, that when we have a special student admission policy from underserved areas, this will help us being more close to the community. There are some literature say that when we have such admission policy, we are helping improving the health status of society indirectly when those graduates go back to their societies. But it's still a controversial issue in different countries. We all, in medical schools, we all provide health professions, health services. We need to have those different levels of provision of health service based on the community needs. We can be part of the primary health care units, as some of our medical schools are. Some of the university, the schools, they have university hospitals. And when we have a university hospital, we need to have a joint plan with Minister of Health on what service to provide. So we don't want duplication of service, or we don't want a service that is not needed by the community. So it should be well planned with Minister of Health or with the health authorities where we are. Use of faculty members' expertise in health services, and training of health professionals, because we have the educational ethos of the work. And if we have joint projects with Minister of Health. Health service is not only something that we are providing because it's part of our mission, but because it gives us a place very close to the communities. When the communities feel that we are providing them with a direct service. Yes, in general, when we are graduating safety or safe health professionals, this is a great help, but it's a remote one. We as human beings, we like to have an immediate benefit. So if there is a medical school or a health professional institution that provide an immediate help, an immediate service to the community, they will be close to it. And there will be more communication with those communities, and we will feel their needs better than just we are reviewing the reports that comes from the health authorities. So we need to have a plan on what service that we can provide based on our expertise, based on our resources, based on the community health needs. Although we have a curriculum, although we have a plan, but we need to have a plan on how to respond to the emerging health needs. And I think what happened in COVID right now tell us that we as medical schools or we as health professional institutions, we need to have a dynamic curriculum. We need to have a dynamic plans to respond to health needs, because health needs are not something that is fixed. Epidemics, endemics, all those types of health needs, we need to have a response to them. We need to respond in outbreaks. We need to offer the community prevention and control measures in terms of by teaching, by providing resources, and more importantly is to have a policy on how to systemically assessing the community needs. As I mentioned in the beginning, we need to anticipate for the community health needs. So we don't need to be responsive, but we want to be anticipative. And when we have this response to the emerging community health needs, definitely we will be more close to the stakeholders, we will be more close to the community. There are less written about responding to outbreaks by medical schools, but you will find a lot written about responding to outbreaks by NGOs, responding to outbreaks by ministers of health or health authorities. But still, how do we respond in our curricula? How do we respond in our teaching and learning? How do we respond in our research to outbreaks is not that well documented from medical schools. I cannot say that there is no, but it is not well documented. So we need to think about it, and we need to be more dynamic in order to be socially accountable. All medical schools, they are doing research, whether by faculty or research by students as curricular activity or extracurricular activity. So all those research should be part of the priority health needs and should address those priorities, either to improve the health status or to help in health decision making or to influence policy change or to be as close as possible to the community needs, health needs. When we have those publications, when we have those research, again, we are satisfying some of the stakeholders' agendas. We will be part of those agendas, and we are part of the community concerns. Although they mentioned those 6 factors are helping factors in being socially accountable, still they find some difficulties in being socially accountable. First of those factors is, or difficulties, that the frequent engagement with the stakeholders is not to the maximum. Still there is a gap between us and the stakeholders. And to fill this gap, we need to have a common agenda with them. We need to have the value or the belief that we are completing each other in satisfying the health needs. We are not competing each other. Also, one of the challenges they mentioned is how to address the social determinant of health in the curriculum, especially that social determinant of health are changing. So how can we have a dynamic curriculum? In the literature, you will find a lot about that we need to have a core curriculum and elective curriculum. So the core will be there, and the dynamicity will be with the elective curriculum. One of the issues mentioned by all medical schools who review their pathway to social accountability is that we do not consider cost effectiveness very much. Cost effectiveness does not mean it's part of the cost and value studies, that how much do we spend and what are the gains that we have. And the gains in cost effectiveness may not be only in terms of money. So how can we make a cost and value regarding graduation of one doctor, of graduation of one nurse? Still, we need more studies in this area to tell medical schools and health professional institutions how can we evaluate our impact on the society which is not a money-based into and compare it with the costs that we pay to do those activities. Those are the factors that comes from the regional research, but it's almost similar to what is there in the literature, because from Canada, we have a research. It says that enablers of social accountability are many, but they start with the vision and mandate, championship, admission policy, we talk about it, community-based learning, we talk about it, governance structure, measurement. The important thing that they mentioned is the accreditation. We need to have an accreditation system that tells medical schools to be social accountable. Because if we have those standards of accreditation that tells medical schools to be social accountable, all medical schools, they are going to be social accountable because they need to be accredited. So to be social accountable, there are work that should be done within the medical school, but also there is a national or a regional work that should be done through the accreditation system. In a nutshell, to talk about social accountability, we need to talk about our impact in the society, our impact on the health status of the society, the current one and the future one, through our education service, through our research, through our health service that we are providing. And if we think about the impact and our role in the society, definitely we are going to be socially accountable, and we will have a fingerprint in our societies. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Muhammad, for this very informative talk. And we'll wait for the third presentation, and then we'll have the question-answer session.
The third presentation is going to be by Prof. Khalid bin Abdul Rahman. He is actually well known in the Society of Medical Education. He's professor of family medicine and medical education. He is the founder dean of the College of Medicine in Imam Muhammad bin Saud University in Riyadh, and has been also vice rector of that university for development and quality. He, as I told you, well known in the community of medical education in Saudi Arabia. He is a star in our SIMEC community. He was actually coordinating the SIMEC community's activities in Riyadh. He's the president of the office of the society in Riyadh and has been taking care of the activities in the capital. He has a lot of publications in medical education. He is, as I told you, well known in our society, and we are happy to have him presenting the journey of medical education in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, in particular with the lessons learned during the COVID-19 pandemic. Professor Khalid, we are happy to have you here, and I'm sure that your presentation will be a good end for this session. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Professor Badr, and thank you, Dr. Akif, for the sharing this session. Let me first start by Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Sabbahakum Allah bil khair jami'an. Good morning, everybody. May I ask the audience, at least the audience who are attending this hall, including, of course, the chairman, to just stand for stretching. Few seconds, only few seconds. All of you, please. Few seconds, yes, stretching. Stretching. Excellent, please. Thank you so much. This is very helpful for me. This one reminds me back when I was students. Let me admit in this meeting, this presentation, that I hate lectures. especially the traditional lectures. And I remember that I am avoiding too much lectures because it was traditional, and so I avoid attending. But I love to attend anything interaction. And this one reminded me when I attended one of the AMI conferences. I don't know where, but this is back, I think, 10 years ago. And one of the program is many workshops. And the instructor, facilitator of that workshop, he put the seats, he arranged the seats in a circle, okay? Preparing for his workshop. And he went to bring, I think, the mic, or I don't know. And he came and he found the circle was broken into rows. Because everybody wants to attend that workshop, they came from traditional mindset. And he picked up one, he just grabbed one chair and put it back, and the other one back, and they make it like rows. So it's typical traditional. They want lectures, they don't want workshops. Because this is what they taught, their previous experiences. Another story I can share with you, back in 1996, when I joined my department of Family and Community Medicine in King Saud University. And the department asked me to present a journal club. And I decided at that time to talk about something new in medical education at that time. And my title of my grand round was "Time Has Come to Move Towards BBL." So the people attended the grand round, not because the BBL, the problem-based learning, they want to know what is BBL, stand for what. And that's why senior professor told me after the meeting. He said, I know you are junior, but I came just to know what is the interpretation of BBL. Nowadays, everybody knows what is BBL. I know my topic is too wide, but I will try to make it as quickly as possible. I don't know, this one here or? Huh? عليهم? Okay, but it's not working. اللي تحت? Okay, excellent. So in the agenda, I will quickly go through the history of medical education in Saudi Arabia and the current status of success stories. And I will also bring some lessons learned from the pandemic. And finally, I will end my talk with some keynote messages. All right, this is the milestone of medical education in Saudi Arabia. We are physicians, and we are used to know the development of human body. So I make it like medical education at the stage of infancy. This is early, back in 1967, when the first medical school established in the kingdom, and the GCC as well, and for 10 years. And then the childhood in 1987 to 1997, and then the adolescence, 1997 and 2007. Finally, the adulthood. I call it the adulthood. Why? Because medical education at that time, in 2007, it is really accredited and recognized by many faculty members and especially some leaders in medical schools. So I call it adulthood. Now, the 5 medical schools established in the infancy, all of you know King Saud, King Abdulaziz, King Faisal, and King Khalid. At that time, it was a branch of King Saud, and al-Qura. Let me ask those in this hall, the audience, who are you from King Saud University? Raise hand, please. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, maybe in the back also. Oh, yeah. All right. This is a photo, very old photo. It is in May 1979. And what is striking me and striking the audience as well, the topic. It's a symposium about medical education curriculum. And it is not one day or half day. It's a couple of days, from 12 to 16, talking about the curriculum at that time. So let me ask those from King Saud, you know who is the one in the middle? Yes. Excellent. Professor Saeed Abu Ashi, he correctly said that this is the president of King Saud at that time, Professor Muhammad al-Mufadda. And who is in the left side? من هو؟ يا سلام عليك. Professor Hassan Kamil was the dean at that time. So medical education in the history, in the kingdom, it's good enough. Started since the establishment of the few medical schools. But believe me, it is not well disseminated. Nobody, so many faculty members, they didn't recognize what is medical education. Is it something new or it goes without saying? Every medical faculty should be a medical educationalist. Now, let me ask those at King Abdulaziz University, who's this guy? Please. But you know him? Excellent. This is a well-known professor of physiology, and we are all proud that he is our teacher at that time. You know, Professor Sukkar, he is one of the very few medical educationalists at that time. He is not promoting medical education, but also he published in medical education. So he published in this very old journal, British Journal of Medical Education, which is now changed their name to Medical Education, in 1974. And he talked about the training of teachers in basic medical sciences. And Dr. Qasimi also, you know, Professor Muhammad Qasimi at King Abdulaziz University, who also talked about and published about medical education in early days, 1983, where nobody talked about medical education at that time. Sukkar also, another publication for him, another publication. This is Professor Usama Shubukshi, our great professor, also with Muhammad Sukkar, talked about or published about medical education in '88. Professor Mansour al-Nuzha at King Saud University, he talked about the postgraduate in medical education early in 1985. Let me introduce for those junior to medical education, and of course, you know, the one in the left, upper in the left, Professor Zuhair Al-Sibai. I don't know whether he's around, but he's with us. Professor Zuhair, one of the great educationalists who started together medical educationalists early in 1983 or 84 here in Abha. He gathered around 15 in workshop to talk about the new trends in the curriculum of medical education. And he was brave enough to adopt a new curriculum at that time, but I don't think the timing is good for new innovation, major innovation in medical education. Who wants to adopt problem-based, integrated at that time? And he's still fighting, promoting medical education till this moment. يعني الله bless him. حقيقة رجل فاضل ورجل كلنا نقدره. The one on the up right to you, you know who is this guy? Huh? Excellent. Professor Mohsen Al-Hazmi, another guy who promoted medical education early in 80s. هو professor of biochemistry وأخذ بعدين MD وكان حقيقة good fighter at that time to promote medical education. The one in the bottom, Professor Muhammad Yahya Al-Shehri, I'm glad that he is with us in this event. He is another great promoter to medical education, and I think the best probably things that all are proud of establishment this society, and the society that it is sustainable and producing a good materials and gathering all educationalists around activities like this SIMEC. So thank you, Prof. Muhammad Al-Shehri. This one, Al-Hazmi, he published in 85 with Professor Haq. Another paper. By the way, the one before, Takian. You know who's Takian? Takian. You know him. He was assigned to be the head of medical education office in early 80s in King Saud University. But nobody recognized what is medical education and what is his role. So that it was not disseminated, not public enough at that early of 80s. But Takian still active, and he joined us. I think he also partner with the master program at King Abdulaziz University. Let me just quickly tell you about this initiative, the Saudi Dean's Committee. The committee is really playing a major role in promoting medical education, and I'm so glad that the committee is still active, and they gathered periodically, producing a lot of ideas to promote medical education. Thank you for Professor Mahmoud Al-Ahwal for leading this Saudi Dean's Committee. And here is a photo for the committee. The Saudi Mids Framework, it's an initiative of this Saudi Dean's Committee. And I don't know whether Dr. Rania here, she, mashallah, led a group of researchers to produce this framework under the Saudi Dean's committee. The medical teacher Saudi supplement started back in 2012 for 10 years, and the supplement published all research in medical education in the kingdom and some papers from the GCC and Arab countries. But now, unfortunately, moved to another supplement, I think the Chinese supplement. SIMEC. The story of SIMEC, it's a success story in the kingdom. So we have to congratulate all people who works to make this event as international as it would be. Yani, alhamdulillah, SIMEC now, it is one of the international event in AMI. If you go to AMI website, you will find SIMEC as one of the event. If you ask the international well-known medical educationalists, they know what is SIMEC because they join us in the beginning of SIMEC, and some of them, they still join us. Let me ask the audience, who is from the audience attended 2008 SIMEC? Raise hand, please. MashaAllah. MashaAllah, tabarakallah. Yani almost 7, 8. Okay, this one at King Fahad Medical City, and Dr. Arif recognized the history behind it, and it was really an amazing memories of organizing such entries. So I congratulate Dr. Ibrahim Al-Hagail, the dean at that time, the founding dean of King Fahad Medical School, for his passion towards organizing such international. But alhamdulillah, the SISMI with the organizing committee started to make a memorandum of understanding to make this event under the SISMI and the Saudi Dean's Committee. And this is SIMEC 2012, as you can see, it's at Jazan University. And this one, 12, Al-Imam University. And this one, 14, at Al-Qasim, I think Dr. Saleh here. And this one, 2016, Al-Faisal, again, another successful meeting. And 18, back to the Imam University. And of course, we are in the 2022. Let me ask the audience who attended 2008. I think few, about 7. Who continues? Who attended the whole from 2008 to 2022? Prof. Hamza, Prof. Ali, Dr. Saleh, Prof. Abdul Manam, mashallah, Dr. Ali, and also I attended the whole series of SIMEC. And inshallah, looking forward إذا الله أحيانا إلى 2024 إن شاء الله. المفروض تسووا جائزة يا جماعة للناس اللي حضروا من 2008 إلى 22 أو 24 يلا. SISMI حقيقة started a very good webinars, وهذه يمكن واحدة من lessons learned إنه في البانديميك. Although it is difficult to join or to conduct activities face to face, but you can do it. use the technology. فالحمد لله الويبينارز يعني very interesting webinars. And we invited يعني very eminent speakers through this technology to present يعني very topical issues in medical education. And I think it's great. And thank you for SISME for supporting these activities. And here are يعني some of the topics and how many attendees. It's really something we are all proud of. And I invite everybody to attend this webinars. It's open access and it's free. يعني فإن شاء الله also we will make it we add credit hours to it. It's good to see it. Master programs in medical education. Also, we are proud to have 4 medical schools providing master programs in medical education. King Saud bin Abdulaziz for health sciences in Riyadh, King Abdulaziz University, King Saud University, and Al Qasim University. And the master programs every year producing, graduating qualified faculty, not only from medical schools, from other health sciences. يعني I think it's يعني المفروض حقيقة نفتخر كلنا إنه عندنا ناس qualified in medical education. And this is just a quick chart to show you how medical educationalists progressing all over from 1989 يمكن كان في 2 qualified إلى 2021 we have 180 qualified, whether PhD or master or diploma in medical education. I'm sure إنه number increasing every year. Medical education department, and another feature success story. يا جماعة in 90s يعني 1991 2 ما كان في عندنا ولا single medical education department في المملكة يعني في الانفانسي and childhood stage. Nowadays we have it's a part of every medical school. يعني من الحاجات اللي I'm glad لما assigned as a founder of medical school at Imam, I found the decree اللي هو القرار الإنشاء الكلية موجود الميديكال إديوكيشن. أنا ما شاركت في صناعة القرار، لكن انبسطت لما شفت حاطينه حتى رقم 1 ميديكال إديوكيشن ديبارتمنت. انبسطت جدا، يعني معناها إنه فعلا الميديكال إديوكيشن recognized in the kingdom, well established. يعني فعلا إحنا in the adulthood stage, not in infancy or childhood. وهذه طبعا الديبارتمنت صارت في شير. الريسيرش شيرز، حتى عندنا شيرز in medical education. يعني واحدة من الأشياء اللي عملناها في الجامعة سوينا ميديكال شير للديفلوبمنت اوف ميديكال education in the kingdom. وكحنا واحدة من الأمور publications والبوكس وغيرها. أنا أعتقد إنه this is another feature of our success story. Educational environment تغيرت. يعني أنا بفاجئ يمكن بروف عبد المنعم عن البيشنت سيفتي إني وجدت عملنا دراسة على 37 medical schools to explore هل الميديكال سكولز في السعودية included or considered الكور توبكس في مناهجها، وحطينا 10 كور توبكس، واحدة منها البيشنت سيفتي. يعني surprisingly وجدنا إنه 7 medical schools out of 24 يعني 29% عندها separate course in patient safety، و 71% يعني 17 medical schools they have يعني it's a part of other required courses. معناها 100% بروف عبد المنعم عندنا. يمكن الامبلمنتيشن فيها مشاكل، لكن على الأقل it is considered. فهذا good feature حقيقة. الموفمنت like يعني Einstein said education is not the learning of facts but the training of the mind to think. يعني الآن كثير من كليات الطب they moved toward يعني critical thinking, problem solving, evidence based medicine, which is good. يعني الآن بدأنا نشغل عقول الطلاب بدل ما نعطيهم يعني الفاكتس only facts. طبعا الريفورم تقريبا it's something like يعني most of the medical schools يعني حتى مو بس at the beginning of the يعني خلينا نقول in 2007 لكن حتى في مراجعات every 5 years. it's good. هذه الجروث of medical schools لو تلاحظوا in 2006 البومينج of medical schools يعني كان في governmental decision اوكي ف يعني it's booming. وهذه التفاصيل حقتها حتى على الجي سي سي countries لو تلاحظون Kingdom of Saudi Arabia هي تقريبا يعني 72% of medical schools in our country. هذه الاولد والنيو يعني لو تلاحظون البابليك والبرايفت. الكوريكولم ستايل انترستنجلي تلاحظوا الانتجريتد بي بي ال تقريبا في ال 27 و7 برايفت، فمعناه انه حتى الكليات توجهت، ما بقي الا القليل، واعتقد القليل يعني شغالين على انتقال. هذا البريزنس اوف كلينيكال تريننج لانه اتس ريلي ا تشالنج especially لبعض الناس. فانا I think the affiliation والaffiliated hospitals it's يعني the answer. يعني don't necessarily to have a university hospital. ولا تقول I am dying إلا ما تعليم طبي إلا بيونيفرسيتي، لا، كل كليات الطب في العالم أغلبها affiliation. فالaffiliation سواء في الكوميونيتيز البرايمري كير سنترز أو إلى آخره. هذه البيكتشرز حقيقة يعني زي الستوري اللي قلت لكم إياها، فإما أنها تكون محاضرات وبورينج وما في انتراكشن، أو أنها في انتراكشن. حتى السيتنج يا جماعة، السيتنج يعطيك إيحاء لما تحط سيتنج راوند إلى آخره في القاعات في كليات الطب. فإتس really an indication that you want to promote active learning. حتى لو كانت lectures، يا أخي خليها lecture بس interactive lectures، ما هي يعني passive. فإتس good يعني to build your schools على هذه. زي ما قال أوسلر، يعني إحنا المفروض نعلم طلابنا how to see, to learn, to hear, to touch. فالميديسن مهنة ترى يا جماعة، ما هي مو theoretical أو واحدة من الكليات الإنسانية. It's a profession، يبغى له practice. فنحتاج إن نركز على هذه القضايا. فالترندز إنه الجاب هذه المفروض نعمل بريدجينج لها بين الثيوري والبراكتس. الثري ذي ما تكون فعلا لها جذور اللي هي البيسك ساينسز متصلة مع اللي فوق. فالبيسك والكلينيكال المفروض تكون انتجريتد. الايرلي اكسبوجر اوف كلينيكال ميديسن المفروض يكون من داي 1 حتى لو كان على شكل بسيط. المصنع ذا مصنع الأطباء المفروض يكون مصنع متكامل متداخل بس متكامل. أنا أعرف أنه complicated but we have to think about how to make it attractive, how to make it not يعني خلينا نقول less stressful، خليها enjoyable. خلي طلابنا يعني يستمتعوا بدراسة الطب، ما يشعروا بأنهم في ستريس إلى أن يدخلوا بين اوت وديبريشن وانكزايتي الى اخره. طبعا كل ما كان في براكتس في تيتشنج اذرز، البير تيتشنج مهم جدا. حمسوا الطلاب انهم يدرسوا بعض، يعلموا بعض، يشاركوا مع بعض. فاتس جود. الاسسمنت بدل ما كان اسسمنت اوف ليرنينج وقليل از ليرنينج ولا فور ليرنينج، هنا خلي الاز ليرنينج وفور ليرنينج وخلي قليل اوف ليرنينج، يعني عشان الطالب ما يشعر انه دائما في اختبار، لا، اختبار عشان يتعلم، مو اختبار عشان أنا I try to make it يعني إن شاء الله quickly. simulation واحدة من الفيتشرز الحمد لله كل كليات الطب بل كل المستشفيات الآن عندها simulation. فit's good to invest in this kind. cooperation ما كنا كل كلية تشتغل وحدة، الآن في كليات تجتمع مع بعض. فهذه list of cooperation الحمد لله very prominent in the adulthood period. في مع الهيئة السعودية، مع هيئة التقويم، مع الجهات مع كليات الطب مع بعض، نجتمع مع بعض. هذا هو working together. يعني هذا الفيتشر المهمة في الميديسن، لأن البرودكتس حقتنا واحدة. هذه بعض يعني البيبرز اللي نشرناها حول هذا الموضوع، وفي كثير حقيقة في الليترشر تبين لنا. الكتاب هذا من الأشياء الانترناشنال هاند بوك في الميديكال education. هذه بعض الليسنز السريعة أنا أحاول يعني أوجزها. كثير من الناس استاءوا بالذات الميديكال educationalist في موضوع البانديميك. طيب كيف ندرس الكلينيكال؟ كيف الاسسمنت؟ فأنا أشوف وعسى أن تكرهوا شيئا ويجعل الله فيه خيرا كثيرا، وعسى أن تكرهوا شيئا وهو خير لكم. فعلا يعني كثير من الناس كان avoiding التكنولوجي، hesitate. الآن الديلي براكتس حقه عادي، يقدر يستخدم التكنولوجي حتى في الأشياء الكلينيكال. فإتس جود يعني تو تراي إت، والحمد لله هذه واحدة من الدروس. فأول درس أنا في ظني إنه time has come to shift to high fidelity simulation based learning، وأنا أعتقد الانفستمنت فيها مو خسارة صراحة، لأنه حتعطي outcomes جيد. الفيرتشوال ميديكال سكولز المفروض يصير في كولابوريشن بين ميديكال سكولز في موضوع التكنولوجي انهانس ليرنينج. ما نشتغل وحدنا لانه بعض البرامج مشتركه، فلما تيجي 10 كليات طب مع بعض تشترك في كمؤسسه حتكون ارخص. ف believe me you have to move to this. preventive medicine يا جماعه كان واحده، انا سويت سيرفي على الطلاب في جامعة الإمام، زيرو بريدكشن. الطلاب نقول لهم إيش تبى تصير بعد 15 سنة؟ زيرو حطوا البريفنتيف ميديسن. أنا حقيقة ما ألومهم، أنا ألوم الكلية وألوم الناس اللي متخصصين في البريفنتيف ميديسن. الأزمة هذه البانديميك علمتنا إنه البريفنتيف ميديسن مو للمتخصصين بل في كل الديبارتمنتس المفروض يكون جزء من ثقافتنا. السيرجن المفروض يعلم الطلاب how to prevent things before surgery. فإتس good to هذا الليسن الثاني. الرابع medical school should invest in the technology enhanced. هذه قلناها. Students, faculty and supporting staff should be trained how to deal with technology. And this is some take-home messages سريعة. Well-trained faculty is the key for future. وهذه نبغاها، معناه انه الفاكولتي ديفلوبمنت اكتيفيتيز المفروض تكون واحده من الفيتشرز في كل كليات الطب، وكلما كان في تنظيم لها اندر سيسمي دينز كوميتي يكون افضل عشان نوفر الطاقات، او تكون هايبريد، شيء داخلي وشيء من برا حتى نوفر. Sustainable partnerships with all available healthcare and educational providers should be considered. هذه أيضاً توصية مهمة. بعدين الدينز كوميتي والسيسمي هذه قلتها وأسس عليها إنه should continue playing the leading role in this momentum. وأنا أعتقد إنه هي قادرة على هذا الدور وننتظر منها الكثير. هذه التكنولوجي تكلمنا عنها قبل كذا، وأشكركم على استماعكم. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prof. Khalid Abdulrahman, for this presentation of really a very successful story that went through our kingdom. We are all proud about it. I'm sure the old generation, they went through it the hard way, but they are now happy with the products. And I'm happy that our new generations are with us here now to hear such a successful story that we want them now at this stage to take the lead and take the flag forward to continue such journey among our culture. We have the SISME product, we have the SIMEC that we are proud of, and we will be happy to have them developed and produced. So thank you, Khalid, really excellent. We have, as I told you, 3 presentations that we had in this session, and now it's time for discussion. Can I ask Dr. Prof. Abdul Min'am to join us? We have also Dr. Muhammad Al-Hassan Abdullah. I don't know whether he's still with us or not, online.
Yes, I'm here.
So we have all the 3 speakers now on the stage, and we are ready for questions. So please, yes. Can we have the mic, please? Give it to our colleague.
شكرا. السلام عليكم. أنا اسمي عدنان مرداد. أنا أستاذ جراحة في جامعة الملك عبد العزيز. الجمعية السعودية للتعليم الطبي، بدي أتكلم أنا بكل صراحة. لما أشوفها الآن زي الشياب اللي يصلوا في المسجد في الصف الأول. أين الشباب؟ أنا اختراق الأقسام ضعيف جدا، وإذا كان في اجتماع للعمدة أنا أقترح عليهم واحدة من المواضيع، إنه كيف نصل للشباب والشابات في أقسامهم، لأنهم هم يعتبروا التعليم الطبي هذا هواية، والذين أخذوا شهادات الميديكال إديوكيشن الماجستير فرضت عليهم ترى من جامعاتهم زي جامعة الملك عبد العزيز، لابد تجيب ماجستير عشان تتعين عضو هيئة التدريس. أنا أتمنى في الاجتماع الجاي أشوف شباب وشابات أكثر عشان يحملوا العلم، لأنه المجموعة الكبيرة في السن هذه يعني very soon منهم من قضى نحبه ومنهم من ينتظر. يعني أين الشباب؟ هذا السؤال اللي أنا أتمنى إني أشوفه. أنا 2 من بناتي كملوا في preventive medicine، واحدة في الأسنان من هارفارد والثانية في البشري من دلهاوسي. لكن أتمنى إني أجي المرة الجاية وأطالع كده وأشوف المكان مليء بالشباب والشابات. فما أعرف إيش تعليق الدكتور خالد والإخوة كلهم، وشكرا.
Prof. Khalid, go ahead.
مايك ولا استخدم هذا؟
Please.
طيب. أول شيء شكراً بروف عدنان. أنت ما بقول يعني أنت أخوي الكبير وأنت أستاذي. حقيقة أنا من الناس اللي استمتعت فيهم أثناء التدريس في الجراحة البروف عدنان بدون مجاملة حقيقة. ويكفي أن البروف عدنان واحد من اللي يمثلوا روح الشباب، يعني ما زال إلى الآن هو يحضر معانا ويشارك كأنه لسه عدوب وجونيور فاكولتي ممبرز، وهذه حقيقة الشيء الباشن صراحة. أنا أبغى يعني الناس اللي عندهم باشن شغف يدخلوا يعني هذا المجال. هذا المجال صراحة فعلا زي ما قلت في ناس أخذوا الماستر لكنهم والله ما يحضروا حتى الاكتيفيتيز اللي عن طريق الأونلاين ما يحضرها. أنا ما أدري ليش أخذها، يعني هل في outcomes كذا؟ لكن على كل خلينا متفائلين بروف عدنان. إحنا الحمد لله الموجودين ميكست، صح إنه الأكثر الناس السينيور، لكن إن شاء الله خلينا متفائلين. إحنا كل واحد فينا يوصل يقوم بالمهمة، وأنا متأكد إنه زي ما قلت لكم في المايلستون، ترى كنا في الانفانسي بروف عدنان، ترى كان الواحد بروف سكر يتكلم عن التعليم الطبي احنا نقول هذا يتكلم عن ايش؟ انا سويت BBL، جايين يبغوا يعرفوا ايش معنى BBL، مش عشان انا اقول لهم يعني التوقيت مره مو مناسب. بروف زهير سوى جاء في الاخير ما قبلوا المنهج اصلا، يقول ايش احنا خلينا على طريقتنا القديمه. الان الحمد لله الناس صاروا يعترفون. يا جماعة مؤتمر زي هذا يحضروا أكبر يعني صاحب الصلاحية. أنا إنه في ناس الحمد لله متجهة. الببليكيشنز أنا أفاجئكم بس يعني ما أبغى أطول عليكم، كانت very few تعد على الأصابع. الآن ما شاء الله في الميديكال إديوكيشن كل كلية عندها نشاط في التعليم الطبي. أنا أتمنى إن شاء الله إنه الشيء اللي أنت طلبته حيكون ابتداء بإذن الله مش من سنتين، لا من السنة هذه، ونتمنى إنه الجميع يشتغل على هذا الموضوع. وشكرا لك.
يعني الواقع medical education is really slow to develop, and this is well known, not only in our country, in all the countries where they started the medical education. So the way it goes, it is not a surprise, and we really, I think we have to continue in the way slow لكن effective. أعتقد إنه this is the most important. والحمد لله, by the way, at least in our college, we have, mashallah, and even this meeting that you see, conference, has been led by our colleagues who are coming from abroad now and starting the medical education activities in the college. فخلينا متفائلين بروف عدنان, و I am still thinking that it is going on track, شوية slow لكن very effective. طيب, I can see Dr. Saleh first, please there, yes. Mike, طيب تفضل ما في مشكلة, تفضل.
السلام عليكم. الحقيقة دائم يعني أمس واليوم استمتعنا كثير بهذه المحاضرات, وجزاكم الله خير, وأعدتوا الروح, وإن شاء الله المؤتمرات القادمة أفضل وأفضل. الحقيقة تعليق البروفيسور عدنان أنا ما أشوفه تفاؤل. أنا بالنسبة لي هي تعليق مرح, وحاول أربطه مع البروفيسور خالد عبد الرحمن, بما أن الآن الميديكال education وصل, since you reach to the adulthood, taking this comment and these lectures and all these discussions we have on this conference, and perhaps it's time to reflect and think and come up of situation analysis, why, how, and when. So just a comment on this. But I'm optimistic. Since we have listened to a very important topics today, this morning, the journey of medical education in Saudi Arabia, now we are in the adulthood, the trends from science-based to social accountability and community-based, addressed by Dr. Abdullah and Dr. from Al-Ma'rifah, Professor Abdul Min'am, talked about the patient safety. I just want to share an idea here. Is it time now to consider the medical education and to make it more of a shift towards not only problem-based learning, but community-based, so we can at least tackle this challenge of lack of specialized hospital, taking into consideration that MBBS holder or the graduate, they have to have generalist skills and knowledge. I can see now, with all these developments of medical education and this maturity, sometimes we are referring to the super specialist teaching and learning, where our undergraduate, when they graduate, they know about the most rare syndrome in the world, and they cannot tackle the most common problem in the community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Really, it's good points that you showed, which is the social accountability and the patient safety, which are now part of every college. And this is a product of the development of medical education. It's a real fact. Professor Abdul Min'am mentioned today about the patient safety, and it is now well known, even as we can hear, all the medical colleges are, patient safety is part of them. So really good product that we can see. Another question, I think, مين اللي كان أولاني؟ بروف عبد الله. طيب أبو نايف تفضل.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. First of all, thank you, Professor Khaled, for this fascinating history. This is really needed to be presented and said and heard well, because it's very proud history to be proud with. Just one point Professor Adnan mentioned, I think this is very crucial, about where is the young generation among us. And then you reply to him, and I think the reply did not really answer the real reason. I think, look at us, all of us, it's the old generations who decide, who plan, who execute, who does, who criticize, and where are they? They are not in this platform. They are not in this team. And I think there is a gap between the old generations and the new generations. There is a gap in thinking, in priorities, in processing things, in looking at things. And I think if you want really them to be involved, we should not stick to the style that we used to do for our own self. We think it's the best, and we were like, when we were students, we did this and this and that, that is the best. This is not the right attitude, because it's going to vanish one day, and they will take over. And I think you will be surprised. Sometimes they will have some of the things that's better than what we do. This is absolutely real. And I think unless they are involved, when I say involved, is not pulling them in the committee and tell them to do what you want. I think is to bring them and listen to them and see how they think, and do it the way they want it, if it is feasible and doable. This is the only way to get the new generation in the future to be part of this process. And I think, just if you let me finish, Dr. Badr, because this is important, and it's not only in medical education. Yeah. It's even in the level of the medical schools, in the departments, in the teaching. I think we forget they are part of the equation. We dominate the whole things. Thank you.
يعني let me give you some examples الآن, لأنه يمكن الكومنتس حقي الأول كان general. أعطيك بعض الأمثلة. يعني من متى كانوا الطلاب يشاركوا في تنظيم مؤتمرات أو يشاركوا في presenting papers؟ من متى؟ ترى لما ظهرت الميديكال إديوكيشن وانتعشت وبدأوا الناس صرنا ندخلهم. الآن لو كم يا دكتور عبد العزيز عدد الابستراكتس اللي طلاب قدموها؟ كم عدد الابستراكتس اللي الطلاب حيقدمون؟ يعني في ابستراكت من الطلاب ولا ما في؟ اغلبها من الطلاب. طيب خليني اقول لك شيء ثاني. السسمي عندنا حقيقه امس تكلمنا في البورد انه لازم يكون عندنا شابتر للستودنتس. وطبعا احنا قلنا يمكن 2 ليفلز، ليفل على مستوى المكاتب يكون عندنا شابتر للطلاب، واحنا اندر اور جايدنس، يعني الطلاب يشاركوا زي ما احنا نسوي ننظم، هم الطلاب ايضا ينظمون. في خطط كثيره، لكني اعتقد الرول موديلينج مهم جدا. انا اعتقد اذا كان عضو هيئة التدريس believe on medical education و practicing what is really medical education من كل الأشياء اللي ذكرناها، من طريقة تعليم وطريقة كذا كذا، أنا أعتقد أنه هذا أفضل شيء يقدمه للطلاب. الطلاب خلاص حيطلع يعرف أنه والله في شيء تخصص اسمه medical education. أنا كم من الطلاب اللي يجوني يقولوا لي أبغى أتخصص في التعليم الطبي، ما يبي يدخل في البراءة، أقول له لا خذ لك سبيشالتي وادخل بعدين ميديكال اديوكيشن. ومع ذلك بعضهم يبغى يتخصص فقط. وعندنا الدكتور صالح الربيش، هذا اكزامبل، ترى ما هو من الشيبان، ترى الدكتور صالح ترى واحد من البرودكتس حقت هذا، والدكتوره ايضا لولو الوزان واحده من البرودكتس حقت المومنتم اللي صارت في المملكه في الميديكال اديوكيشن. وانا متاكد انه في البروف منى ترى واحده من المومنتم للميديكال اديوكيشن في جامعه الملك سعود. كثير منهم تاثر بقدوات ترى اول شيء، وبعدين قال انا ابغى اخذ.
طيب thank you Prof Khalid. I think we have I saw one of our ladies. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. Prof Mona Sliman from King Saud University, Head of Medical Education Department. I have 2 comments. First, I'll comment on the same topic that Prof. Khalid was talking about. We established, alhamdulillah, one of the success stories that we established the master's degree in medical education in King Saud University, and this was under the guidance and leadership of our professors وأساتذتنا وأعمدة التعليم الطبي في المملكة. they are the one to lead us in this. We executed the program والحمد لله بدينا في برنامج ماجستير التعليم الطبي. Just I wanted to comment about the candidates of the master's degree in medical education. The first batch was our colleagues who are graduated from different programs with the holders of fellowships. This is the first batch. Now the second batch is all junior staff. They are residents from different specialties. We can see that there is a large interest in medical education. The applicants for the master's degree exceeded 400 applicants, and from different health colleges across the kingdom. It was really challenging for us to exclude what's the criteria for exclusion and inclusion for them. So what I want to say that there is now there is إقبال كبير جدا على مجال التعليم الطبي. We are also proud to have our students interested in medical education. We submitted كما ذكر الدكتور عبد العزيز we are proud to submit to SIMEC around 10 abstracts. All of them, the students collaborated with us in this research, and they are the one to come to us and to ask for evaluation of different approaches that was undertaken during the pandemic and so on. Just to make it short, the other comment is for Prof. Abdul Men'am regarding the patient safety. I just want to comment about the King Saud University experience in implementation of patient safety course as a standalone course. It's 2 credit hours implemented in the second year, in the preclinical years. And we implemented this in 2018. We wanted to make sure that it's taught in an interprofessional way. So we have our colleagues from all health colleges in the university teaching in the course, as well as also from other universities. The first plan was for the course to be studied by students interprofessionally. But there was some logistics at the level of the university. So we gave them the model of the course, and it's open for them if they want the other health colleges in King Saud University to study.
For the sake of time, Ikhwan, please, we're going beyond the purpose of this session. It's a question answer. We're all eager to talk about our experiences and how to develop medical education. I could see the eagerness, but let's give a chance for the speakers to answer questions, please. Please, Doctor.
We have Dr. Abdul Men'am to comment, Prof. Abdul Men'am, to comment on the patient safety as Dr. Mona comment. Yes.
Before I do, I want to snatch the opportunity that I am here in the microphone to comment on the issue which received a lot of discussion, very important issue, but I would like to take it into just 1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute.
We have questions online that we need to answer, and we have so many questions.
Okay. I think I just want to comment on the issue raised by Professor Adnan into another dimension. I was in a meeting, actually a course conducted in Al-Qasim University by Maastricht, Sis der Flutin and his colleagues. And I raised the same issue, but not as far as young enthusiasts joining medical education. I told him I go around attending seminars, workshops, conferences, and I see almost the same faces everywhere. And I told him, I think we represent the 5%. What about the 95% of our colleagues? We, the 5%, are not exerting enough effort to attract and convince the 95% educators. They are already teaching. What about them? I said we need to assign one session, one conference about this, including the young, but also the old who are now practicing. Thank you very much, Professor Muna. I asked Professor Hamza about what you do, and I think it's an experience that needs to be publicized and people learn from it. Thank you very much.
I think that the time that's supposed to be for this session is up to 12:30, so we have time, but please make your questions short and clear. Doctor, yes, at the front here, please, mic, short and clear. The comments, please leave them because we have a lot of questions.
Assalamu alaikum. Qasim Kohal, Chairman of Pediatric, Jazan Faculty of Medicine. I'll speak in Arabic, more soundful. شكرا للجميع. الواحد يتحدث أمام أساتذته يكون حقيقة براود. وباختصار let's bridge الجاب اللي between السينيور والجونيور. الحمد لله فيه، ولكن يمكن بجلسة مصارحة دائما الأسماء مقاربة لبعض في كل سايمك. فنتمنى من السوسايتي أنها تسحب ناس من اليونج أو من الجونيور they put them on the names. هذا الكونتريبيوشن حقي الحقيقة الثاني في البيشنت سيفتي ميديكال ايرورز. قبل شهرين I published a review article about model of teaching medical error in Faculty of Medicine. I suggested 6 models. والسبب لأني أنا عضو في اللجنة الشرعية للأخطاء الطبية. والجاب الكثير اللي نشوفه بين التعليم الطبي في الجامعات وما يمارس في الحقل أو في الفيلد براكتس، إنه فعلاً معظم الميديكال إدوكيشنز مركز على كليات الطب، بينما الهيئات أو الفيلد براكتس في وزارة الصحة أو في المستشفيات الميديكال إدوكيشن حقيقة الحضور فيها قليل، الريسيرش فيها أقل. فلما وصلت إلى نقطة إنه في مشكلة في الميديكال ايرورز، تواصلت مع الدكتور ياسر الأسقى اللي هو ماسك المركز السعودي للبيشنت سيفتي والأمين العام للهيئات الشرعية في المملكة، وكنت أبحث عن داتا رو ماتيريالز. الأخطاء الطبية كثيرة، البيشنت سيفتي في الجهة الثانية، لكن إلى الآن ما في ريفيو كامل للأخطاء الطبية في السعودية. It should reflect backward على التعليم. قلة من الناس admit patient safety education. كل الكليات تقول أيدرس، لكن ما يدرسوا on real life based. وأختم، أكثر شيء يسيء للطبيب إنه blamed أنه عمل خطأ طبي، السيلف استيم يقل، الديسكلوجرز أقل، وأتمنى هذه المواضيع يركز عليها. شكرا.
طيب, please just for, I have to say something. SIMEC, as Prof. Khalid mentioned, is an international approved meeting, and our official language is English. The conference is actually now online across the whole globe. So I like to speak in Arabic. It is my mother language. I think we respect our Arabic language. It is the best, and I agree with this, and it is well known. We don't have to defend our Arabic language. But because of the theme of our meeting in English, it is online. All people across the globe are hearing us. A lot of people, they don't know Arabic, although they respect Arabic. So please stick to the theme of the conference. Go with the English language for now. And I think we will look into how we introduce Arabic language according to the circumstance. But this is English-speaking conference. It is spread all over the globe. Our colleagues also here, some of our colleagues, they don't even speak Arabic. So let us come to a common language. طيب, any response to our colleague from Jazan? عبد الملك, Prof. تفضل.
Actually, he is from Jazan, but he didn't speak about the University of Jazan because I received their course, and it is excellent. But what you said is what I said. We need to bridge this gap between what is practiced and what is taught or learned in medical schools. What you said is fantastic, and it relates to what I already mentioned in my talk.
طيب, other questions? Dr. Bawahab, yes, please. I really don't know who is who first, but I'm trying to get some. Go ahead.
Assalamu
Muhammad,
alaikum.
yes.
I enjoyed the meeting. It was a great lectures, great moderation. While we are in the era of changing the curriculum of medical school, most of the College of Medicine, maybe some of them, they change it already to the PPL or other type of curriculum. Is it possible to have a minimum of 2 hours or micro course about medical education, credited or non-credited, or as an elective course to be taught in medical school, just to have an exposure? And instead of having the medical student graduated, then they heard about medical education in a meeting or down the road. Thank you very much.
طيب, maybe Prof. Atif can comment on this.
I think Dr. Khalid.
بس ما نبغى نتعب بروف خالد تعبنا شوي معنا.
لا أنا أعتقد يعني this is an excellent يعني suggestion, and what I found in some, ما بقول كل medical schools, some of the medical schools, they have a course, credited course in medical education. Like in our medical school, Imam University, we have learning skills too, which is really all aspects of medical education. And the purpose of this curriculum or this course is to prepare the new students in the semester 1 of year 1 to the BBL and teaching and learning, constructive feedback, and also how to presentation skills. Most of the items of medical education, it's in this course. And it is practical course, it's not theory, all hands-on. So I think it's there, but I'm not sure that all medical schools, some of the medical schools, they are interested in this. Thank you.
طيب, Prof. Muhammad, I think you... أبو يحيى, no? طيب, Prof. Hamza, Dr. Hamza, yes? والله أنا قلت لك أنا في السايد هنا ما نجي. طيب, خلينا ناخذ دكتور حمزة وبعدين نشوف نكست. طيب, go ahead.
قالوا خذ يانج عشان كذا أنا قمت. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. حمزة عبد الغني، جامعة الملك سعود. والله مسرور جدا وسعيد النقاش حتى ترى دكتور ما تمنع إنه واحد ما يعلق. مو سؤال وجواب هو بس اللي يفيد واحد، لا حتى تعليقات احنا نستفيد منه. الثلاث مواضيع اللي طبعا جزاه الله خير ابو طلحه ما شاء الله لما يتكلم عن الميديكال اديوكيشن ما يسكت فتعلم منه كثيرا. لكن the patient safety what was brought by Professor Murthy, and again the community oriented and the accountability and so on. يا ناس ترى سعودي ميد framework, it is not the only framework to put in that. Patient safety is one of the core competency, core outcome in the Saudi Med. Community-based oriented teaching and learning is one of the core outcome in the Saudi Med. And Saudi Med من 2017 على الهيئة الاعتماد NC-AAA. ترى لا تمنعني يا أخي ما نتكلم عربي، ترى بروفيسور سباعي إذا كان هنا راح يزعل علينا. So from NC-AAA in 2017 it is approved that Saudi Med is the minimum requirement of all medical colleges of 37 or 40 now it's reaching. So that's we have to take in mind. Coming again to the one of our young guy who said that it is medical education. Yes. So also in our college, learning skills, we are teaching about the curriculum, we are teaching about the assessment, we are teaching about that, what types of your curriculum, why it is like that, presentation, so on. In Ma'rifa, I have developed that curriculum, and that was mid-U, مدري 300 وكم كان. So that is all integration مش عارف ايش. Things are there and it is left to again, yes. Coming to the patient safety, it is taken everywhere, and this is that. So the commission said that this is paramount. They have put the guidelines. المركز السعودي خاص مختص في هذا. عندنا في المستشفى بإضافة الكورس اللي احنا عندنا المستشفى دائما ينزلوا لنا كوشنير للأطباء والممرضين والممارسين الصحيين. احنا دحين fifth version just now and we have to answer those what we are doing. Have you seen the error? Be frank إلى آخره. So these are things. سؤال لي عشان تقول إنه ما يصير إلا سؤال. فالسؤال لدكتور بروفيسور منعم من مراجعاتكم معنا أيضا إكسبرت من مراجعاتك إحنا عندنا في سنة ثانية زي كما تفضلت أختنا الفاضلة بروف منى إنه سنة ثانية إحنا we have adopted the WHO and we having even the nursing and other people are. السؤال لبروف منعم then what is the international trend? احنا سوينا كثير واشياء that really successful in teaching an undergraduate level because it is a part of postgraduate level also. There is a teaching in the postgraduate level also for patient safety. What you have think in your revision that's the best practice in teaching patient safety. Thank you.
I have to respond a little bit also about your comments. I'm not actually rejecting comments. But because to give chance, because I can see a lot of hands rising up for questions, so we would like to minimize their comments, but not prohibited. Everybody can speak up about his own comments, but short, so that we can take most of our colleagues who are in the hall here. And the second thing about Arabic, just of the theme. I'm not against Arabic. بالعكس أنا ودي تخلوني أتكلم عربي الحين أحسن لي. لكن I think we have to stick. It is, by the way, international meeting. طيب.
Thank you very much. شكرا Prof. Hamza for your question. Actually, I said it in the last slide, the take-home messages. Remember, I started by saying it's about what, where, how, when, and so on, the 6 W's. And when I asked around, I reviewed international publications, but I also asked colleagues directly through a survey. Because of the responsiveness, I didn't put the result of the survey, but the conclusions are the following. Although all of them now say, we teach patient safety. And when I asked you who is teaching patient safety as standalone, only 2 or 3 universities actually said, we do. When I asked around, the first question, do you teach patient safety? They say yes. I say, is it explicit? Is somebody taking care of that and it is here, here, and here? There are no answers because it is not very explicit, not discussed, not approved by the curriculum committee. So the status so far is similar to the 25% 10 years ago in the US. Only 25% of medical schools have explicit courses, explicit owner, agreed upon content, agreed upon method of delivery. So this is the status internationally evolving, as I mentioned. I reviewed a number of publications and said the publications up to 2020 are still addressing the issue, are still issuing surveys about how is it taught, where do you teach it, etc. It means it is still evolving, it is still not quite settled, which is okay. Anything needs time to actually complete its evolution. The take-home messages, I mentioned them in the list. I said, what is already khalas agreed upon? Even the book by the Saudi Commission for Health Specialties identified the 11 topics, and it's agreed. The what to teach. The when to teach is still diverse, but the best approach, they said, make it interdisciplinary, interprofessional, halfway the curriculum, not too early, not too late. So the best place for it is in the middle of the program, and interdisciplinary. The third issue is how to teach it, and it's agreed upon, addressing the issue using student-centeredness, case-based learning, and you take it to the hospital rather than do it in the college and so on. So there are recommendations. You can see them in the PowerPoint.
Online?
It's published. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Please.
Yes.
Yes.
طيب. Thank you, Dr. Muhammad Andarawi, King Khalid University, College of Medicine, Pathology Department, and Medical Education Department. I want to ask Prof. Abdelmonem Mardi. He talked about the patient safety, but because he's an expert in assessment and technology as well, I want to ask him about the assessment. Recently, we were facing a lot of obstacles implementing online exams. And recently, the university implemented the Google authentication, which make the online exam almost impossible. If there is any way to make this assessment or exams offline, campus-based as well as home-based, without affecting the quality of the exam. The other part of this question regarding the assessing of the assessment, which is the major rule of the medical education department, if there is any way to implement and to what extent to implement the process of assessing the exams, starting from pre-assessment monitoring and exam validation, all through till the item analysis and analysis of the item analysis, and if there is any rules or guidelines to be abided by, and if he has any recommendation of platforms, software, or application we can use to these stuff.
A lot of questions.
Thank
Please, on short, because we have a lot of online questions we will take next. So please go ahead, respond. Short, please, short, and then we will take some online questions.
Well, I think it's an issue beyond the scope, but I can comment very quickly about these issues he raised. He asked about two things. One of them is computer-based assessment, as I understood. How to use computers in assessment, especially as Professor Khalid mentioned, the pandemic highlighted the concept or the perception of easiness and benefit of many issues. One of them is the use of computers in assessment, which is an excellent approach. To do it successfully, you need to prepare very well. Use the appropriate platform, use the appropriate application for assessment, make all the precautions, introduce the e-proctoring solutions, and etc. So if you want to introduce and move gradually, but prepare very well for this issue. The other issue he's talking about assessment, because we discussed it sometime somewhere. He heard about it, I think. I told him, I asked in the session, how do you do this? What do you do with the item analysis? What do you do with the item analysis? How do you close the loop? If you discover things in item analysis, what do you do about them, and so on? So he's asking about this issue. How do you assess assessment itself? Also, this is a big issue that needs time to discuss.
Thank you. So, Dr. Ayub, he's receiving the online questions. So he's going to, we will take at least one or two of the online questions, and then we will go back to our colleagues here that they raised their hands. Go ahead, Dr. Ayub.
Yes, this is a question from the online chat. It's from Dr. Muhammad Shabbir, Assistant Professor Internal Medicine, Shakra University, and it's for Professor Abdul Munaim. Keeping in view the importance of patient safety, why should it not be incorporated into the curriculum mandatorily by the implementing bodies based on the current inadequacies in the curriculums of medical schools?
From my point of view, this is an issue of leadership, and since we have many leaders here, I think I refer this question to them, because just talking about it is not enough. You have to have leadership. First of all, they need to be convinced, and then they need to be engaged in the issue. As I mentioned in my talk, it started 1999, and today is 2021. It has been around for 20 years. Without leadership engagement and commitment, it will not be as the question asked. Make it mandatory.
Maybe we can have a comment from one of our deans here about, I know that they are in the meetings, but any former deans, what I can comment about is that we always know that medical education, you have to take it slowly and don't implement it by rules and regulations. Introduce it and things. But the Saudi Med, anyhow, patient safety is part of it. So it is there. It is part of the curriculum. Prof. Khalid.
Yeah, I think there are many ways. Yani one of the ways which is good, because if you know the system of how to change the curriculum, it's a long process. But there are a tricky way which is good to be adopted. You have in the curriculum elective courses. And you can make one of the elective courses as mandatory elective courses for all students. And you start by elective courses, and then you can convert it to mandatory courses. The other thing, I think the leadership of schools, it's not only the dean. Yani, believe me, the dean is not the one who decides for everything. If there is a vice dean, wala head of department of medical educations, he aware about the importance of the core and some core topics or core requisites, essential courses, and before he should promote this, he should push toward this. There are many things. The other thing is the benchmarking. This is another way, which is one of the requirements of the accreditation. If you benchmark your curriculum with another school, which is including the patient safety, evidence-based practice, whatever things that you think it's good, then you can convince the leaders to that things. Thank you.
If you allow me, I just want to add one thing. You can mandate anything in the world, right? Yeah. I can mandate patient safety, make it mandatory. I can mandate medical education, make it mandatory. But then what is the outcome? Yeah. Do we have the means to measure the outcomes? Yeah. I mean, this is a question to Dr. Mardi. I mean, you can mandate teaching patient safety. It is one of the medical education outcomes. It is mandated to us by NCAA. It is now mandated by Al Hay'a Saudi Commission. How are we measuring the impact of mandating it after implementing it and making it mandatory? What was the impact? Do we have any studies around?
Thank you.
I want to also go back to the issue of SISME and young people and all of that. We all know it is an election. Even joining SISME is an election. Dr. Abdul Aziz, how many applied to be members of the Saudi Society for Medical Education? Very few. How many ran to hold a position in Saudi Medical Association? Very few. That's why you have the same old faces, including my face, Dr. Khalid's face, Hamza's face, always there, because they are the ones who always apply. But we have very few and limited number of people who are really interested. Suddenly the interest, became so great in medical education because there was a rumor circulating around you cannot be promoted unless you have a degree in medical education. Then King Saud, Dr. Mona, said they received 400 applications. So I think the motive is not there. We have to make it socially acceptable. I think And we have to give them a meaning to Dr. Muhammad, معلش يعني I think عنده
we
دكتور
بروف محمد عنده
yeah, we will take because he's burning hands since the start. So, Doctor, we will take and then we will take Prof. Muhammad. Go ahead. Yes,
excuse me, Professor Badri. Before I just want to comment on one piece which is very important. I mentioned it in the conclusion and take-home messages. I said, reform the environment before you reform the curriculum.
Right. Thank you. Good comment. Please.
Thank you very much. I think relevance and excellence continued for the second day by good presentation and addressing our need for the daily practice. I will be very short and focused. This is Dr. Karimuddin from University of Bisha. My question to our friend, Dr. Muhammad Al-Hassan. Dr. Muhammad Al-Hassan, do you think that the relationship between professionalism and accountability need clarification, at least for the stakeholder? And number second, how do you will assess the accountability in curricula? Are there any definite criteria explicitly you can decide whether the curriculum is accountable or not? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Al-Hassan, is he with us still online?
Yes,
Yes, go ahead, please.
But, I will answer this. Thank you, Dr. Karimuddin. I think, yes, there are a lot of relations between professionalism and accountability, but we need to differentiate between accountability of the curriculum and accountability of the health practitioner, the doctors or the nurses or other practitioners. But accountability of the curriculum will lead to accountability of the health care practitioner. And definitely, if we are socially accountable curriculum, we need to add professionalism as part of the curriculum, but professionalism in a context-based. So it is not just like there is no model for professionalism that we need to have in all the curricula, but it should be discipline-based.
Right, thank
you. Another thing.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes. The other thing, if there are ways to assess the accountability, yes, there are. There are different frameworks. The first framework that was published earlier was the Social Accountability Grid by the WHO. Then there is the NET framework. And recently also we published a framework to assess social accountability in the problem-based learning cases. So how can we judge on the cases that we are using? Are they going to lead to social accountability or not? So there are different models that you can follow in the literature, and I can send some of them maybe later on for people to
Thank you, Dr. Muhammad Al-Hassan. I think I see the organizing committee are telling me to stop. Prof. Muhammad Al-Shehri will conclude this session, and then I have an announcement. Abu Yahya, tfaddal.
Dr. Badr, I would like just to leave right now, and thank you very much for the invitation, and thank you for the invitation. I would and I hope you a successful rest of the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you very much. If I may allow to have two comments.
Go ahead.
First one, there was a discussion about mandating a course about safety in a medical college, and that will be mandated to all colleges. And I think there is a problem with this approach. You can mandate an outcome. You can say that this is one of the accreditation process that you have to have patient safety as part of your curriculum. But you should not decide what goes into the curriculum and what does not go into the curriculum. That's against university principles. The only people who can decide what goes in the curriculum and what does not is the staff of the college. Those are the people who can really decide. Any interference with this approach, with this principle, will deviate really the principle of university teaching into another type of education. So we have in the Saudi Med, the principles are there, and it is really well done. And I think what we need to do is to make sure that we really cope with all our curricula in the medical colleges with the outcomes that were decided. This is my comment. Number two, honestly, I felt a little bit of pessimism about what have been the journey of medical education in Saudi Arabia. And I tell you, you know, I attend surgical conferences and I attend other conferences, and the attendance is not great. And you tend to see the same faces. But look at the other indirect effect of our society and similar activities. Now there is no medical college in Saudi Arabia, not only medical college, even other health profession education colleges, there is none that does not really look into educational issues and really pay attention to it. And look at the other activities. Honestly, I have been very close to King Saud University activities in medical education, the Department of Medical Education chaired by Professor Muna. The activities there are amazing. Honestly, I did not think in my career I will see such activities, and the number of people who are really interested and the people who are trying to know more, and the activities that is injected into the curriculum and the assessment and the other issues, and the effect on student, medical student, and other health profession education issues. Look at publications. I don't want to take much of your career, but I really sincerely feel that we are in a successful journey, we are getting better, and we hope that things will continue to go in the right direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Shehri. With this bright lot, I will have to conclude our session today. I would like to thank all the speakers for all their participation and excellent, enjoyable presentations. I'd like to thank all the attendees, and I apologize for some of the questions that we could not take. Even the online, I saw actually a long list. So thank you. It was very fruitful session. And next, please remember that we have a session next. We will just take a short break and come back. The next session will be led by Professor Saeed Abu Ashi, and we will hear some excellent presentations from our students who will be presenting in the next session, inshallah. So thank you all. Thank you to all my colleagues, and I will see you, inshallah, in future sessions. Thank you.
كلهم هنا فيزيكال. ايوه كلهم هنا، كلهم هنا. هو عارف، شرحنا له كل شيء. لا بس الشخص
طيب تفضل انت حسن. لا
Sorry for the delay. We are waiting for the control to be ready with their downloaded presentations. It will take a few minutes. Thank you for understanding.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. It gives me great pleasure to chair with my colleague Dr. Hassan al-Zahrani this session. And the first speaker will be Professor Muna Sulaiman, who is a member in the board of SISME, Director of the Master Degree in Medical Education, King Saud University, member in the Deanship of Postgraduate Studies at King Saud University, member in the Committee of Strategic Planning, College of Medicine, King Saud University, Associate Editor, Journal of Nature and Science of Medicine, and she is the head of the Medical Education Department in the College of Medicine, King Saud University. She will talk about medical education at the time of COVID-19, a national multi-institutional experience in undergraduate education in Saudi Arabia. Professor Muna.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you very much, Prof. Saeed. I'd like to first start to thank the scientific committee for giving me this opportunity to present on behalf of the research team our research on medical education in the time of COVID-19. COVID-19 pandemic has disrupted medical education worldwide. The pandemic has globally affected economy, health, and education systems. Many measures were taken to deal with the pandemic, including complete lockdown and limiting face-to-face activities. There has been widespread termination of clinical placements, face-to-face teaching sessions, and examinations that require physical presence. In Saudi Arabia, all colleges and universities, including medical colleges, were suspended due to the pandemic between March and September 2020. This study aimed to investigate how Saudi medical colleges faced the pandemic and proceeded with teaching and assessment plans, highlight the best practices employed by Saudi medical colleges during the time of the COVID-19 crisis, and proposed a plan in the event of future outbreaks. Study design: this is a cross-sectional study conducted among medical colleges in Saudi Arabia between June and August 2020. Participants: a convenient sampling method was applied. First, the researchers gathered all medical colleges in Saudi Arabia with a representative from each medical college. Second, the invitation was sent as a link through email and WhatsApp to every medical college dean, medical education department director, faculty member to participate in the study. Finally, gentle reminders were sent to enhance the response rate. Study variables: a self-administered questionnaire was designed and validated. The questionnaire consisted of 6 main parts: demographic data, types of curriculum, teaching and learning, learning management systems, types of assessment, and lessons learned. The questions targeting the educational process focus on what was happening before and what was done during the pandemic. Data collection: online survey was used and data were collected using Google Forms and was analyzed using SPSS. Results: 419 faculty members from all over the kingdom participated in the study from 20 different universities. The universities implemented different types of curricula, ranging between integrated, system-oriented, problem-based, hybrid curriculum, traditional, and community-oriented. The participants reported using wide range of teaching modalities before the pandemic. After the pandemic, class lectures were transformed to online lectures. There was a decrease in problem-based learning. All clinical teaching that require face-to-face reported 0%, including bedside teaching, teaching at the emergency, simulation, and all other forms of bedside teachings. Utilization of learning management systems by the participants before the pandemic, they reported around 70.8% utilizing Blackboard, 7.2% Moodle, and other forms of LMS. During the pandemic, the percentage increase in the utilization of Blackboard reached up to 96.1%, Moodle 16.9%, and other forms of LMS. The overall experience of the faculty in utilization of LMS during the pandemic was positive. They reported that they would continue to utilize LMS after the pandemic and would recommend the LMS to other colleagues. 40.8% of the faculty reported no lack of experience with online teaching. Issues related to fear of technology and usage of online teaching was reported in 51.07%. Issues related to increased workload, 47.3%, and other barriers included in the table. The majority of the participants reported that they would continue utilizing learning technologies in the future after the pandemic, such as flipped classrooms. They would use more mobile-friendly online contents and increase use of video and multimedia tools. Assessment was a challenge for all of us during the pandemic. The faculty members participated in the study reported utilizing different forms of assessment methods, MCQs being at the top. .3% of the participants reported that the assessment was carried online during the pandemic. Only 9% reported that the assessment was put on hold due to the lockdown. In conclusion, although many studies have been published during this period, there is an overall lack of evidence about the impact of the rapid transition from face-to-face to a completely online learning environment for extended periods in undergraduate medical education. This study value lies in its large sample of faculty and nationwide distribution of responses. The results of this study shed light on the early responses concerning the transition to online education. In general, this study showed that the faculty experience of online teaching and assessment was positive, as found by other studies all over the world. The results of this study can be used as a guide for efforts and to identify successes, obstacles, key issues, and solutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Muna. At the end of all the sessions, we'll have maybe 7 to 10 minutes discussion. The next speaker.
Okay. I would like to welcome you again, and this is Hassan Zahrani. It's an honor to be chair to this session with my teacher, Professor Saeed Abu Aishi. So the second speaker, Professor Ali Shehri, he is a fellow of Royal College of General Practice and American College of Healthcare Executives, and he is the chair of Public Health and Health Informatics in King Saud bin Abdulaziz University for Health Science. Dr. Al-Shehri will talk about healthcare executive leadership programs in KSA, in Saudi Arabia. What, why, and how. The mic is yours, Prof. Ali.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be with you today. And I emphasize my really thanks and appreciation for a wonderful gathering, beneficial scientific sessions, debates, and also social activities. I'll be focused and brief you about this program. And I'm not here lecturing you, but rather to say help, help, and help. The first help is about, this is an abbreviation of Health Executive Leadership Program, which is offering at College of Public Health and Health Informatics at King Saud bin Abdulaziz University for Health Science, that aims to help potential and current leaders to fulfill their roles. So this is the second help. The third help, we will come to it, which is at the end of this, I need your feedback, your criticism, and your suggestions how to improve and collaborate on this program and similar programs. So the first help, it was identified there is a need for leadership programs in the college. We were inspired by the Vision 2030 of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and all the transformation happening in all the sectors, particularly healthcare sectors. The first step followed by needs analysis, which included communicating with well-known leaders in the field, CEOs, executive directors, seeking their suggestions, their feedbacks, their experience in how to develop the curriculum, to make it more related to our context and matching the well-known standards of such programs. As a result of that, communication and dialogue, and also literature review and visiting well-established program abroad, one in the USA and one in UK, it was clear that it has to be competency-based. So we developed the program to address the action, sorry for the typo, action domain of competency. The first one related to execution, relation, transformation, and boundary spanning, and the enabling competency domain related to self-awareness, self-development, health system awareness, professional awareness, and business literacy in the field of leadership and management. Then we come to the challenge, how can we make this curriculum fit with the standards of the university and higher education, and to make it more of hands-on program. And we opted for having postgraduate certified higher diploma program with 24-hour credit to be completed over 1 year. Then we come to the challenge of when, because those people who are interested are leaders or managers or potential leaders doing their job. So we involved the first cohort of our students on the timing, and they all agreed that it would be better if it's in the evening, in the weekend, so they can benefit from the program while they perform their duties. And because we are providing 5 public health programs, master programs free, we thought this program, because it's innovative and new, let's make it paid program. And the topics covered, mainly leadership and management in health system, applied leadership in the context of healthcare, executive seminars on contemporary leadership, evidence-based decision-making in healthcare and public health, transformation and management, and the capstone project. And let me just highlight the seminar, which is, I think this is very innovative in the way we are really inviting well-known leaders in the field to come and meet our students in a dialogue and a discussion. And we ask them not to tell us a lecture, because we know they can, but to tell us their real story. How did they do their leadership in management? And then dialogue with the faculty, with the students, we come up with the theoretical construct and the learning experience.
Yeah, for 1 minute, Prof. Ali. 1 minute.
Excellent, thank you. The capstone project, it has to stem from the work of the participants and have impact on the work. So by the end of this program, participants have to show that they learn and they implement their learning. In order to graduate and influence others, motivate them, enable them, and service others to achieve common goals. This is what all leadership is about. And I come to the third help, your suggestions, your feedback. How can we collaborate with such eminent leaders in the field to develop this program and other programs? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Ali. Prof. Saeed.
The next presentation will be about implementation of high-impact educational practice at Nursing College. It will be presented by Dr. Jihan Al-Andijani from the Northern Border University. Dr. Jihan.
في بوينتر دكتور.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. My name is Jihan Al-Andijani. I'm Associate Professor at Northern Border University with a PhD in Education and Human Resources. I am pleased and honored to be here today with all the different medical diversity fields experts. I and my colleague Dr. Muhannad are pleased to come to you from the north to share with you a part of our experiences of implementing high-impact practices at NBU. The purpose of our study is to capture the experiences of NBU faculty while implementing selected high-impact practices and core competencies for nursing students. But before I go into the study, let me give you a brief history about NBU. NBU in the last 3 years has committed to teaching and learning through effective and deep active learning. And these learning activities have been implemented through our strategic plan. Therefore, with our leadership, supportive leadership, Prof. Dr. Muhammad Al-Yahya Al-Shahri and his consultant, Prof. Musa Gari, we were able to set a strategic plan that has 4 different themes. And for our project, the first theme is relevant to our project, which is teaching and learning transformation, focusing on student, faculty, and program. At MBU, we chose 7 core competencies that will help students enhance their learning and be ready for the workforce. These core competencies were effective communication skills, digital information and literacy, critical thinking, citizenship, self-motivation, networking, and enterprise. To actually implement and make sure our students come out with the 7 core competencies, we used high-impact practices. The high-impact practices are teaching strategies that help students learn deeply and succeed in college and in career. Here we have the different high-impact practices that are shown in the literature. But at MBU, we chose 4 high-impact practices that we thought would be useful for our students and that give the purpose for the northern region. So coming to, after we chose our 4 impact practices, we implemented the 4 high-impact practices within the years of college and gave each high-impact practice two core competencies where we make sure that our students really actually develop and imply the core competencies before going into the workforce. The purpose of our study is to capture the experiences of MBU faculty. We wanted to really see and learn the experiences of our faculty members while implementing these core competencies using HIPS. The methodology of this study was a qualitative study, case study. We used transformation and learning theory to actually listen and capture the essence and the experiences of our faculty. We used purposeful sampling, 2 thematic analysis, 2 themes emerged throughout our analysis. There was gained skills for both students and faculty, and emotions for both students and faculty. Here we have a few quotes from our faculty. We can see at the beginning, the faculty found it very challenging and very tempting to really start implementing high-impact practices. But as they narrate their story, we found out that they really thought it was very useful. It helped students communicate better and integrate their values within their awareness and beliefs. Also, there was an expo at the end of the semester where students actually were able to talk about their project and transform it into an expo. The results were very impressive. Faculty were very impressed with their students' engagement throughout the semester through using high-impact practices and activities, and also the success rate really went high. There were more than 50% success rate difference between the year before and this year. Of course, what are high-impact practices and how can they be beneficial for the medical field? High-impact practices will help students engage in teamwork and actually capture teamwork skills, capture communication skills, learn leadership skills, learn how to time management, learn empathy and academic core competencies. Thank you for your time and listening.
Thank you, Dr. Jihan.
Okay, our fourth speaker is Dr. Iman Al-Mutairi. Dr. Iman is coming from Riyadh, from Health Academy, Saudi Commission for Health Specialties. And Dr. Al-Mutairi will talk about empowering Saudi women the way forward through allied health education program. The mic is yours, Dr. Iman.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. First of all, I would like to thank you all for the great attitude and great hospitality. We felt welcome since we came here. I would like to talk about the topic that... Should I wait? Yeah. Our research paper is about empowering women through education, allied health education program. Waiting for, yeah, I have a team of 5 people, as you can see, and all of them, they were great involved in the research. And I want to talk, before going into the research, I want to talk about Health Academy. Health Academy, we are under the Saudi Commission for Health Specialists. We are creating programs for unemployed, and the programs, students after studying on those programs, they are guaranteed job after that. So we want to see the impact of our programs in women empowerment, and how this opportunity opened the door for women. Yeah. So Saudi Vision has paid attention on advancing women. The perception of Saudi women were investigated, whether there is a sufficient access to advancement opportunities. Therefore, it was very necessary to conduct a study on how they perceive their current situation. The objectives of this research was to investigate the perception of Saudi women on enabling factors and the barriers they are facing while they are studying, or even before applying to such programs. And the objectives was to explore the lived experience of Saudi women on their historical perception of advancement, and to describe the enabling factors and barrier on accessing to education and employment opportunity, and finally to explain the contemporary situation of women advancement in allied health education programs. The method that we utilized in this research was a qualitative research method, because it's more descriptive study, and we have 2 research instruments. The first instrument was the interview, and also we did focus group, because during focus group, you allowing people to express more and to get the point from each other, and to have the courage to share their opinion. And we did this study in many different cities around Saudi Arabia. We did the interviews and focus group. And also the sampling technique, we used the convenient sampling techniques, and all of the participants were currently students in our programs across the kingdom. The research questions was focusing on two main areas. First is demographic characteristics, and also the point of view of targeted participants about the barriers, factors of women empowerment. And the reason that we divided those two, because we want to focus on the impact of some of the characteristics demographic on their opinion or in their perception of their studies. The result, there is a lot of emergent themes through the research, and we were surprised how all the themes that are, it's connected in some ways to the Vision 2030, and it has a very huge impact on giving the women the voice, or giving the women the courage to apply for those programs. As we all know, those allied health education programs were not always available for women in the past, but currently with the vision transformation and with the Vision 2030, it's giving women more jobs opportunity to be involved in the workforce place. So there was a lot of emergent theme that, regarding to opportunities. One of the main themes that was interesting for us is how the belief on the families have changed throughout the years. Some of the participants, they pointed out to that their family were not allowing them to study in such programs in the past, or in a mixed job opportunities, but nowadays they are allowing because it is aligned with the legislation and changing the law legislations, and how women's driving also impacted their opportunities to in advancing their education. Also, there is a lot of other themes that emerged throughout the study, which was
30 seconds.
Okay, sorry. So, okay, let's go to the result. There is a lot of themes, so, yeah. The conclusion. This study is going to be very beneficial for the next studies, because there is a dearth of research on our literature and regarding to women's advancement education opportunities, and this is going to be a good. And it's creating a new horizon of Saudi women in realizing full potential in an essential contribution in the nation, locally and globally. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Ayman.
The next speaker is Mr. Ajlan al-Shihri. He will talk about exploring faculty perception of simulation. Mr. Ajlan is working in King Fahd Medical City, and he will present by the Zoom. Or he's here? Okay. Welcome.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. I'll present the faculty perception of simulation-based education, the benefits and challenges of using simulation for improving patient safety in cardiovascular diploma program. So simulation has been utilized in different areas in healthcare institute, and it is used to improve patient safety and enhance healthcare education as well. And it actually ties the knowledge to practice and grows the healthcare trainees to be safe and efficient in the clinical environment. It is widely used in medicine and nursing curricula. However, it is poorly used in the context of allied health programs, as in the cardiovascular program. There is many studies about the simulation uses, such as Edie et al. Studied novice student handover skills, used simulation scenarios and practice. They found that simulation can prepare students for future work and improve patient safety. Also, Eisenberg identified some benefits of simulation, like provide appropriate environment for teaching and learning, and it helps students to enhance their skills. Also, it's give opportunity for faculty to give direct and immediate feedback to the student. However, there is some barriers that can encounter the use of simulation. A study by Ahmed et al. Stated that the lack of experienced simulation specialists and the high cost of simulators create barriers to simulation utilization. And also Al-Gharib and Cooper highlight that time constraints for simulation and sophisticated simulation are considered also barriers. So the aim of this study was to explore the faculty opinion of using simulation-based education to improve patient safety and to understand the benefits and challenges of using simulation. This study is a qualitative approach, used semi-structured interview, were conducted online with 6 faculty members from the program. The author used purposive sampling and snowballing techniques for recruitment, and the data were transcribed and analyzed using framework analysis approach. It's been ethically approved. The data were analyzed, and the finding was is vast of information and data, and it's been emerged some important themes. So the benefit for health care professionals. The faculty usually stressed that simulation provides a safe teaching and learning environment, and this was aligned with the Kant and Schinner. Also improve patient safety, and the faculty actually acknowledge that using simulation to teach cognitive behavior and psychomotors to individual or groups of a student can raise the patient safety. And the challenges was the most themes that concentrated on which they said that cost of the simulators, the features of the available cardiac simulator, the fidelity of the simulators, and no time for simulation.
1 minute.
Okay. There is a limitation for study, as all studies have, but we think that the future research could have involved more stakeholders such as students and patients. The conclusion, the faculty confirmed the advantage of simulation-based education in enhancing patient safety. However, they lacked the experience to exploit the available resources of simulation. So it's essential to consult medical educators, educationists, and certified simulation specialists on the best way to utilize simulation. The author also recommend train-the-trainer courses for the faculty, including developing curriculum. Additionally, the manufacturers and vendors of simulators should consider simulators' precise prices and features that is affordable for the healthcare users. Thank you.
شكرا جزيلا. تفضل دكتور حسن.
Okay, our sixth presenter in this current session is Mr. Abdullah Al-Mutairi. He is a medical student from the College of Medicine, Imam Muhammad bin Saud Islamic University, Riyadh. He is going to talk about factors influencing high school student decision in applying to medical school. And Mr. Mutairi is going to talk to us through the Zoom. Abdullah, are you ready?
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam. Can you share your slide, please?
Is the slide now? share to you. Can you see the slides?
Control.
Is the slide right now ready? Do you see it?
Yes, visible.
Yes, I think we're ready.
Okay, stories for this.
Okay, go ahead, Abdullah.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Abdullah Al-Mutairi. I'm a second-year medical student at Imam Mohammed bin Saud University. First, I would like to thank you for this opportunity. I'm pleased to be here and hope this will be a great benefit for all of us. My presentation is about a paper that I have done with our mentor, Professor Khalid bin Abdurrahman, and Ibrahim Rumayh and Yazid Al-Saadi. It is titled Factors Influencing High School Student Decision Applying to Medical School. Content of this presentation will be introduction, material and method, results, and later on discussion and conclusion. Starting by introduction, so as we all know, there is a range of factors that influence high school students' future profession choice and differ by culture and other variables such as the student's own background and social differences between students. Also, the financial status play a major role. Let me take you a few steps back to a study that I have done. It's titled Factor Inducing Career Choice. They use 5 leading professions and measure the factors. They have found that growth opportunity, occupational charm, social inspiration, self-esteem as the most influencing factors for a career choice. Here, let's see how in medical school that will differ. So the reason that we are doing this research is lack of such a study in Saudi Arabia. When we was doing our literature review, we haven't found any study in Saudi Arabia in regard to this subject. And we hope that the finding of our research will be a great assistance to improve the quality of student selection of medical school. Therefore, we aim to assess factors that influencing the decision alongside with the obstacles and motives from the student's point of view. So a cross-sectional study, we conducted it back in 2019 and 2020. We used the socio-demographical characteristic of the student and top 3 preferred study specialty, along with the GPA and performance were obtained using a self-administered question. Here in the result, a total of 844 participants, 52 of them were males and female 48, and majority of them were Saudis, and the participant age, majority of them, 93%, were 16 to 19 years old. Public school students were 78%, and private school students were 21%. Also, toward the GPA, 64% of them were above 90% GPA. So here we can see that the data have different characteristics between male variation, male, female, and toward also the GPA. Our results have found 22.6% of these participants chose medicine as their preferred future career, alongside with other specialties such as engineering and other specialties. Moving forward, here we asked the students about the obstacles that they face. 23% have stated that required high score aptitude test, and the competency in English language skills and test have rated 23% as the top obstacles. Also, other variables. Moving forward, here we compare the parental influence. We can see here at the bottom of the table the parental influence and family influence was 35% only from the student's point of view. 64% of these influenced students stated that the parents have the most influence. We can see that the parental influence and encouragement increase with the increased GPA. So the students who with
1 minute,
GPA above 90, above 90 were encouraged the most. So in summary, 23 have stated, as mentioned earlier, and the most important here that 90.4% of the students stated that they chose medical specialty as their own motive is helping and healing sick people, as they are agreed on this humanitarian aspect. So there is a considerable disparity between genders when it comes to medical school preference and reasons, and we hope this study can influence more toward choosing a good medical field practitioner, inshallah.
Thank you very much. Abdul Mutairi from Imam Muhammad bin Saud Islamic University.
The next speaker is Dr. Muhammad Shibli Khan, who is working in King Salman bin Abdul Aziz Hospital in Riyadh. He will talk about evaluation of exposure to primary care clinics in family medicine residency. Dr. Muhammad.
Assalamu alaikum.
Control. Zoom.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah. Okay, Dr. Muhammad, go ahead.
You may start, Dr. Muhammad.
Okay, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. My name is Dr. Muhammad Shibli Khan. Currently, I am working at King Salman Hospital, Riyadh. And I thank you, the committee, for giving me an opportunity to present our small study, which is evaluation of exposure to primary care clinics during family medicine residency, evidence from a training program in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. So basically, as a background, I would like to say that the family physicians, by virtue of being first contact with the health system, they are supposed to, or they have to deal with a wide range of scenarios, I mean the clinical scenarios. So to ensure the proper exposure to all the aspects of the primary care is one of the vital component of the clinical training.
Control. Did we lose the connection? Okay, so Yeah, okay. So let's go to the final presentation until we get Dr. Muhammad back with us. Our final presenter, or before final, is Professor Farida Khan. She is from College of Medicine, Hayel University. She is going to talk about impact of COVID-19 pandemic on medical education. And we can, I think, start her pre-recorded video.
Hello, Assalamu alaikum, warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. World Health Organization has declared COVID-19 pandemic on March 2020. Since then, there is a sense of panic and fear all around the globe. Several international and national studies have shown the impact of COVID-19 pandemic is not only on the physical, social, mental health, but it has profoundly affected teaching systems globally. Every educational institute, right from primary school to university, has adjusted their way of delivering education. Regarding medical education, every aspect of it is grossly affected, right from curriculum designing till training of medical students in clinics. During this paradigm shift, because of the pandemic, medical educators and students both have faced several innumerable challenges. Previous literature of the last few years has revealed that several factors influence positively and negatively on medical education.
This cross-sectional study was conducted in the College of Medicine, University of Hayel from November 2020 till February 2021. Our study respondents were both male and female MBBS students who were attending online sessions since March 2020. A structured questionnaire was constructed consisting of both supportive and inhibitory factors that they faced during the COVID-19 pandemic. After getting ethical approval from the Institutional Review Board of the University of Hayel, this questionnaire was fed on Google. Pilot testing was done on 20 medical students in order to test its validity and accuracy. Our sample size was 255 students. Data was fed on SPSS statistical package for descriptive and inferential statistics. Names and identity of the respondents were kept confidential.
As you can appreciate over here, in the pie chart on the left side, that most of our respondents were male students. The graph on the right side, it shows the percentage of response from medical students of different years of graduation. Maximum response was from 4th year medical graduates.
This slide is showing the different advantages or the positive impact of online academic sessions during COVID-19 pandemic. As you can see over here, the students, they have answered that they learned digital technology very effectively. Online learning has increased their confidence and self-efficacy, and it has motivated 61% of the students. Online session has increased their awareness of mega-cognitive skills or learning. And they found the online webinars very useful because they got the recording of it. Flipped learning that was adopted during that period, and still we are practicing it, it helps them to become lifelong learners. And they were very happy because there was flexibility of location and time when they attended the online sessions. And it's very cost effective. Because the students, they were of the opinion that those students who could not attend the college on regular basis because of sickness or maternity leaves or due to any other cause, they didn't miss their classes. Different disadvantages which medical students have experienced while having online academic sessions during this pandemic era are mentioned or are shown over here. Distance learning depends on internet connectivity and availability. So there should be no disruption in connectivity, use of cellular data or Wi-Fi, as being rightly said by 95% of the students. Teachers' role as role model through online sessions is not possible, and it is being and they are justified because all the literature favors this point. 70% of the respondents revealed that online learning is not suitable to learn soft skills like community and patient care. Almost half of the students answered that they hesitate to ask questions in online sessions, and communication skills could not be developed effectively and efficiently. And the same proportion of the students replied that problem-based learning sessions were not delivered effectively as it was before, when it was taken by physical presence. Lastly, it is shown that 78% of the respondents answered that online learning needs strong self-motivation. In this table, you can see there's a cross-tabulation of the variables that have positive impact on the academic sessions with the students' motivation. Here you can see that the confidence and the self-efficacy has a significant association with the motivation of the medical students. The medical students' mega-cognitive skills were highly increased, and they found webinars very useful. Last but not the least, flipped learning was found very helpful, where the students, they work and research on the topic before online lecture, so it helps them in self-regulation and they develop motivation which activate higher order thinking process. In this table, you can see that those variables which the students have highlighted in the previous tables that have negative impact on their academic sessions, those were cross-tabulated with the motivational level of the medical students. Here, the communication skills and the patient care skills, they could not be learned by online sessions, and the students, they were being totally demotivated. PBL sessions could not be done effectively, and that is a source of demotivation for the medical students. And similarly, students-teacher interaction could not be done effectively and efficiently, so it also demotivates the medical students. Medical education is now towards a student-centered approach, integrating with competency-based education, self-directed learning, team-based approaches, and personalized learning. The need for social distancing has significantly reshaped and innovated medical curricula by implementing virtual learning platform. COVID-19 pandemic has triggered introduction and implementation of new methods of teaching and learning all over the world. Two new formats are introduced: asynchronous and synchronous formats. Asynchronous format include recorded videos, podcast, while synchronous live online education includes video conferences and virtual classrooms. One of the new models is flipped classroom, which is a blended type of learning models that has synchronous component as flexibility for medical students in terms of time, place, and cost, and it has a synchronous component that is the interaction between the medical students and faculty members. In recent years, this online learning method has been widely used for educational purposes. A meta-analysis shows that a higher overall satisfaction rate with p-value less than 0.001 for online teaching and learning sessions with traditional education, reflecting that online teaching and learning was quite acceptable by medical students. Online learning has several benefits, such as flexibility in time, location, and it's cost effective. In order to adopt this new change, it is recommended that there should be frequent reflections, feedback, and evaluations in order to ensure successful educational environment for medical students. One of the major challenge that medical educationists face during this pandemic era is to conduct a valid and transparent assessment or examination. In many countries, written and clinical exams have been cancelled or postponed or delayed or have been replaced by a new method of assessment. 4 colleges in UK adjusted OSCE by using simulated patients than real patients. There is a hot debate between open book examinations and closed book examinations as well. In Imperial College London, online
Control.
assessment
How much time
consists
remaining?
of an open book exam of 150 questions. However, they random the order of the questions in order to prevent cheating. Multiple studies done
Okay, I think
during
we
the
can
last
conclude.
2 years have shown
can
that
conclude,
open
yes?
book
We're exceeding, we are
assessment
behind the
has
schedule.
several benefits, such as, first of all, open book examination or assessment discourages.
Okay.
I think we can go back to Dr. Muhammad Khan for 2 minutes. He can present the aim and conclusion.
Can you run the pre-recorded video for Dr. Muhammad Khan? Please go to the end of the video, to the last 2 minutes of his video, please. Okay, control.
Okay, I think we will have 5 minutes.
Yes.
For questions and answers. I will give this microphone to the speakers here so that they can keep it there to answer the questions. Any question from the floor?
Any questions for the in-person speakers here? We have 5 in-person speakers.
Okay. So it seems that there is no question from here. Any questions online, Dr. Ayub? No. So no questions. Thank you very much. And I think we'll start the next session.
Thank you.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. It is my great pleasure to share this session with my colleague Professor Ahmed Al-Rumayyan, and without wasting time we'll start with the first speaker, Dr. Muna Al-Sheikh. Dr. Muna Al-Sheikh is an associate professor of Neurophysiology, Imam Abdul Rahman bin Faisal University, and presently holds the position of Vice President of Saudi Society of Medical Education. She is an academic quality consultant in Prince Noura University. Dr. Muna is a medical doctor with PhD in physiology and master degree in health profession. Dr. Muna has published and over 100 articles in recognized journals and conferences. So the floor is for you, Dr. Muna.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Bismillah. My title today is about the wicked role of the medical education department. Being involved in medical education since the year 2000, I was involved with a team in establishing a PBL program for medicine in the Imam Abdul Rahman bin Faisal University, and I studied my master's in health profession education. I was an active member in the medical education unit in 2005, and I chaired the medical education department for 8 years. So now I can look back at this stage of my life and I can give you some points and tips from my experience. We listened this morning to a very nice talk about the journey of medical education in the kingdom. And I think I want to give some credit to our college. Our medical school was established in 1975. We had the first OSPI in 1980, and the first publication after Harden. The authors of that publication was a leader in education, Dr. Basil Al-Sheikh, in collaboration with Prof. Usha Nair, and we are not related, by the way. And we established a PBL curriculum, homemade, with we created the cases, we created the assessment, in the year 2000, which was a success story. The graduates of that program are now leaders in the school. So back to our topic, the wicked role of medical education department. Now I borrowed this design from the famous Broadway musical just to give an impact. But unfortunately in the social media, the reaction was, why are you talking negatively about medical education? I said, it's not negative at all. The purpose, and I hope by the end of this talk, you will realize that what we are trying to do is to allow the medical education role to be smooth and detangle it from all the intricacies around it. Right. So the first slide says, wicked does not mean evil. And if you, I'm sure you are aware of the literature. There's a lot of literature about wicked issues. And what we mean by that is issues that are complex. I'll come to that. So the objectives of this talk, we will talk about the criteria. You can't see the lower part. The criteria of a wicked issue. What makes an issue wicked? And then a roadmap to tame a wicked issue, whether it's in education or otherwise. And then we will talk about the role of medical education departments. Do we all agree about the role, or are there differences? And I will talk about challenges from my experience and from the literature. And then you will listen or you will watch a short video about global wicked issues. So wickedness is not only in medical education, it's also a global issue. So a wicked issue, if you see, these are the characteristics of a simple issue. And a wicked issue, in contrast to that, is dynamic, changing all the time. The demarcations or the borders of that wicked issue is fuzzy, is not clear. It involves many levels and many sectors. There are So the boundaries are shifting, they are ambiguous, there are changing rules and standards, there are conflicts among the rules, and this you will see very clearly in the coming presentation. And always there's a lot of unpredictability, and most of the time it's very resistance to solve. So you can see that these issues apply to many of the things that we face when we are talking about the role of medical education. And as you know, medical education department is not a luxury or an option, it's a must for medical schools. And nowadays we have, as we have listened to the journey of medical education in the kingdom, we have a lot of medical education departments. Actually, every medical school has either a medical education unit or a department. So what does the literature say about taming a wicked issue? What is the advice that we can do? The first step is inquiry. And what we mean by that is that you have to stop judging and replace that by curiosity. We want to find out. We don't want to give judgments, because judgments has put us back for so many years. We need to replace disagreement with shared exploration. So if I am chairing the medical education department and I have a conflict with the vice dean of academic, we can come together and do a shared decision about what is the best way to fulfill or to fulfill our roles. The third way is by stopping defensiveness. It's not about defending myself or defending my college. It's about self-reflection. So let's do a shared self-reflection. We all share the sincerity and we want to benefit the school. We want to have the best outcomes in the kingdom and internationally. So this shared goal we should have a shared self-reflection to reach that goal. And most importantly, we have to stop assumptions. Unfortunately, in many situations, assumptions have destroyed a lot of our efforts, and replace that with questions. When I was doing my master's in health profession education, my instructor selected a paper of 2 parts called Questioning the Underlying Assumptions. And it was such a long paper, and I was so furious because we used to present those as a journal club, and there was a big competition between me and the other candidates. But now I'm so thankful, because that paper changed my life. Now I know how to employ psychology into solving many of the issues that faced my life. So questioning the underlying assumptions is a big issue. So what we need, the second part of taming a wicked issue, is observe for patterns. Look for thoughts, feelings. Look at the behavior and what is the thoughts and feelings behind it. Why these people and these entities are acting in this way. And if you are good enough, you can even look at the core beliefs or the underlying assumptions that led to that behavior. And if you want that behavior to stop or to change, you need actually to deal with the underlying assumptions. The third policy or strategy by which we can tame a wicked issue is called adaptive inquiry. And there are 3 parts. And I'm sure you're all familiar with this because it's used for so many. The what, so what, now what. So in the what we are doing is looking for data. What is known? Okay, so we're just collecting data. It's like a SWOT analysis, situational analysis. But the biggest part is the so what. Okay, how does this data or this present situation influence me or the stakeholders or the quality of education in my school? And that's probably the most difficult part, because I have to really look into impact of the situation and the issues that we mentioned on the environment. The last stage is now what? Now what do you want to do? You've known what is going on. You know how it's impacting your education. Now what do you want to do? So what are we going to measure in addition to what we have? What are we going to do? And this is the last part in order to solve a wicked issue. So tips in the literature about taming a wicked issue include networking. So you need to network within your college. network at the national level, international level. We don't want to reinvent the wheel. Look at what people have done in the past to tame these wicked issues and try to use them. Observe for patterns, and I cannot stress this even more. If you hold a high position and you are sitting in your office and you don't know what's going on between the stakeholders, you need to observe for patterns, or you can employ people who can do part of that. So you need to be agile. Think outside the box, and you will see in the video how that was done by a simple little fish. So we need transparency. We're not here to expose people. We are here to find solution for the better of everybody, for the smooth operation of everybody. So we need to do dynamic co-creation with solutions. And if I remember from the criteria of a wicked issue, that it has its resistance to solve. It is unpredictable. And this is what we are trying to do. This is why you need to have all the efforts collaborating together in order to reach a solution. And you need smart and wise ideas. Use the talent of young people and use the talent of students. Empower students. Sometimes they give you the best solutions. So let's talk about the role of medical education department. What is the breadth and what is the depth? And this we have got by reviewing the literature from 7 World Health Organization region and by consulting experts. So we came up with 10 major categories under which the medical education department role falls. So the first one is faculty development. Is there a medical education department that does not do faculty development? No. And this includes, so let's take one by one. The first one includes all those continuous professional development workshops, the activities, and even sometimes peer evaluation processes, faculty orientation, orienting them to the instructional strategy, to the assessment strategy, and so on. The second role is the curriculum development. Are the medical education department involved in curriculum development? Yes, most of the time they are involved with aligning the curriculum with the strategy of the college and the university, observing how the curriculum is being implemented, and the curriculum on paper and curriculum in action should be the same. I say this is similar to the cerebellum, which always look at the plan of a motor activity and the actual and makes corrective actions. And periodic review of the curriculum, design new programs, if there is a new program to be done, with a different strategy, and sometimes even ensuring educational alignment. Are the learning outcomes being taught and assessed in a proper way? Teaching and learning, the medical education department can design and even supervise implementation of the teaching and learning strategies. They can develop, so they are instructional designers. Because your medical education department includes that nidus of the experts in education in your school, they are always given the tasks, or they can have the initiative of designing courses, instructional material that can be additive to an existing course or a blended type of course, and orienting the students. Orientation of the students is very important. We can teach students how to take notes in a lecture, how to adopt the best learning styles, how best to take an exam, like the licensure exam, for example. The fourth one is assessment, and I tell you, assessment was probably the reason why many medical education departments were established. And by this, we mean publishing strategies and policies for assessment. It's the quality assurance of exam, whether it's written exams or practical exams. So they are in charge of the quality metrics, qualitative, quantitative, giving feedback, archives of exam items and OMRs, membership to national item banks and international item banks, and supplying those item banks with proper items that have been item analyzed. And also establishing the item bank of the college. So it's the center where all the items are being banked. And sometimes even score adjustment, because they follow evidence. The evaluation includes internal, external consultation, curriculum mapping, You'll see that curriculum planning is occurring twice under curriculum and here. Achievement of program learning outcomes. Now, is this important? Yes. No medical school will be accredited without this practice. And benchmarking the program with itself, with national curricula, and with international curricula. So all of these roles, the medical education department is involved in. The medical education department can launch or design certificate courses, diploma, master degrees. And you have heard this morning how many master degrees we have in the kingdom at the present. And train the trainer courses. Of course, the first 3 are usually for faculty. The train the trainer courses is for trainees or residents. So all of these, it's like the educational hub. All the journal clubs, brown bag meetings, all of these kinds of education activities. How about research, educational research? There is a lot of paucity of educational research in the medical schools. And I tell you, since the establishment of our educational unit in 2005, the research, educational research publication has surged because they either involve you or they come and take your advice about the design of the data analysis and how they publish their papers. So there was a marked increase in education, which is a very nice KPI that lead you to tell you how effective the medical education department is. So the members of the medical education department can participate in conferences, they can lead and support the research in the area, and they can, if, like we have seen yesterday, the launch of the medical education journal, they can be involved in publishing their own journal or even just a newsletter. Oh, did I go back? Sorry. Right, information technology. Is that an important role? Yes, and we've seen this during the pandemic. Medical education department were in charge of selecting the online platform for learning and for assessment, in selecting the learning management system that's most appropriate for the curriculum, virtual reality, and artificial intelligence. This is coming. These are futuristic kinds of roles. Clinical simulation, the role of medical education in clinical simulation is variable. Some of the departments are totally in charge of the clinical simulation. Then the beauty of this is that the educationists are the best to design the space or the premises of the clinical simulation. So if they are involved earlier, the better. And they can design the briefing, debriefing, so the instructional design of the clinical simulation material and quality assurance or accreditation. Whenever there's an accreditation, medical education departments write the self-study report, or at least the standard about learning and teaching, because they are the ones who have all the evidence related to that standard. They can also establish an internal quality system. They can develop the faculty, how to write a proper learning outcome, how to write a course specification, course report, program specification, or program report. All of these are possible functions or medical education departments. Why am I looking into all of these? Just to tell you how complex the function or the role of medical education department can be. Because these roles, they intersect and they conflict with many entities and parties in the medical school, like the Vice Dean of Academic, the Vice Dean of Quality, the Deanship of Academic Development, Deanship of E-Learning, Deanship of IT, Deanship of Library, Deanship of Research. All of these, they have intersection with the role that the medical education department is doing. So you can see most of the criteria for a wicked issue actually applies to the role in medical education, of medical education department. With a quick qualitative review or study in the East Mediterranean region of about 30 medical education departments, the roles were as follows. So the biggest role was B, which is academic or faculty development program, followed by E, which was quality and accreditation, followed by A, which is assessment, followed by D, curriculum development, and followed by C, which is research. Now, assessment used to be totally under medical education departments, but I see there is a trend now of shifting that towards academic affairs. So there is a change. That's why it's not full as the faculty development. So this is just a qualitative, quick look about the roles and what the priorities of actions of these medical. And we noticed one thing else. We noticed that the medical education departments or units, they follow the 80-20 rule. So they fulfill 80% of the institutional logic for that department by 80% of their capacity, while all the rest of the functions are only given 20% of their capacity. And what are these institutional logics? They can be, so we have seen departments who are fully just doing faculty development, departments who are mainly doing accreditation, and departments who are mainly doing assessment. So these are the three institutional logics for establishing a medical education department. And this is the paper. I just want to share with you the qualitative input of some leaders of medical education departments. In Canada, for example, he says, our unit is primarily a service unit. In other words, they just do what they are requested. So people consult them, request them to do things, and this is how they go. In USA, we are a quality improvement shop. Okay. The third comment was that we are largely responsible for the operational delivery of the program. So it depends, the shift in emphasis of the role of medical education department depends on the institutional logic, why they established that department. Now, in Imam Abdurrahman bin Faisal University, medical education department is 100% involved in assessment, 100% involved in faculty development, partially involved, there's a big role in research and development. 70% involved in education. We have established a course called Essential Skills in Health Profession Education, which is accredited by the Saudi Commission of Health Specialty. It's a 9-day course with 3 modules on teaching and learning, assessment, and curriculum design. And we also designed a master's program, which was given a very high rating by the international evaluation, but it's not yet in action. Clinical simulation, we used to be in charge of the Clinical Simulating Center, but this has changed lately because the head of the Clinical Simulation Center is a separate entity that is not under medical education anymore. So this is the present situation in my school, in my college. Now, challenges that face medical education department from my point of view. And now, the reason I'm talking about this now is that I'm not directly involved with them. So I'm talking from a distance. I'm not in the battle, if you like. And before I go into that, I will talk to you about wicked issues or challenges of medical education in general. This is a paper by Stuart Minnan in 2020, in which he lists 10 wicked issues in medical education. And you can see clearly, number 5, oh, it's 4. Why did it shift? No, I wanted number 5, actually. So it's shifted by 1. So it's number 5, 7, and 9. They actually apply to the medical education role very well, and I'll show you how. So from my experience, challenges to the medical education department role lies first in the structure. Where should you put in the organogram of the school the medical education department? Should it be in the preclinical? And many schools, they do that. Oh, you can't see it, it's here, down. Can I take this chair away? Or you can find it in the clinical. And I find this ridiculous because now we have integrated programs. So we have block systems. There is nothing like pure preclinical and clinical. And medical education involves the whole program. It involves the whole curriculum. It cannot be segregated into preclinical or clinical. I have seen it also in the organogram at the level of the vice dean, reporting to the dean directly. And I think this is a better kind of representation because they have to be empowered. They have to be able to send memoranda to all the departments. And they need some higher governance. Okay, so the first challenge is structure. Second challenge is resources. Do medical education department need resources? Of course. For what? For scanners, for OMRs, for softwares, for inviting speakers, for subscription to item banks. Think of it, for renting venues for their courses, for catering, for incentivizing the Best Teacher Award. So many things. And the issue is, if the department tries to get its own revenues from its activities, this is also very complex. I've tried to do that through the examination center. We were doing, examination item analysis for colleges that are not within the health profession. And we got money for that through the finance. And it was a big problem. There are a lot of restrictions on those revenues, even if you use them just for the purpose of, for accrediting the course from the Saudi Commission. They take 200 for each credit hour. And every time you repeat the course, you have to give the same amount. It's too much. And most of the time, the chair of the department finds himself, he's paying from his own pocket. Even the softwares, you want to update the softwares. You need to give personalized feedback to your students automatically. So in order to keep up with what's going on in the international world in education, you need money. The richer, the more powerful. Third challenge, manpower. It's very hard to find appropriate members of the medical education department. Why? Because from my experience, there are people who have qualifications, they have master's and PhD degrees, and there are faculty who have, or members who have experience. And sometimes it's not the same. Sometimes you find that people who don't have qualifications, they might help you more with blueprinting, they have experience with curriculum mapping, they have psychometrics, and they can help you with the quality metrics of the assessment, while those with degrees might not have that much of experience. So selection of the faculty is very critical. And once you find that faculty, and you are patient developing that faculty in a particular role, what happens is that you are faced with the problem of part-timer versus full-timer. So if you employ or recruit a surgeon, do you think he's going to sit in the medical education department and leave his operations and patients? No, he will be shared with the surgical or surgery department. So he'll be doing surgeries, he'll be seeing patients, and I have seen medical education departments made of part-timers. I think 30% of full-timers is a good balance to, fulfill all these functions. So we need to look for full-timers, people who have no other reporting. They just report to the medical education chair. So most of the time you find your members are juggling so many roles. They are teaching, they are writing exams, they are supervising master's and PhD theses for other specialties. They are doing operations, seeing the clinic, and even sometimes they are requested by a dean of some college to evaluate a program or design some instructional design. So they are like the consultants of the whole university. And this puts a lot of pressure on you as a leader on medical education department or on the department as a whole. Sometimes you have a low faculty retention, and it's really hard. You find those experts and you develop them, and they develop experience, so they become a rare commodity. You don't want them to go anywhere. You want them to last for long. And sometimes you are patient enough to let them go and do their PhDs while they are on the job. So what happens? These rare commodities, they have a lot of competition. There is a lot of attraction somewhere else. And we don't blame them if they go to another place which gives them better challenge, better pay, or more ability to develop themselves. So this happens. So the turnover, the high turnover of the faculty members in the medical education department is another challenge. And And sometimes you are in this situation. You're holding to your faculty member, which you have played very hard to get and develop and get him qualified. And there is another entity or sector in the university or college that is pulling him to make use of his expertise. So the member is under tension, and this might lead them to leave or resign. And sometimes a powerful person in higher administration comes and takes one of your faculty members. It can happen. Premises. What space do you have for the medical education department? We need a big space because you need space for the examination center. Under digital lock, you need lockers to keep those question papers and OMR sheets. You need a confidential area for discussing and quality assurance of items. You need a conference room to present journal club and keep your faculty members aware or updated as far as medical education. So you need to have enough space. If you are given a small space, you will be struggling, in fulfilling all these roles. So global wicked issues. So wicked issues is not just a term that applies to medical education. It is not just a term that applies to the role of medical education department, but rather it applies to many global issues. And please remember, wicked does not mean evil. We are talking about complex issues that we have to collaborate together to find solutions, to tame them, and make the role of medical education department more effective, more smooth, less of a burden on all faculty. And by the way, members of the medical education department, they don't get an extra pay. They don't get supported when they apply for promotion. So all this extra work which they are doing just because of their passion towards education. So the take-home message. We need first to define the medical education role. And by that we mean we need a consensus on what is the depth and what is the breadth and depth of the role of medical education department. And we need to do this at national and international. Secondly, we need to observe for wicked issue patterns. So preferably this will be a mixed method kind of thing, surveys with qualitative input. You see the qualitative input in the paper I show you. It gives us a lot of insight. Thirdly, and this is most important, we need to tame those wicked issues together. Collaborate. I cannot stress collaborate, collaborate, collaborate. Communicate with educators locally, internationally, and communicate with different sectors in your university or college, because this operation in silos makes the wicked issues even worse. Lastly, we need probably to design a tool to evaluate the effectiveness of medical education departments. And probably this will evaluate the scope, the depth, and the quality. Now these are my contacts, and I hope that you will watch a short video about global issues, wicked issues. Thank you for listening. Thank you. I think the organizers want to take the question.
Thank you very much, Dr. Muna, for this excellent presentation. And we know you are going to the airport soon, so we will open the floor for any questions to Dr. Muna before she leaves. تفضل ابني.
السلام عليكم. جميلة فارسي من جامعة الملك عبد العزيز من كلية طب الأسنان. Thank you very much, Dr. Muna. That was a beautiful presentation. Now, the medical school is the mother of all the health science other schools. And whatever task the medical educational department is taking in the medical school, the same should be applying to dentistry, pharmacy, allied health sciences.
Sure.
But why is, how can we get the best utilization of any medical education department from the medical school so that it covered all other health sciences? It's the same job, not much of a change. But I still see we are sitting there in a bit of a shy chairs, the other school. I don't think duplicating that in other school is a benefit to anybody. So how can we do that coverage or shift or whatever?
Yes. Thank you for asking this question, Prof. Jamila. Actually, in our university, our medical education department was covering all the 6 health profession colleges with exam, with the faculty development, with education, with all of these roles. So we were not separating the medical school, but now they started to have satellite medical education units, and some of them have taken over their exams, part of their faculty development. So as you said, medical school is the mother, and we nurture them till they grow enough to be on their own. But as you said, I think there are advantages for having a centralized medical education department, and there are disadvantages because it really overburdens the system, especially if you don't have too many staff. But I think that's a very good point. We can think about why not have one centralized medical education department to serve each sector, like health profession, science colleges, engineering colleges, and so on. Each sector will have one education department.
Yes, Dr.
Dr. Ali Al-Ghamdi, جامعة الباحة. Thank you, Dr. Muna, for the excellent presentation. I think the role of medical education department is very clearly important for any leader in the academic field. The problem which we really facing that most of the university, they just like to make it as a unit or you know, because we know the importance of being a department. Yeah. If you want to assign a newcomer to the department, to promote them, to graduate them, it has to be an academic department. Sure. And maybe with the help of our Saudi Committee for Medical Education, a good recommendation from them that would reach to a higher authority that this is a very important department which should be really established in any medical college. Yeah. Whatever this department will take care of other medical science colleges or help them, or at least being established, because we know if we are a surgeon and part-time in the medical education, your interest sometimes will fade away at certain point and you will not continue unless you have a real department and people who are, devoted 100% to this department, assigned from the administrator, and grow up to professor in this department. This really will nourish the medical education and promote, the colleges to a high standard level. Yeah. And thank you again for the
Totally
nice
agree,
presentation.
Dr. Ali. But the labeling of a department gives more power and more, scope to the role, like, initiating courses, giving degrees and certificates. But the label does not mean much. The issue is how much role do they do? How much they are involved in actual quality of education and teaching and learning, educational environment, measurement, assessment. So that's what really matters. But I think it's in the hand of the schools to change the units into departments. It does not really require any, because now most of the schools have a medical education department. They started as a unit and now they are a department. Yes,
Any
please.
other question? I think Dr. Umar, yes, please. خلاص? I think it should be the last question, Dr. Umar, and try to make it short because of...
No, I have no problem. I just don't, I'm sure you're waiting for the presentation by Prof. Muhammad al-Shihri.
Okay, thank you very much for this very important presentation. My question is about the role of program evaluation as a role for a medical education department rather than a quality assurance department. And the relation between the medical education department and the quality assurance department. Thank you.
Is there anything as a quality assurance department? I know there's a vice dean of quality, you mean? Vice dean of quality, right?
There's a quality assurance office, which is headed by the
Which
dean
is
of quality.
The deanship of quality.
Yeah.
That's why we are saying it's wicked, because there are no clear demarcation. Partly it's done by the quality deanship, part is done by the vice dean of quality, and part is done by the medical education department. But if you ask me, the ones who really have the expertise and knowledge are the members of the medical education department. Because they have the solid knowledge, the science and art of doing it. Quality might be, so they have to work hand in hand. This is why I said there should be shared reflection, shared decision, shared exploration to find the best way that can serve your school in the best way.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Saleh عنده سؤال إذا أمكن. Can you give the microphone to Dr. Saleh, please? And we'll come back to it. Here. لا قدام.
أسعد الله مساءكم جميعا. صالح الربيش كلية طب جامعة القصيم. My question to you, Dr. Amuna, now, as you know, and I'm sure my colleagues in the government universities, now there is restructuring for the colleges and departments. And I saw the medical education departments as achievements now. But now with كفاءة الإنفاق, they're trying to close this department. I think my colleagues here...
Anybody close the medical education department here?
No, there is a proposal for that, Doctora, because there is كفاءة الإنفاق and restructuring in the universities by merging some colleges and some departments. And then I think our rules now to raise what you said, Doctora, to those people, as we said, الإنسان عدو ما يجهل. فلما يكون صاحب القرار لا يعرف ما هو الميديكال education وما هو دور الميديكال education, of course they will try to close it or make it as a unit or something like that. I think الحفاظ على المكتسبات, as Prof. Khalid said this morning, it's very important.
Thank you for this great comment. And as you said, some people think it's a luxury, but it's not a luxury anymore, and not an option even. It's a mandatory part. And actually, even the NCAA, when they come and accredit the school, if they don't have a medical education department, I think this will be a negative finding. Thank you, Dr. Saleh.
أعتقد الوقت دكتور. شكرا جزيلا دكتور منى. جزاك
Thank
الله
you
خير.
all. I really enjoyed this discussion. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Prof. Ahmed, to introduce the second speaker, please.
Assalamu alaikum. Just a minimal corrections, Professor Liman. I'm not a professor, and yet, although I'm applying for professorship, فهي ممكن تكون يعني إن شاء الله فال طيب إن شاء الله. And it's my honor actually and privilege to present the next speaker, who's Professor Muhammad Yahya Shehri, who's a professor of surgery and the president of the Northern Border University in Saudi Arabia. He graduated with MBBS from King Abdulaziz University in Jeddah. I'm not going to say, maybe it was 3 decades ago, and did his residency in Ottawa, Canada, and had the Royal College of Surgeons of Canada fellowships. Over the past 3 decades, he has contributed a lot to the medical educations at various levels. As a teacher, actually, he is an excellent teacher, and he has received a lot of awards as a distinguished teacher, as well as a dean of College of Medicine and vice rector of graduate studies and research. He's been written numbers of books and book chapters, as well as different shades of his expertise. He has published more than 50 papers. One of his famous, actually, book is in leadership and medical educations. We all actually has benefited from. He's a pioneer in the field of medical educations, and having led a team really behind founding the Saudi Society for medical educations. And Prof. Muhammad will go to talk about leaderships, actually medical educations, and I would say health profession educations in general, as maybe Prof. Mano has alluded to, Prof. Muhammad.
شكرا. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله حمدا كثيرا طيبا، والصلاة والسلام على نبي الهدى قائد لواء المعرفة معلم الناس الخير. الحقيقة أولا في البداية ودي أتقدم بالشكر الجزيل للدكتور أحمد حقيقة والدكتور سليمان على الكلمات الطيبة والكلمات الجميلة تعبر عن طيبهم أكثر من كثير من الواقع. والحقيقة أتقدم بوافر الشكر لسعادة الدكتور عبد العزيز العمري وسعادة الدكتورة منى على متابعتهم وعلى إعطائي هذه الفرصة وتشريفي حقيقة لأن أكون أمام هذا الجمع المبارك لنقاش بعض الجوانب التي تتعلق بموضوع المحاضرة اليوم. أنا الحقيقة طبعا شاكر لوجودكم في الوقت المتأخر بعد الظهيرة، والحقيقة أحاول أن أعمل مثل الطيار اللي لما يكون الطيارة شوية تأخرت يحاول أن تبيك اب سبيد على أساس أنه يحاول يعوض بعض النقص ونعطي فرص أيضا للزملاء اللاحقين. أنا أيضا أستغل الفرصة أن الدكتور بدر الغامدي يبدو ما هو موجود، فلعلي أستمر في الحديث باللغة العربية، ولكن أيضا البرزنتيشن حقيقة الموجودة is written in a way that our colleagues who probably doesn't speak the language can go through the presentation, and all the information I am saying is practically there, but I'm discussing issues with our colleagues who really I'm happy to see the people who lead medical education in Saudi Arabia are around, and I hope that some of these points that is mentioned will translate into something in our real life. عندما نتحدث عن الأكاديميك ليدرشيب بالميديكال كوليجز، أنا أتحدث اليوم من جوانب محددة. الأولى القيادة هي القيادة، وإن كنا نركز حقيقة على القيادة الأكاديمية، لكن هناك كثير من التقاطع مع القيادة بشكل مجمل في داخل الجانب الأكاديمي وخارجها. وعندما نتحدث أيضا عن عمداء الطب أو القيادة الأكاديمية في كلية الطب، الحقيقة هذا ينطبق عن الكليات الصحية بشكل عام، ونحن نتحدث عن القيادة بمختلف مستوياتها، سواء رئاسة الأقسام أو وكالات الكليات أو العماد أو حتى القيادة الأكاديمية العليا في الجامعة. وسنركز في الحديث اليوم عن الحقيقة ما يتعلق بتطوير هيئة التدريس أو بتطوير القيادات. ماذا نعمل لتطوير القيادات الأكاديمية؟ أولا أنا أرحب بكم حقيقة من جامعة الحدود الشمالية، والجامعة التي أتيت منها أنا، ويسعدني أن بعض زملائي وزميلاتي يشاركون اليوم اللقاء. وهذه جامعتنا حقيقة في منطقة الحدود الشمالية، ومنطقة الحدود الشمالية التي لا يعرفها ربما بعض الزملاء، ونتمنى هذه دعوة مفتوحة للزملاء ليزورونا ونتشرف بهم. لكن كما ترون باللون الأخضر، يبدو أنه ما في بوينتر هنا، ولكن كما ترون منطقة الحدود الشمالية هي منطقة تقصى في أقصى شمال المملكة، معظم حدود العراق وجزء من حدود الأردن. الجامعة موجودة في مدينة عرعر، مدينة جميلة تستحق زيارتكم، ولدينا فرعين حقيقة رئيسية، أحدهما في رفحة والآخر في طريف. هذه هي منطقة الحدود الشمالية. المواضيع التي سنتحدث عنها اليوم هي 3 مواضيع. الأولى أهمية القيادة الأكاديمية، والجانب الثاني هي الاحتياجات التدريبية، وهذا هو الجانب الرئيسي اللي أحببت نقاشا مع الزملاء في هذا اليوم الطيب. والجانب الآخر هو بعض الطرق التي ممكن أن نطبقها لتطوير القيادات الأكاديمية في المملكة. عندما نتحدث عن أهمية القيادة الأكاديمية، نعم، القيادة الأكاديمية والقيادة بشكل عام مهمة جدا، ولا بد من أن نأخذ في الاعتبار أهمية مثل هذا الجوانب. والحقيقة من الصعب جدا على أي مؤسسة أن تتخطى في إنجازها قدرة قيادتها. أنا أعتقد أن هذا شيء بديهي. إذا أردت أن تحدد المجال اللي يمكن أن تنطلق به المؤسسة، فقس قدرة قيادتها. وعندما أتكلم عن القيادة لا أتكلم عن رجل واحد أو امرأة واحدة تقود المؤسسة، ولكني أتحدث عن الفريق القيادي بشكل عام. ولهذا فإن أي قدرة لنا لتطوير الجانب القيادي سيصب في تطوير مؤسساتنا وكلياتنا وجامعاتنا، وهذه نقطة حقيقة تستحق أن نتأمل فيها ونفكر. ولدينا بعض إشكالات لابد أن نتعامل معها. من ضمن هذه الإشكالات أن السوق الأكاديمي لدينا مغلق، وهذه حقيقة جانب يجب أن نجد لها حل. بمعنى أن عضو هيئة التدريس في جامعة الحدود الشمالية يتعين فيها ويبتعث فيها ويعود فيها ويترقى فيها ويصير فقط عمله في جامعة الحدود الشمالية، وهذا حقيقة انغلاق لفرص ثمينة. يجب أن نفتح السوق بحيث أنه الانتقال من كلية إلى كلية ومن جامعة إلى جامعة يسير. هذا الذي يحصل في العالم المتقدم. ولهذا التنافس على المواقع القيادية في كل مكان هي للأجدر وللأفضل وللأقدر وللأنسب للموضوع القيادي. وأتمنى أن تكون هذه من الأمور التي تحصل في مستقبل الأيام، أن منصب رئيس قسم الجراحة في جامعة الملك عبد العزيز مفتوح لكل مؤهل على مستوى الوطن. هنا نستطيع أن يكون هناك تنافس وفقا للظروف والإمكانات وللحوافز، وهذا هو الذي سيرفع لا شك المستويات المختلفة للعملية الأكاديمية. ولكن نعود لموضوع اليوم. يعني الحقيقة أن أي تساهل في إعداد القيادات في الكليات والجامعات هو تساهل وهدر لأي أمل في الارتقاء بالمستوى والكفاءة لمؤسسات التعليم العالي. وأنا الحقيقة ما زلت على قناعة بهذا الرأي، بأننا يجب أن نستثمر فعلا في موضوع القيادات، وأن نبذل الجهد في التركيز عليها، وبالذات في هذا الانطلاق الكبير في الكم في موضوع الجامعات والكليات بأصنافها وأشكالها. لا شك أنه تأثير القيادة على فرصة التطوير والابتكار مهم جدا. وأنا ودي فقط أذكر لكم حقيقة ورشة عمل يعني حضرناها مع أحد الخبراء العالميين في موضوع القيادة بشكل عام، وسئل سؤال جميل. سألها أحد الموجودين: هل يمكن للقائد المبدع أن يوجد إبداع وابتكار وتطوير بحثي مؤثر؟ قال لا يستطيع القائد أن يعمل هذا، لكن القائد يستطيع أن يمكن ويحفز المبدعين والمبتكرين والباحثين لكي يوجدوا الإبداع والتطوير والابتكار. لكن الذي يستطيع أن يعمله القائد بوحده ما يحتاج مساعدة، هو إذا كان غير كفء أو غير قادر سيخنق الابتكار والإبداع والتطوير. ولهذا حقيقة دور القيادة مهم جدا، وإلا فسنجد أننا في بعض مؤسساتنا سنجد بعض الإشكالات التي تحصل لأن القيادة ربما لا تتفق مع احتياجات المرحلة. أذكر بعض أمثلة بسيطة عن أهمية حقيقة القيادة وإدراكها حقيقة لدورها، وسأخذ مثالين، مثال بمدير جامعة ومثال بعميد كلية. أحد مدراء الجامعة حقيقة كان يعمل في جامعة من الجامعات الحقيقة المتقدمة، وحصل على تدريب وتطوير متميز جدا في جامعات من الصف الأول. هذا الرجل ذهب إلى جامعة وكان طبعا تركيزه بشكل أساسي على موضوع البحث العلمي، فانطلق بهذه الجامعة الطرفية الموجودة في أحد الأماكن بعيد عن المناطق الرئيسية في المملكة، والمشن أو الرؤية وواجبها هو التعليم بشكل عام. انطلق بها في بناء المراكز البحثية للعلوم الأساسية، انطلق بها على استقطاب القدرات البحثية المتطورة ومساعدي الباحثين. كان هذا كله تطوير أو وضع إمكانات الجامعة كلها في هذا الجانب كان على حساب الهدف الأساسي من إنشاء الجامعة في تلك المنطقة، وهو تطوير العملية التعليمية. طبعا لا يوجد جامعة يعني حقيقة بدون بحث علمي، هذا من المسلمات، لكن الفرق بين أن يكون جامعة تركيزها على البحث الأساسي البيزك ريسيرش، وبين جامعة يكون هدفها البحث العلمي من ضمن الأسباب الأخرى. كانت النتيجة أنه كان هناك إهمال كبير في موضوع التعليم والتعلم وكل ما يتعلق به، وكان التركيز على بحث أساسي لا يوجد أصلا كفاءات تستطيع أن تقوم به، ولا يوجد هيئة تدريس موجهة لمثل هذا. فكانت الحقيقة صعوبات جمة نتيجة عدم إدراك القائد ربما لمسؤوليته. مثال آخر حقيقة أضربه بعميد كلية الطب. هذا العميد متخرج من أحد جامعات الصف الأول في الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية من أفضل 100 جامعة، وأتى حقيقة وهو متعود على طبعا التخصصات الدقيقة والتخصص في التخصص، ثم أتى إلى أحد الكليات التي أيضا في المناطق الطرفية، وبدأ يركز على التخصصات الدقيقة في الابتعاث، يعين المعيدين في تخصصات دقيقة ويرسلهم إلى جامعات للابتعاث، ويكون الهدف أن يأتي المبتعثين بتخصصات دقيقة مختلفة. طبعا عاد هؤلاء إلى هذه الكلية وجدوا أنه لا توجد الإمكانات وليست المستشفيات مجهزة لمثل هذه الأعمال، وأن الحاجة هي للتخصصات العامة. هنا الحقيقة كانت مشكلة. انقسم هؤلاء إلى قسمين، قسم اضطر أن يترك المنطقة ويذهب إلى مكان آخر، والنصف الآخر بقي محبط يعاني، أحس بأنه ضيع جزء كبير من حياته في شيء بعيد عن احتياجات هذه الكلية. ولهذا فمن المهم جدا أن نعتبر أن القيادة ركن أساس في توجهات المستقبلية والتطوير الوطني. الآن نأتي إلى نقطة مهمة، وهي ربما الزبدة الموضوع اليوم. عندما نتحدث عن القيادة الأكاديمية، وربما الزملاء تحدثوا عن بعض الأفكار المتعلقة بالدورات والكورسات والماجستير وغيرها، أنا أعتقد أنه لابد أنه إحنا نتحدد ما هي الاحتياجات التدريبية. الحقيقة مرينا بعمل بسيط تشرفت أن أكون جزء منه، طبعا عندما كنت مع زملائي في جامعة الملك سعود في كلية الطب، وأمناها في وجود تحت رعاية زميلي وأخي سعادة الأستاذ الدكتور خالد فودة عميد الكلية. عملنا حقيقة استفتاء وجه لما هي الاحتياجات التدريبية لمن يريد أن يكون قائد أكاديمي. أرسل هذا الاستفتاء لجميع عمداء الكليات الصحية ووكلائهم ورؤساء الأقسام ومجموعة من أعضاء هيئة التدريس، والحقيقة تجمع لنا قائمة أود أن أشارككم فيها اليوم. ما هي الجوانب التي يحسن بنا أن نضعها في الاحتياجات التدريبية في إعداد القادة للمستقبل؟ طبعا أول جانب هو موضوع strategic thinking، التفكير الاستراتيجي، واسمحوا لي أن أقول أن هذا من أهم الجوانب التي يجب أن نفكر فيها. القيادة دائما يجب أن تكون قبل الإدارة. الذي ينطلق للإدارة قبل أن يستوفي النظرة حقة 40,000 قدم هذه سينطلق أحيانا في الاتجاه الخاطئ، سيفقد البوصلة. ولهذا التفكير الاستراتيجي مهم جدا، وهذا لابد من أن نعد القائد كيف يفكر استراتيجي. وكلما ارتفع مستوى القيادة كلما كان ينبغي أن يرتفع الاهتمام بالجوانب الاستراتيجية أكثر والبعد عن الجوانب التنفيذية. ولهذا هذا أحد الجوانب التي لابد من أن تكون في المنهج الذي نعده لقادة المستقبل. الجانب الآخر اللي أراه حقيقة، وأنا ألتقي بكثير من الزملاء الذين يفكرون في يعني بعض العمل في القيادي الأكاديمي، والحقيقة أعتقد أنه من المهم أن يكون لدينا طريقة لنعرف من هو المناسب أن يشغل وظيفة أكاديمية. الإنسان يسأل نفسه: هل أنا مناسب أن أكون رئيس قسم أو عميد كلية أو مدير جامعة؟ هذه كلها حقيقة أنا أعتقد أنه لابد من أن نعرف ونعين الزملاء ليتلمسوا طريقهم في هذا الجانب. وبنفس القدر هل هناك أشياء يمكن أو مواصفات يمكن أن تحدد للإنسان ما هي فرص نجاحه لو قبل هذه الوظيفة؟ والجواب نعم. هناك أبحاث وعمل كثير عملت في هذا الجانب تستطيع إلى حد ما أن تحدد ما هي فرص نجاحك في الوظيفة القيادية، وبهذا تنتبه هل أنت مقبل على شيء مناسب أم لا. الجانب الموضوع أيضا ما هي الطرق المختلفة لاختيار القيادة الأكاديمية، اختيار العميد، اختيار رئيس القسم، ما هي النماذج الموجودة في العالم، وبهذا تستطيع أنك تختار من بينها ما هو المناسب في مؤسستك، ما هي الطريقة المناسبة. أيضا ما هي الأدوار المهمة للقائد الأكاديمي. الحقيقة مما رأيت هناك بعض القادة عمداء ورؤساء أقسام ربما وغيرهم يركزون على أدوار معينة ويتركون أدوار أخرى، وهنا يكون الخلل. لابد من أن ندرك أن يكون هناك نوع من الانتباه لجميع الأدوار المهمة التي أنا وضعتها حقيقة ك5 أدوار يقوم بها القائد بشكل شامل لكي يؤدي دوره في القيادة الأكاديمية. أيضا لابد من أن يكون من ضمن الاحتياجات التدريبية المعرفة الشخصية بالذات، والأمور المتعلقة بالجوانب النفسية والمقاييس الشخصية. الحقيقة المقاييس الشخصية بكل صراحة من أكثر الأمور اللي وجدت فائدة أنا على المستوى الشخصي. هناك بعض المقاييس الشخصية مثل المايرز بريغز مثلا، أنا متأكد أن العديد منكم حقيقة مر بها. الحقيقة تدلك على نفسك، ما هي نقاط قوتك وما هي النقاط اللي ربما فيها ضعف، وبناء عليها أنت تختار المرحلة القادمة التي ستفيد. عملية الفريق الذي تكون حولك فريق القيادة، انتهى زمن القائد الأوحد. الآن لا يمكن أن تنجح إلا بالفريق، وبقدر ما يكون فريقك حقيقة فريق متميز بقدر ما تستطيع أنك تعمل، لكن يجب أن تعرف كيف تختار الفريق. للأسف بكل صراحة نحن نختار الأصدقاء والمعارف والزملاء والناس اللي نحب نسولف إحنا وياهم ونرتاح لهم. هذا غير صحيح. لابد من أن نعيد النظر في ما هي العناصر التي يجب أن نبني الفريق بناء عليها، وتختار الناس الذي يعوضون الضعف اللي عندك. إذا كان 2 بنفس الصفات واحد منهم يكفي، ما في داعي 2. ولهذا تكوين الفريق أيضا هو أحد الجوانب المهمة. طريقة اختيار القرار، عملية اتخاذ القرار. القائد دائما يتخذ قرارات، وإذا لم تكن قراراتك مبنية على أسلوب صحيح وتتجنب الأخطاء اللي أنا يمكن وضعتها في أحد الكتب المترجمة اللي اشتغلت عليها، 10 أخطاء. إذا لم تتجنب هذه الأخطاء حقيقة في طريقة تعاملك في القيادة ستجد أنك تقع في أخطاء على المستوى الشخصي وعلى المستوى العملي. ولهذا تعلم طريقة اتخاذ القرار في ظني أنها شيء مفيد جدا. الاجتماعات وتكوين اللجان. معظم وقت القائد الأكاديمي سيكون في اجتماعات ولجان، وهذه تتطلب إعداد وقدرة ومعرفة الأدوار المختلفة، كيف تدير الاجتماع، كيف تتعامل معه، كيف تتعامل مع الجوانب المختلفة فيه. طبعا الأمور المتعلقة بالطلاب، ولعلي لا حقيقة أتحدث كثيرا عن هذا فقد سبقني الزملاء، لكن كل ما يتعلق بجوانب الطلابية، عملية اختيار الطالب، عملية الإرشاد الطلابي، كيف تتعامل مع المنهج وبذلك، كلها من الجوانب المهمة. عملية استقطاب أعضاء التدريس، عضو هيئة التدريس المتميز هو العلامة الفارقة في أي مؤسسة أكاديمية، ولهذا بقدر ما يكون لدينا القدرة والمعرفة كيف نتعامل مع استقطاب أعضاء التدريس المتميزين، بقدر ما نكون في ناجحين في وظيفتنا القيادية. أيضا لابد من إدراك ما هو دور المجالس المختلفة، ما هو دور مجلس الكلية وكيف يختلف عن دور مجلس القسم، ما هو دور اللجان المهمة مثل لجنة المناهج، ما هو دور مجلس الجامعة، ما هو دور المجلس العلمي، ما هو دور لجنة المعيدين والمحاضرين. ما هي هذه اللجان المختلفة والمجالس المختلفة لابد أن يكون القائد الأكاديمي يعرف ما هو دور كل مجلس منها وما هي النقاط المهمة فيه. أيضا التعامل مع التغيير، ونحن حقيقة بكل أمانة نمر بفترة فيها كثير من المتغيرات، والقائد يجب أن يكون ملم بموضوع التغيير وكيف تتعامل معه وأن الأنماط المختلفة لموضوع التغيير. عملية طبعا تصميم المناهج، عملية القياس والامتحانات. يعني كما تعرفون أن الشيء الذي يؤثر على المنهج ويؤثر على كيف يتعلم الطالب وكيف يدرس الأستاذ هو طريقة التقييم، ولهذا لابد أن نلم إلمام كافي بهذا الجانب. أيضا ما يتعلق بالتعليم والتعلم، وقد سبقني الزملاء حقيقة في الحديث عن هذا الجانب. عملية عندما يكون لديك أيضا كلية وأنت العميد وما شابه ذلك، كيف تضع برنامج لتطوير هيئة التدريس، وبكل صراحة كيف تضع برنامج لتطوير كل من يعمل في الكلية سواء موظفين أو فنيين أو ما شابه ذلك. أيضا نقطة مهمة، كيف تتعلم مع بعض الأنماط الصعبة من الزملاء اللي يعملون علينا في مؤسساتنا. وأنا أقول حقيقة يعني ما في أحد من الزملاء اللي شغل وظيفة قيادية إلا وجد بعض الزملاء التعامل معهم صعب، وصدقوني هذا شيء يجب أن نعد أنفسنا فيه، يعني دراسة الموضوع هذا شوية بعمق. أنا وجدت أنه الأنماط الصعبة هؤلاء أحيانا إذا أجدت التعامل معهم سيكونون مصدر إيجابي للمؤسسات، بس يجب أن تعرف كيف تتعامل معه وتوجه لما يحسن وتخفف الضرر الممكن أن يحصل عليه. ولو كان الوقت يسمح لضربت لكم بعض الأمثلة اللي فعلا مفيدة جدا حقيقة في التعامل معه. ما يتعلق بالمنتورينج حقيقة، هذه من أفضل الجوانب التي يجب أن تكون أساسية في كلياتنا وجامعاتنا. الحقيقة الاستفادة من الزملاء أهل الخبرة شيء حقيقة كبير. يعني أنا أعرف بعض الزملاء عمداء كليات الطب السابقين أو رؤساء الأقسام السابقين أو غيرهم في القيادة العليا، الحقيقة أهل خبرة، فكونك تجلس مع واحد على فنجان شاي صدقوني أنا وجدتها مفيدة جدا. تجلس يعطيك خبرة سنوات، يحل لك بعض القضايا اللي مر بها تجد أنها مفيدة جدا، وبالتليفون برسالة بزيارة ستجد أن هذا من أفضل الأمور اللي ممكن أن تتم. وهذه يعني ليس بالضرورة حتى يكونوا كلهم يعني ناشونال، ممكن أن يكون حتى من زملائنا الخبراء الأجانب. أيضا لابد أن يكون حقيقة هناك إلمام بما يتعلق بالضغوط النفسية والاحتراق الوظيفي. الحقيقة أنا أرى زملاء ترى في وظائف قيادية يصلون إلى هذا المحور ويجدون مشاكل على المستوى الشخصي والمستوى الأسري، لأنه ربما ليس هناك انتباه لهذا الجانب وأهميته. الجانب الآخر حقيقة موضوع التوثيق. الحقيقة موضوع التوثيق موضوع جوهري، نحن لدينا مشكلة في العالم العربي في موضوع التوثيق، ولهذا لابد أن نتعلم موضوع التوثيق. طبعا المفروض لا أتحدث عن هذا الموضوع الدكتور سعيد أبو عشي جالس حقيقة، لأن دائما نتحدث عن التوثيق والصعوبة التي حقيقة نجدها دائما في أن يكون لدينا نظام توثيق متميز، ويجب أن يبدأ التوثيق من أول لحظة تدخل فيها مكتبك في وظيفتك الجديدة، أن توثق كل شيء، حفظ للخبرة، حفظ للحقوق الشخصية، استفادة كل من يأتي بعدك. هذا موضوع مهم حقيقة جدا. أيضا لابد، واسمحوا لي أن أخذ هنا شوية في موضوع بيئة العمل في الجامعة، بيئة العمل في الكلية. هذه من الأمور أحيانا التي نتركها للحظ، وهذا شيء خاطئ. أحيانا أكثر ما يؤثر في المؤسسة هو البيئة الموجودة في الجامعة، والبيئة هذه تتغير ليست ثابتة، وبالذات عندما يتغير المنهج تتغير القيادة، يتغير الخطة الاستراتيجية. هذه هي مفاصل مهمة تتغير فيها البيئة. يجب ألا نترك هذه البيئة تتغير بذاتها. يجب أن يكون القائد لديه القدرة على أولا تشخيص هذه البيئة والعناصر المختلفة فيها، ثم كيف يضع خطة للتدخل فيها وتغييرها. هذه حقيقة، وأنا أقول حقيقة أنا مررت ببعض التجارب يعني كانت مفيدة جدا. وكما تعرفون هناك مقاييس معروفة لقياس بيئة الجامعة وبيئة الكلية، من أمثلها مثلا يعني أمثلة كثيرة في مقاييس يعني الزملاء أهل الاختصاص يعرفون العديد منها. طبعا التقنية، أنا أتحدث كثيرا عن التقنية، تعرفون أهمية التقنية، والعميد الذي لا يعرف شيء في التقنية سيكون عنده مشكلة. أيضا نتحدث عن موضوع تقييم على مستوى الانستتيوشن. الجانب الآخر حقيقة المهم هو التحفيز، واسمحوا لي أن أقول أن هذا جانب فيه كثير من الخلل. التحفيز علم، ويجب أن نعرف ما هي الحوافز التي تؤثر إيجابيا وما هي الحوافز اللي حقيقة يكون أثرها سلبي. الاعتماد على الحافز المالي أحيانا يكون أثره سلبي في المؤسسات، والميل إلى الحوافز المالية أحيانا يكون ضار. ولهذا لابد أن يكون القائد الأكاديمي ملم بجوانب الحوافز وما هي المناسبة وكيف يتعامل معها، وإلا سيجد أنه يريد أن يعمل خير فيجد أن النتائج حقيقة ليس كما ينبغي. طبعا أشار الزملاء كثيرا إلى أن الاختلاف قوة، الاختلاف في العناصر الموجودة، في خلفياتهم، في أمورهم، في أفكارهم، يثري لمن يستطيع أن يستفيد من هذا الجانب. طبعا وسائل الإيضاح، كيف تكون معلم في القطاع الصحي والجوانب المتعلقة بالمهنية. أيضا طبعا الآن ليس لدينا خيار أن نعرف الاعتماد الأكاديمي وكل ما يتعلق بالجوانب الأكاديمية، وما هي العناصر المهمة لهيئات الاعتماد الأكاديمي. عملية أيضا المناهج والبرامج الدراسات العليا، وأيضا برامج الزمالات. ربما تتفقون معي أنه ما زال أمامنا جهد كبير في موضوع الدراسات العليا في المملكة. ما زال هذا ملف يحتاج إلى قادة، يحتاج إلى مبدعين يتناولوه، ما زال لدينا مشاكل كبيرة فيه، ولا بد أن يأتون القادة اللي يتولون هذه الملفات. وأيضا موضوع برامج الزمالات والاهتمام بها ورفع مستواها. التعليم البيني يعني الحقيقة الآن أصبح مهم، ولا بد أن يكون لدينا إلمام بكثير من الجوانب التي متعلقة فيه. طبعا موضوع القواعد واللوائح والأنظمة المتعلقة بهيئة التخصصات الصحية، عملية التعامل مع الخلافات الموجودة في المؤسسة أحيانا تأخذ جهد كبير ومن عمل القائد، ولا بد من إدراك حقيقة الجوانب المتعلقة بها، الأمور المتعلقة بالجوانب القيمية والنفسية لكل من يعمل. أيضا الآن لا خيار حقيقة أمامنا في الجامعات بشكل عام والكليات إلا أن نفكر الآن كيف نتعامل مع الموارد الذاتية وكيف نستطيع أن نهتم بهذا الجانب. عملية المركزية، متى تكون مركزي في قراراتك؟ نعم، هناك أوقات يجب أن تكون مركزي، ولكن هناك أيضا أوقات تستطيع أن تفوض فيها وتستطيع أن تتجنب المركزية. كيف تكون حقيقة يعني حياتك أيضا حياة صحية، وتنتبه لجلسة الكرسي بالساعات الطويلة. الأمور المتعلقة بالجوانب الإدارية والمالية، لابد القائد الأكاديمي يلم بالميزانيات، كيف يقرأ الميزانيات، كيف يقرأ مثل هذه التقارير المالية. أيضا تسويق المؤسسة، تسويق القطاع، هذه جوانب ما لنا خيار. الآن كثير من الرؤى والأفكار والقرارات ترى تتخذ عن طريق المؤثرات الموجودة في وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي، ولا بد أن يكون لدينا قدرة على أن نشارك في هذا الخضم الضخم، ويكون لدينا القدرة على التأثير فيه بشكل إيجابي. استخدام طبعا الميديا بشكل عام، وسائل التواصل وغيرها أساسي حقيقة. يعني بكل صراحة اللقاء التلفزيوني، اللقاء الإذاعي، الكثير من الزملاء حقيقة ربما وهي تحتاج فقط إلى شيء بسيط لكي يكون حقيقة مهني في التعامل معها، مهمة جدا. أيضا من الجوانب المهمة كيف يحافظ الإنسان منا على تخصصه. القيادة ترى فترة، شغلة لمدة سنوات ثم تعود لتخصصك، والإنسان الذي لا يحافظ على تخصصه ويعرف ما هي العناصر والحد الأدنى بعد زمن سيلوم نفسه حقيقة أنه فرط. وأيضا متى تعرف أنك جاهز لليوم التي ستغادر فيه المنصب؟ لابد أن يكون أيضا عندنا قدرة على أن نجهز أنفسنا لذلك اليوم، وأيضا تعرف متى الوقت المناسب اللي تقول شكرا جزيلا، هذا مكتبكم وأنا سأعود، وما هي البدائل المتاحة إليك؟ هل ستعود إلى عملك كعضو هيئة التدريس؟ هل ستعود إلى قطاع آخر؟ لابد أن يكون إليك عندك خطة خروج من هذا المكان اللي أنت فيه. طيب، هذه حقيقة قائمة ليست اكسكلوسيف، أنا متأكد أن لديكم ما تضيفون، وربما يكون بعضها أهم من بعض، لكن في تصوري أن القادة اللي يجلسون أمامي الآن حقيقة هذه على ما قالوا أفكار لهم عندما يفكرون في عمل شيء في مؤسساتهم، يفكروا فيها، يأخذون ما يرون منها مناسب ويزيدون ما يعتقدون أنه مناسب، ليكون إن شاء الله خطوة للمساعدة في هذا الجانب. طيب، ما هي الطرق الموجودة المتاحة لدينا الآن في موضوع إعداد القيادة الأكاديمية؟ مجرد يعني أظنها 3 سلايدز فقط. الأولى، أعتقد أنه يحتاج أن يكون لدينا مركز للقيادة الأكاديمية. طبعا أنا أعرف أنه هناك كان في مركز في وزارة التعليم استمر لفترة ولكن ربما توقف مؤقتا. أنا أعرف طبعا أنه هناك أيضا أنشطة في هيئة التخصصات الصحية مباركة، وأنا أعرف أنه أيضا في معهد الإدارة العامة، هذه كلها مفيدة، لكني أرى ربما يعني هذا شيء أنه لجنة عمداء كلية الطب في المملكة، الجمعية السعودية للتعليم الطبي تفكر هل الآن جاء الوقت أنه نفكر في منشط خاص بالجمعية تشرف عليه لجنة العمداء لإنشاء شيء يتعلق بالقيادة الأكاديمية في التخصصات الصحية. يعني ربما هذه تستحق التفكير. الجانب الآخر هو حقيقة مفهوم التلمذة. الحقيقة موضوع الشادوينج بالنسبة لي لما أشوفه يمارس في العالم الغربي الحقيقة شيء جميل. أنا عندما أريد أن يكون واحد عميد لكلية في أحد الكليات الأمريكية يعطوه سنة يأخذ شيء نظري ثم يجلس لمدة 6 شهور مع الدكتور خالد فودة، يحضر معه اللقاءات المختلفة، المجالس المختلفة، جلسات العصف الذهني، ثم ينتقل إلى الزملاء في جامعة الملك عبد العزيز، ثم ينتقل إلى الزملاء في جامعة القصيم. الشادوينج هذا مفيد. عملية مثلا مدير جامعة، رئيس جامعة، وكيل جامعة، نفس الشيء. لماذا لا أعطيه سنة يدور على هذه المؤسسات يستفيد من هذه التلمذة، حضور؟ هذا نموذج معروف في الجامعات الغربية. هل جاء الوقت أنه حقيقة نبدأ نفكر فيه نطوره؟ كليات الطب وعمداء كلية الطب بدأوا ترى مشاريع كثيرة في المملكة بدأت تنتقل لغيرها من الجهات، ربما يكون هذا حقيقة فكرة نفكر فيها سويا. ورش العمل طبعا لا شك أنه يعني دائما ورش العمل هي البداية الموفقة، والحقيقة مررنا بتجربة يعني كان هناك ورشة عمل أنشأت أيضا تحت رعاية سعادة الدكتور خالد فودة في جامعة الملك سعود، كان جميع عمداء كليات الصحية موجودين ووكلائهم ورؤساء الأقسام، وجلسنا حقيقة لمدة يوم. الحقيقة الكل استفدنا. عندما تجلس القيادة الأكاديمية تختلف عن غيرها، لأنك قائد تقود قادة، أنت تقود زملائك، ولهذا تستفيد أنت من النقاش معهم بقدر ما يستفيدون من النقاش معك. ولهذا وجود ورش العمل حقيقة. ثم عملنا هذه الورشة حقيقة في جامعة الإمام فيصل بن عبد الرحمن في الدمام، عملناها في جيزان، عملناها في أبها وفي مناطق أخرى. أنا أعتقد أن هذه الورش من تجربة شخصية ربما تكون مفيدة جدا للزملاء. ما هي الأشياء الأخرى اللي ممكن أن تعمل؟ أنا أعتقد أنه لديكم أكثر مما ذكرت، لكن أنا أعتقد أنه في دورات عالمية زي في بعض الدورات في جامعة هارفارد في أكسفورد وفي غيرها تحت مسميات مختلفة، ليس بالضرورة يقال أكاديمي. حضورها حقيقة أنا حضرت جملة منها وأنا متأكد أن العديد منكم حضر، مفيدة جدا، ممكن الإنسان يستفيد. القراءة حقيقة في أدبيات الموضوع أنا أعتقد أنها أيضا من الجوانب المختلفة. هذه بعض النقاط التي أنا متأكد أنه أنا يعني ما أضفت حقيقة كثير، وإنما هي أفكار موجودة لديكم، ولكن أحببت أنا أعمل عليها شوية فوكس لعل يكون فيها ما يفيد. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
شكرا جزيلا بروف محمد على هذه حقيقة الليكتشرز والبرزنتيشنز الوافية والحقيقة جدا مفيدة، وربما نضع الأسئلة بعد المتحدث الأخير إذا أمكن. بروف سليمان إذا تقدم المتحدث الأخير.
Last speaker for this session is Dr. Muna. الدكتورة رانيا زيني. Dr. Rania Zaini is Assistant Professor of Medical Education, Faculty of Medicine, Al-Qura University. She has multiple roles in MBBS program at Al-Qura University as a manager and assessment unit coordinator. Dr. Rania has been the Vice Dean of E-Learning and Distant Education and the founder of the Department of Medical Education at Al-Qura University. She contributed to the efforts of transform of the Al-Qura University MBBS program to develop a unique integrated MBBS curriculum with strategic alliance with Medical School of University of College of London. She has interest in curriculum development and evaluation, quality assurance, and e-learning and assessment.
Thank you.
So the floor for you, Dr.
Thank you, Chairman, for this opportunity. Thank you for the Scientific Committee and for the Saudi Society of Medical Education Board and the President. Today we talk about the trainees' perceptions of online education and the directions for medical education in the future. So to highlight this, I have just to emphasize the impact of COVID-19 on medical education, and then I have to study the perceptions or review the student perception of this challenge of online education, and then to set the platform of what is the next step regarding where we move as a medical school. Just to remind you that the COVID-19 actually disrupted the whole educational process in discipline education and higher education and medical education as well. All the face-to-face activity has been suspended, and sometimes after the first phase of the COVID-19, the pandemic, there was a blended learning. The mode of learning, the mode of teaching has been changed to overcome these challenges. And as all of you know that the online and technology-assisted learning was dominating the practice with the presence of the no physical or the physical distance. So online lectures, tutorial, webinars, and courses replace all the face-to-face traditional teachings. Medical training and clinical placement has been suspended for most of the time and then has been minimized to major extent. Virtual clinical experience and clinical skills training virtually was actually introduced to bridge the gap in the training. Many clinical simulations platform has been introduced and utilized, and the assessment has been really changed. Assessment mode, assessment time, a lot of things has been changed regarding to the assessment. And as we all of us know that many studies have reflecting and study emphasizing how the student perceive this. So most of the study focus on 5 aspects: student perception, student acceptance, and the student physical and mental well-beings as well. So just to conclude these most major finding, that mostly the student perceive the online learning positively. And this regarding how flexible is it, this regarding how available is it, and the saving time as a trainees. And they also, most of the studies show that they like the initiatives of the medical teachers or the teachers themselves in developing innovative way of teachings, and they accepting the online courses. However, is it really preferred tool of learning? This has different or variability of perceptions. They believe that it's acceptable, it's preferred, but mostly for students in the pre-clinical years. But students who actually facing a big challenge regarding their clerkship training and clinical training, they prefer the face-to-face learning. And most of the study also report the challenges that faced on online learning. That include the clinical training. The major things that has a challenge is the clinical training, the clinical skill, how the students are supposed to develop these within the blended learning format. And the student assessment. This is one of the big challenges that regarding different approach of assessment, different modality of assessment, regulations of assessment. And another thing that the passive online activities, sometimes they blame the instructors or the teachers when they produce not interactive learning session, and their communication with the teachers and instructor become really negative. And the most important things regarding this is developing new learning behaviors. Students supposed in the present of online learning they're supposed to develop and lead their own learning, because they're supposed to sit at home with their laptops, for example, and encourage, motivate themselves to continue the lecturing. Okay, so they have a different learning behaviors, and most of the study report that the student has a major decrease in the time they spend in their learning activities. One another things that most of the study measure the student in anxiety, stress, the level of stress, and the burnout. And most of the study indicate that there is an increase in the number or the percentage of stress, burnout, and anxiety among students. And a simple study has been done in Al-Qura University measuring the student perceptions of the blended learning format last year, and the level of burnout they have. And we found there is a kind of association between the level of burnout and student unsatisfaction with the blended learning format. A study also said that there's a big challenge regarding to the student professional identity. After the COVID-19, the online trainings, a lot of things has been changed and challenging the student professional identity. How they're supposed to be a future physician? Are they competent? How they will serve this kind of community and this big challenge and could be a future challenge. Many studies actually have outlining the new norm of medical educations in different specialties, and try to overcome and just have to the roadmap how we as a medical school, as a medical community will move forward. And that just gets us to the McKinsey and Company outline or framework of how suppose the missions from the current situation of COVID-19 and in 5 phases that include the 5 R's. Resolve the problem, resilient, return, reimagination, and then reform. Regarding this, we find ourselves as a medical school going through this transitions phase. At the first beginning in March 2020, yes, there's a big problem that we have to resolve. This clinical training has been suspended, distance, the physical distance has been indicated, and everything has been turned online. Then we try to resilience, how can we change, how we can complete the year. So most of the medical school postponed the final year exams. So the internship has been also postponed sometimes. Some decision that shall we graduate the student without OSCE, shall we make a virtual OSCE, is that really called an OSCE? So a big challenge has been, but we find our way through. And then again, when the last academic year in the September 2020, we have to return, okay, with still no face-to-face teaching or limited face-to-face teaching, and there's a bigger challenge. From there, we try to reimagine what is the future directions of medical education, how we will move forward, and we try to do this and to have the reform. Within this journey, different medical schools have different guidelines, especially with the Ministry of Education's movement to have almost three semesters. So there is a lot of effort to reform the teaching, the curriculum, and the assessment process. From this perspective, we would love to have a student insight coupled to these future directions. So we conduct a simple study, try to measure or explore the further attitude and perception of students of e-learning, and their opinion about what is the directions of medical education in the future. So it's a focus group study has been conducted, the study population were mostly from the Western regions, and they were an intern. So in general, 25 medical students contribute to 4 focus groups, and each focus group was concluded for about 60 to 75 minutes. The interview has been recorded, transcribed, and then the data has been reviewed, analyzed regarding to the crosswell coding process framework. The major participants were 25, okay, and most of them were female, and representing 5 medical schools and almost private and governmental medical school as well. 4 overreaching themes has been reached is regarding to the COVID-19 as a paradigm shift of medical education. So how the interns believe that the future directions of medical education will be. So they believe that there's a kind of COVID-19 make the paradigm shift in medical education. They believe that the medical education will be digitalized. They believe that the curriculum content and teachings approaches will be changed. And they expected all of these to be concluded a lot of challenges. What are these views? How the paradigm shift of medical education. They believe that medical education within the COVID-19 make a bigger challenge for medical students, and that's challenging their own training. However, it changed the practice in medical school regarding teaching, assessment, and learning for the student. They believe that it has accelerated the transformational of teaching and assessment approaches in a positive way. They visual that learning include interactive online learning platforms were really innovative approach of teaching and supposed to be continued. And they believe that the pandemic imposed change in the student, in the teachers, and in the schools themselves or itself. And it also has imposed a change in the learning process. So this is some of the student quotation. They believe that the pandemic had negative impact on, the pandemic has a negative impact on my clinical training, especially the last year. Yet, I can't deny the advantage of virtual simulations and virtual patient. Or another student said nobody could imagine that medicine could be taught the way it is today. These challenge teacher and student. Or I believe that the pandemic forced teachers to innovate their teaching with the educational technology. A lot of things that has really, they understand the bigger challenge that they are facing, but they believe that these challenges are positive somehow. Digitalizing of medical education, and this is actually concurred with different literature emphasizing the same thing, that the pandemic digitalized medical educations and shaped the mode of delivery. The necessity of e-learning. Medical education, or in turn, believe that e-learning become a necessity of today's student. And we have to meet student expectations and skill. And computer-assisted learning, different modality in medical educations, it's really changed the way the medical education regarding is taught in basic science lectures or clinical training. And that has been reflected also on the trainees' preparedness. Are they ready? Yes, the interns believe that they occupied the skill to be a new generations of learners. So the pandemic, they changed them and the teacher skill, knowledge, and attitude toward e-learning. And they're mentioning that there is a lot of investment in different universities in the technology educational platforms. The most important things here that mentioned by the student, that the school regulations and infrastructure supposed to accommodate this change and the digitalizations of the program. And these are some of their quotations. Some disciplines require blended learning sessions, such as radiology, other required face-to-face interactions. Novice and general students have a specific expectation and need. Regarding online learning, I also have a specific expectation from this internship program. So different views that, yes, we are a digital generations, we need to have these applied in our own learning. And it did, and we would love to have it to continue in the same way. The third aspect is regarding the change in the curriculum from the content and from the delivery itself. So many of the student quotation was mentioning that there is a big change in the clinical practice, and that's supposed to be reflected in the curriculum itself. Medical curriculum. For example, the telemedicine and the virtual clinics. For example, the emphasis of interprofessional education, because the practice actually, after the COVID-19, became integrated practice, medical practice. And the caring for others, social accountability has been mentioned in the morning, and emphasize on patient safety and proactive healthcare leadership, because they believe that they are not needing just a physician, they are needing physician who can lead and be proactive for the crisis if any future crisis happen. Also, medical curriculum should allow flexibility in the training and assessment. And they saw this as we just try to overcome the challenges of COVID-19, and they would love to continue this. So blended learning or some distance learning courses is suggested by the interns. Develop clinical placement learning opportunity to reflecting the patient safety, it has been also asked. Emphasize of student lifelong learning, okay, and structured feedback has been emphasized by many students. And these are some of their quotations. I believe that the clinical training should focus on patient safety. The previous approach of bedside teaching in a large group is not appropriate anymore. And so they try to understand that there is a need to just utilize the advantage of COVID-19 and try to implement it in the medical programs. Also, they report that regarding their vision of digitalizing of medical education, how it's supposed to have a paradigm shift in medical education, and about the change in curriculum regarding to the content and mode of delivery, they expressed some challenge in that pathway. For example, the readiness and motivation of student and instructor, it will be challenged if the teachers and the students are not motivated and not really occupied with the right skill. That will just make it a really difficult situations, and we don't get the advantage of the e-learning or blended learning approaches. reduce the early, they're afraid that with introducing of technology or with what's happening after that, we will reduce the clinical placement, or at least not have it an early clinical exposure. Another challenge that reported on the literature also, and has been mentioned by a student again, is the challenge that related to technology or the skill that required. Finally, the student mentioned that the trainees' wellness, mental, physical wellness, it has supposed to be focused. They're reflecting on the challenge that faced within the COVID-19. It has a lot of challenge, so changing the educational environment, changing the educational strategy, policy, or the mode of delivery is actually causing kind of stress for a student. And they would love to have a really proactive system to help the student continue and support it in different challenges could be expected happen in the future. I enjoy online case discussions and clinical seminar, yet the only success factor of the session is the motivation of instructor and his passion. Or as the student said that I had a serious stress and anxiety at the beginning of the pandemic. I was afraid that I'm losing my clinical competency and be a lousy doctor, yet my mentor provides support and counseling. Today, I'm proud of being a competent intern. So this kind of reflection on interns regarding to their experience is really valuable. Just to highlight that the vision of the future director of medical education, there's supposed to be a paradigm shift. So as a dean, please make this happen. We need to take the advantage of COVID-19 and make another change in the medical education, in the way of it has been delivered, in the way it has a different content. As we mentioned that community-oriented practice, health advocacy, emphasizing patient community well-being is really essential in today's medical education, and supposed to be reflected on the curriculum. Social accountability, as been mentioned by Dr. Al-Hassan, is really important aspect of all medical programs. But just question ourselves how we implement this. One of the students here mentioned in one of the quotations, but I missed it, that it was devastating that the medical school doesn't support medical students to have initiative helping the community at the time of COVID-19. So they want to have a structured program to lead, to be a future leader, and at the time of being a student, to be a student leader. To discuss all of this, the COVID-19 pandemic has had a major change on the healthcare system, and that reflects on the medical educations, and it transfers a lot of our own practice. Participated interns had experience of online learning for 3 semesters, and they have also the experience as an intern for 4 months. And this makes the reflection on the experience of online case more valuable and more realistic. However, the intern expressed their dissatisfaction actually of the impact of the pandemic on their education. They expressed how these changes helped them to be the way they are today, and they reflect about the experience from different perspectives, negative and positive point. The suggested future directions for medical education, as been mentioned by the study and the candidate as intern, were very promising and actually positive to see those young generation having these positive beliefs. It also concurs with different literature that has been published regarding to the what after COVID-19. Trainees' insight maybe help medical educators to shape the future of medical education and clinical training to suit trainees' expectation, because we have to understand students that we have today and tomorrow are not the students that we had in January 2020. They are different, they are more mature regarding to their skill in technology, they are regarding their expectations, and regarding how they are a directed learner. Actually, this is a simple study that we just try to conclude to reflect on the student perceptions and views of what is the direction of medical education, and it's supposed to be coupled with more quantitative study to validate the student these results and on a bigger community and population. Okay, the take-home message. Online learning is essential aspect of today's education. Undergrad, postgrad, it's essential aspect and supposed to be considered by different medical schools. The pandemic accelerated transformations of medical education and clinical practice, and there is a lot of value that we are gaining by doing this. I remember when I was a Vice Dean of E-Learning in Al-Qura University, I really faced a lot of challenge regarding convincing the staff member to utilize the Blackboard. At that time we were using the Desire to Learn platform. And when they use it just like a Dropbox. We try to involve them to having different initiatives to have interactive platforms, interactive forums, interactive learning experience, flipping classrooms. It was really difficult. But today, these are the language of the instructor in the higher education, and these are the language of a student in the meantime. The new normal of medical education dictated the shape of undergraduate and postgraduate medical education, and that reflecting on an undergrad and residency program as well. And it's a moving train. Students are just on the train, so please don't miss the train, because we really need to have that leader's physician in the future, and that starts from today meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rania, for this excellent talk, and we will open the floor for discussion or any question. Yes, Professor Khalid.
I think we can get the microphones to Prof. Khalid.
يعني لعلي أبدأ ب يمكن إضافة لي مما تعلمته من أستاذي الأستاذ الدكتور محمد الشهري في إنشاء القيادة، فلعل بعض الأمور التي لم تكن موجودة في كتابه ولكن تعلمتها منه كدروس عملية. أول حاجة تعلمت منه أن تكون صبورا في إنشاء القادة الذي بعدك. يعني ما شاء الله عليه كان يعني هذا كان ميزة تميزه جدا في الصبر حتى ينشئ تلك الجيل الذي بعده. ثم بعد ذلك أعطاهم الحرية في العمل، لا يعني يفرض رأيه عليهم، ولكن كان دائما يعطيهم الحرية. ثم بعد ذلك إما أن يعني يثبت المتعلم منه رأيه أو سيعود إلى رأيه. أنا يعني هنا أذكر أن كان هنالك أحد المشاريع وكان له رأي أن يكون له ذلك المكان، وتركني أبحث لمدة سنة، وهو يعلم منذ بداية السنة أني سأرجع إلى ذلك الرأي، ولكن لم يفرض رأيه. وتعلمت تلك السنة منها أن يعني ليس فقط يعني حرية الرأي، ولكن أنه كيف تتعامل مع كثير من أنظمة الجامعة، وكيف أنه يعني كان رأيه من الفترة الأولى، ولكن أراد أن أتعلم هذا الطريق حتى لا يعني تفوت هذه الفرصة علي. النقطة الثالثة هو ذكرها هنا المنتور، وأعتقد هذه مهمة جدا لأي إنسان، حتى أي ما وصلت في الإدارة لابد أن يكون عند ذلك الإنسان الذي تلجأ له وتأخذه من يعني تأخذ من رأيه ومن علمه. وأعتقد هذه لا حدود لها، مهما وصلت من المنصب فلابد أن يكون هنالك رجل آخر، سواء ما زال في منصب إداري أو ترك المنصب الإداري ولكن تثق في رأيه. وأعتقد هذه مهمة جدا يعني، ويعني أعتقد أن استفدت كثير جدا منه، وكان آخرها ليلة البارحة. النقطة الرابعة وما تعلمت منه وهي يعني ليست موجودة في كتابه ولكن ذكرها في ورشة العمل اللي ذكرها، closing the chapter. وأعتقد هذه مهمة جدا عندما ينهي الإنسان، ولا بد أن سيأتي وقت من الأوقات وينتهي ذلك الشابتر أو الفصل في القيادة، ولا بد أن تتعلم كيف تغلق هذا الملف حتى تنطلق في حياتك المستقبل. يعني ورأيت ذلك ممن يعني أتعبوا نفسهم في من يعني لا يريد أن يقبل هذا الشابتر ويأتي بتكرار ويعذب نفسه إن من كان جاء بعده بأفكار جديدة، وهذا طبيعي. ونحن خاصة في يعني عملنا القيادي نحن نتعامل مع صفوة المجتمع، مع أعضاء هيئة التدريس أطباء، فسيأتي أكيد بعدك من هو أفضل منك. لا تتوقع أن يعني من سيأتي بعدك هو يعني أنت الآن يعني زي ما نقول ختمت العلم وختمت التطور، ولكن سيأتي بعدك بأفكار جديدة. فلا ترهق نفسك أن الآن قبل أن تنهي عملك أن ستأتي بكل الأفكار، وأن يستحيل أن تأتي بأفكار جديدة بعده. فلا بد أن تغلق هذا الشابتر وتترك من بعدك ينطلق في العمل ويعني يسعد بعملك ولا تعود. وبعد ذلك يعني أنا يعني أشفق على بعض الزملاء الذين يعني يجلسوا فترة كل يوم كل أسبوع يأتوا إلى نفس المكان ويشوف إيش سويت إيش ما سويت إيش عملت إيش ما عملت. فيعني وبعضهم يعني ترك وذهب في حياته كما ذكر يعني حياته الكلينيكية حياته أو حياته القيادية في مكان آخر. فأعتقد هذه يعني مهمة جدا أن يعني لابد يعني كما يقال begin with the end in mind. عندما تبدأ في عمل إداري ماذا سيكون بعد أن تنتهي هذه القيادة؟ لابد أن لا تترك عملك المهني. وأنا في رأيي الشخصي وخاصة في يعني عملنا في الطب أن الإنسان عندما يترك عمله القيادي ويرجع إلى عمله كعضو هيئة تدريس وكطبيب هو يترقى مرة ثانية إلى عمله الأساس كعضو هيئة تدريس وطبيب. العمل الإداري هو فترة من حياتك، والعمل الأساس الذي ترجع له وتترقى له مرة ثانية وعملك كعضو هيئة تدريس في هذا الموضوع. فيعني هذه بعض النقاط اللي تعلمتها منه أضيفها لما ذكره جزاه الله خير.
شكرا دكتور خالد، وأعتقد أجملت. ولعلي برضه كرئيس الجلسة أستغل الفرصة ووجه السؤال معالي الدكتور محمد الذي سعدت وشرفت بصحبته زميلا في العمل الكلينيكي وفي قيادته لكلية الطب في جامعة الملك خالد وفي وكالة الجامعة في فترة مضت لن أقولها يعني بالتحديد، ولكن الحقيقة العمل مع البروف محمد هو دروس، يعني الحقيقة هو مثال راقي للتعلم من الحقيقة. ولكني حبيت أسألك بروف محمد في قضية الصعوبات التي تواجه خلينا نقول عميد الكلية مثلا في استقطاب الزملاء في المناصب كرئاسة أقسام أو رئاسة وحدات، وذلك للإحجام الذي يعبر عنه دعني أقول الزملاء الأطباء بشكل عام على أن يأخذوا منصب أو رئاسة وحدة أو رئاسة، وكيفية التعامل مع هذا الوضع. أكون شاكر.
أولا شكرا جزيلا حقيقة على كريم ألفاظكم حقيقة وكلماتكم، جزاكم الله خير. الحقيقة طبعا موضوع ليس سهل وموضوع صعب وكلنا نعاني منه، وأنا أعتقد أنه ليس هناك حل إلا سدد وقارب. وأملي حقيقة أنه في التغييرات القادمة، يعني الآن الحقيقة نظام التعليم العالي الجديد تعرف وأقر، هناك إعادة نظر في اللوائح، الزملاء يجب أن يحرصون كلهم في المجال اللي يعمل فيه واللجان اللي يعمل فيها، عسى أن يكون هناك حوافز. مسألة وكلاء الجامعات كما تعرفون حلت، يعني أصبح هناك حوافز جيدة، وهذه حقيقة كذا. الذي أعرف أن هناك شيء في الطريق للعمداء ولوكلاء العمداء وربما رؤساء الأقسام. أملي أن تنضج الأفكار المتاحة هذه، ربما تجعل يعني هناك حوافز تعوض الزملاء عن تقصيرهم في أعمالهم الإكلينيكية وما شابه ذلك.
بروف خالد.
يعطيكم العافية. حقيقة أنا استمتعت يعني الجلسة هذه، ويعني طبعا دائما موضوع القيادة يهواني، لأنه حقيقة ليس مجرد موضوع، لكن للتحديات اللي تواجه حقيقة عادة يعني صاحب الصلاحية في البحث عن القيادات. وأنا أذكر حقيقة بقضية حديث النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم: الناس كإبل 100 لا تكاد تجد فيها راحلة، وهذا حديث في صحيح البخاري. ففعلا يعني القيادات تراها نادرة، وعادة يعني القائد اللي الفذ أو اللي عنده البوتنشل، خلينا نقول اللي عنده القابلية لأن يكون قائد، ترى مو ظاهر ولا يروح يدور على المناصب، يبغى له حقيقة أن يكون هناك من يبحث عنه، مثل المعادن الثمينة. فلذلك أنا أشوف حقيقة على يعني المسؤولين في الكليات أن يهيئوا الأجيال، يعني يحاولوا من الطلاب من بدري يدخلوا فيهم هذه روح القيادة، خصوصا الطلاب اللي عندهم البوتنشل، وهذه سهلة ترى يعني عن طريق اللجان الطلابية المجالس الطلابية. فبس في اعتناء فيما بعد بهم، حتى إذا اكتشفوا أنهم فعلا مناسبين قد يكونوا يوم من الأيام هم اللي يقودوا. الأمر الثاني أيضا الجونيور فاكولتي اللي يجون تعينوا جديد حديثا، الناس تنظر حقيقة يقول هذا والله لسه دوب، يا أخي هذا قد يكون هو المستقبل، يعني هو مشروع عميد، فحقيقة الاستثمار فيه جيد. قضية مهمة أن الجود حقيقة ليدر is a good follower، وهذه ترى كونسبت أنا لاحظته عند يعني الزملاء بعضهم ما ينتبه. يا أخي إذا أنت قائد جيد خليك يا أخي أيضا تابع جيد، يعني إذا العميد يبغى طلب منك شيء، إذا أحد لجان لا تتهرب، خلك يا أخي نموذج للتابع اللي يعرف أنه هذا لمصلحة الكلية وليس لمصلحتي أنا الشخصية. هذا حقيقة هو واحد من البوتنشل اللي يصلح إن شاء الله قائد في المستقبل. أختم يمكن بسؤال لمعالي البروف محمد. يعني يمكن أشار البروف سليمان على قضية الإحجام، وأنا أقول إنه في نوعين، في سيستم يعني قد يكون من الصعوبة أن يعني تتدخل فيه، لكن في أشياء أنت مقدور عليها، يعني النظام يسمح لك وتتحرك خلال النظام. سؤالي كيف يمكن لقائد جيد أن يعني خلينا نقول ما يلف حول النظام، لكن يستخدم النظام بطريقة جيدة حتى يجعل الفريق اللي يعمل معاه فريق فيه يعني يشعر بالروح وينتج أكثر، وما يفكر في المزايا زي ما ذكرت المالية، بل يفكر بأشياء أخرى. يعطيك العافية.
طيب اسمح لي.
يعني تفضل.
طبعا هذا يعني ليس بالشيء السهل، ولكن هو يعود للقناعة بمشروعك. أنا أعتقد أنه إذا استطعت أن تقنع من حولك بأن لديك مشروع وجيه وأنه يستحق التعب من أجله، فستجد هناك مجموعة من الزملاء الذين يخطون الخطوات المباركة ويتغاضون عن بعض الأمور. ولا يدل عن ذلك من المجموعة الجالسة هنا حقيقة هم يديرون الكليات والمؤسسات، يعني على الرغم من عدم وجود الحوافز الكبيرة والتحديات المختلفة ولو خليت الخروبات. أنا أعتقد أن هناك إن شاء الله ناس مخلصين وسيستمرون. طبعا هناك جانب آخر حقيقة يجب التفكير فيه في المستقبل، وهذا يدرس، اللي هو موضوع يعني موضوع السعودة. هل يشترط السعودة في كل المواقع القيادية؟ هذا موضوع يحتاج أنه حقيقة الآن، وأعتقد أنه في دراسة فيه، لأنه قد يكون الاستفادة من هذا الجانب مهمة ومفيدة.
شكرا جزيلا. جست فيه سؤال حقيقي برضو استغل كون الشير بين لبروف محمد والأولسو دكتورة زيني. بروف محمد تكلمت عن حقيقة طبعا تحضير القيادات، ودائما احنا في كدينز لما الناس يأتوا من البعثات وكأعضاء التدريس كيف تزرع فيهم أن يكونوا قدوات؟ يعني وحنا نعرف يعني في الميديكال إديوكيشنز إنه القدوة هذه جدا يعني وتكلم عنها الدكتور خالد إنه يعني سوفت سكيلز هذه ربما ما تقرأها، وحتى القدوات يعني سواء كانوا في المستشفى ولا يعني في الكلية، وإنه هؤلاء الطلبة سواء كان يعني طلبة ولا interns ولا residents سوف يستفيدوا من هذا القدوة. كيف يتكلم، كيف يسمع، كيف يكون يعني advocate للبيشنتس. كيف تزرع أو يعني تنمي هذا الشيء في أعضاء التدريس أنه ليكونوا قدوة، يعني ومن ضمنها يعني أن يكون يعني قيادات، بس يكونوا قدوة يعني لمن غيرهم. السؤال الثاني دكتورة زيني، كيف في لاك في students قالوا أنه احنا we are lacking clinical skills لما خرجتونا وحنا في الفيرتشوال learning. How can we solve this؟ هل ممكن يعني هل في فرصة لما يروحوا للريزيدنسيز and to fill this gap أو لا بروف محمد مع
شكرا. طبعا الحقيقة يعني يمكن تذكر أنه القائد الأكاديمي له عدة أدوار، 5 أدوار أنا ذكرتها. أحدها حقيقة هو أن يكون رمز، أن يكون الرمز في المؤسسة، والرمز هذه تحتاج أن يتمثل في ذاته كل الصفات اللي يتمنى أن تكون موجودة في الجميع. الشيء الآخر أن يستفيد حقيقة من المناسبات الرئيسية في الكلية، حفل الطلاب المستجدين، حفل الخريجين، حفل وداع المتقاعدين، حفل وداع الزملاء المنتهي عملهم. يجب أن يكون وجود حقيقة في هذه وجود حقيقي، وأن يقول الكلمات الطيبة وأن يتصرف وفقا لذلك. الجانب الآخر يجب أن يكون قريب من الزملاء، وأنا أقول حقيقة يمكن شيء بسيط بسرعة من الأمور اللي كنت حقيقة وجدتها مفيدة ويمكن ذكرتها سابقا. كان لدي في مكتبي في كلية الطب في جامعة الملك خالد، كان لدي في الدرج أسماء بجميع زملائي أعضاء التدريس. كنت كل ما فضيت أطالع في اللستة هذه أشوف من هو من الزملاء اللي ما شفته من فترة. مثلا الدكتور أحد الزملاء ما رأيته لمدة طويلة، البعد ترى مشكلة. اتصل حقيقة وأقول له أبغاك تمر علي وأخذ رأيك في شيء، يمكن ما في شيء معين، لكن فقط I want to touch bases على أساس أنه يكون قريب حقيقة من القرار. لقاء ترى الشخصي هذا يؤثر. في الرياض حقيقة، ويمكن يعرفون الزملاء والزملاء الموجودين هنا، كان عندنا جلسة في المساء اسمها جلسة البيتزا. هذه جلسة كل يوم اثنين الساعة 8. هذه كنا نلتقي فيها مجموعة من المهتمين، جلسات عصف ذهني لإدارة أمور كثيرة، ليس الهدف الوصول إلى قرار وإنما هو عصف ذهني. يسعدني أنا أقول أن هذه المجموعة اللي كنا نلتقي فيها الآن مجموعة ما شاء الله أصحاب معالي، وفيها مجموعة وكلاء جامعة، وفيها مجموعة عمداء كليات. طبعا هم أخذوها لأنهم أكفاء، لكن مثل هذا اللقاء اللي يتناقش فيه في ما يهم وطننا وماذا نستطيع أن نقدم، هذا تراها كونتيجيوس، معدية. والناس الأفاضل ترى ما يحتاج أنك أنت تأخذ كل الطريق، افتح له بس الخط. شكرا جزيلا.
دكتور رانيا.
يعطيك العافية دكتور. Actually, all the students has been mentioned that they have been terrified of starting their internship, and most of them has been reported that they face challenges in the first month mainly of the internship, but they bridge all the limitations that they have and try to build their own self-confidence and then their clinical skill to catch up. So the most important thing that it doesn't come here in the analysis, they said that it was really frustrating circumstances, but it's not related to what is the future of medical education. So it's related that there is no clinical training, there is no clinical placement. But the online opportunity that we have, we become more or better critical thinking, decision making, because most of the time we're supposed to spend at the hospital. There was a lot of virtual online case-based discussions, virtual patient discussion that help them in different aspects of being a physician. But the thing that has been missed mostly is the patient interactions and the clinical skill, and has been catch by the internship the first month. They also has been mentioned their training in the first year, because in 2019 they were in year 4 of the program mostly, most of the students, so that having medicine and surgery mostly in this year 4, helping them to have the basic. So when they pass to year 5, half of year 5 and year 6, they understand what they think that they're supposed to catch up to bridge the limitation that they have. So it's need directed learning, self-directed learning opportunity, and that's what we try to build on our own student and graduate. Thank you. Dr. Ahmed, can I ask one question?
Sure.
Prof. Shehri, Malik, one of the limitation that we have, you said that we need to have staff development programs, and all the time we talk about that in the staff development programs we usually see the face that we usually saw, and no new faces will be showed up. The most important thing that, the people who actually need staff development programs are missing these staff development programs. And we try to connect this with the regulation, how the regulation is supposed to have an incentives or at least requirement that the staff need to have promotion, or they have to have staff development programs to get promoted as well. So what is the solution? How to recruit the faces that we don't see? Thank you.
سؤال مهم حقيقة، والتحديات كبيرة، لكن أعتقد أنه الآن إحنا في مرحلة إعادة نظر في كثير من اللوائح، وهناك حقيقة توجه إلى إعادة نظر في كثير من الأنظمة المتعلقة بهذا، ويجب أن نكون حقيقة جادين في محاولة، يعني حتى الحوافز وما يتعلق بالحوافز وقواعد الترقية وجوانب الترقية وأمور كثيرة. أنا أعتقد أن هذه ستنعكس في النهاية على تغيير، يعني كثير من القضايا عمل نفس الشيء بنفس الطريقة لا تتوقع نتائج مختلفة، ومهما حاولنا حقيقة النوايا الصافية والنوايا الطيبة ترى في النهاية لن تتخطى يعني حاجز معين. ولهذا جميعنا حقيقة يجب أن نكون جادين عندما يعني نكون في أي لجان تتعلق بالأنظمة واللوائح، أن نكون جادين في طرح أفكار جديدة. هذه اللي سيغير الوضع.
أعرف أن الجلسة كانت مثرية والأسئلة كثيرة، ولكن الزملاء يستحثون في إنهاء الجلسة، لكن ممكن نترك سؤالين فقط. بروف عدنان.
بس نقطة يعني موجهة للجميع. دكتور محمد لو تركز معايا لأنه الكلام موجه لكم. الحوافز المالية كانت ولا زالت وحتى تظل مهمة جدا. يعني خلونا نكون مثاليين، بس لا نكون مثاليين جدا. الشباب والشابات الآن راجعين، هناك في فيلا يعني وفي سيارة وفي أولاد يدخلوا القطاع الخاص. جيلنا نحن وأجيالنا كان العمل في القطاع الخاص ما هو كبير، وحتى اللي كان بيشتغل زي حالاتنا كان الدخل قليل. الآن الدخل في القطاع الخاص كبير جدا لبعض التخصصات. فعشان تحافظ على الشباب والشابات هذول لابد أن تكون هناك طريقة إنه في حوافز لهم. إذا أنا أبغى ألزمه بعمل رئيس قسم أو وكيل أو عميد، وهو يشوف زملائه وزميلاته عندهم وقت أكبر وبيعملوا ما شاء الله مئات الألوف، إيش الحافز؟ يعني أنا بتكلم بمنتهى الصراحة. الآن إحدى الجامعات في جدة لما جات قالت للشباب والشابات نبغى ناخذ 25% مما تحققوه في القطاع الخاص. إيش كان ردهم؟ قدموا استقالاتهم. أنا عشان بس لا نكون مرة مثاليين زيادة عن اللزوم، خصوصا جيل الشباب الآن في متطلبات لابد أن ينظر لها جديا، كيف تحسن الحوافز المالية لهم.
شكرا يا بروف. وأعتقد معالي الدكتور تطرق إلى بعض الجوانب التي قد تحل هذه المعضلة. يمكن إذا أردت أن تعلق معالي الدكتور. إذن آخر سؤال لو سمحتوا الدكتور
علي.
دكتور علي.
السلام عليكم. الحقيقة أني سعدت صراحة بحضور هذا السيشن اللي من العيار الثقيل صراحة. جميل جدا جميع ما ألقي فيه معالي الدكتور والزملاء اللي شاركوا هذا السيشن. لدي كومنت وسؤال لمعالي الدكتور علي. الكومنت طبعا تطرق لها البروف اللي هو السوشيال جاذرينج. أعتقد أن من أهم الأشياء الذي يجب أن ينتبه لها القائد، أن لا يترك يعني العمل دائما هو عمل continuous work day and night، وما يكون فيه أي يعني social gathering للانستتيوشن اللي هو يقوده، لأن هذا في أشياء كثيرة يعني مفيدة جدا وفي رسائل خلالها قد يعني ترسل ويستفاد منها كثيرا. النقطة الأخرى أن يكون لدى الليدر critical eyes داخل الانستتيوشن، يعني ناس independent يعطونه رأي محايد دائما، ويعلم هو حقيقة هذا الرأي محايد وصادق وليس لها أي influence. هذه تساعد حقيقة في اتخاذ عندي سؤال معالي الدكتور، اللي هو أحيانا تجد الكليات الطبية أحيانا بعض الصعوبات خاصة في الجامعات في تقبل بعض وجهات النظر أو اختلاف وجهات النظر من القادة الموجودين من تخصصات ليس لهم حقيقة دراية كبيرة بالقيادة بالتشالنج اللي يعيشونها التخصصات الصحية، رغم يعني ما يبذله يعني الزملاء، أنا متأكد العمداء من يعني التوضيح، وأحيانا بعض المحاضرات تلقى وبعض فما هي يعني ما نصائحكم في هذا الجانب، يعني how to convince يعني إذا كانوا البيج ليدرز يعني has no relation للميديكال فيلد، وأنت تحاول توصل أشياء يعني لخدمة المجال الطبي في الجامعة، فأتمنى تعليق على هذا وشكرا للجميع.
تسمح لي أجاوب دكتور سليمان؟ نعم. طبعا هذا الجانب حقيقة دائما ترى يدار في الجامعات بشكل عام، ويعني ترى كليات الطب المشكلة فيها أن كثير فيها من الأمور مختلفة عن بقية الجامعات، ولهذا أعذر الزملاء حقيقة اللي يمكن ما هم بعيدين شوية على القطاع. أولا كلية الطب هي مجموعة أقسام وفيها برنامج واحد. كلية الطب نظام التعليم فيها مختلف، الارتباط بين الجانب الأكاديمي والتدريبي مختلف، ولهذا لا شك أنه في اختلافات، ولهذا أعتقد أنه أحد الصفات اللي يجب أن يتسم بها عميد الطب أن يكون نيغوشيتر جيد، وأن يستطيع حقيقة أن يصبر ويكون صبور ويحاول أن يوصل الرسالة حقيقة بطريقة أو أخرى، ولا بد لمدمن الطرق أن يلج حقيقة إذا الإنسان حقيقة كان شوية صبور. وأيضا ترى النجاح يقود إلى النجاح، وشوية نجاحات تتحقق هنا وهنا ستقنع حقيقة إدارة الجامعة بأنه في جدية في العمل. وأيضا ترى إدارات الجامعة تقابل كثير من التحديات والصعوبات، ولا بد من الصبر، يعني أعانكم الله جميعا.
شكرا جزيلا لجميع المتحدثين، حقيقة كان يعني النقاش ثري جدا، وأنا شخصيا استفدت يعني منه، وأنا أكيد الأخوة الحضور استفادوا. ربما أنه نأخذ 10 دقائق راحة وبعدين نأتي إلى الجلسة الأخرى إن شاء الله. شكرا لكم.
السلام عليكم. لو في احد اللي عنده يعني شو اسمه الشاهي والقهوه ينبه هذا الاخوان انهم يدخلوا عشان حنبدا السيشن حتى ما نتاخر عليكم.
لا مو شغال. شغال كويس.
شغال صح؟ طيب. حنبدا ان شاء الله خلال يمكن دقيقه او دقيقتين. الكنترول جاهزين ها؟ الكنترول.
Control, are you ready? Are you ready for the first presenter?
Excellent. أنا أيوة نعم صحيح. تبغون نبدأ عشان الوقت؟ طيب.
Control. Can we get Dr. Gary in?
Okay. طيب بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Good afternoon. This is the last but not the least scientific session of this wonderful conference, and I just want to remind you that usually those who stay up until the last lobe of they are the winners. So congratulate you for staying up to this time. I know it is hard for people to keep their attention up to this time in the afternoon since morning, but believe me, usually the fruitful things get at the end of any event. We have in this fine session, we have 3 speakers, distinguished speakers, and we have a good amount of time for their presentations. Let me first introduce the first speaker, then my colleague, Dr. Hassan al-Zahrani, will inshallah present the second one. The first speaker, Professor Gary Sayed. Professor Gary is a professor of health sciences at California State University, Mengele Health, and he previously served as a professor of radiology at Al Faisal University College of Medicine in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and clinical professor of diagnostic imaging at Thomas Jefferson University in Philadelphia. His vast academic leadership experience includes chairman of Department of Diagnostic Imaging at Thomas Jefferson University, dean at both California State University Dominguez Hills and Charles Drew University of Medicine and Science, and provost and senior vice president of academic affairs at the University of Science in Philadelphia. Professor Gary, a distinguished fellow of the American College of Nuclear Medicine and past president of the American Board of Science in Nuclear Medicine. I'm sure Professor Gary will talk about another important topic, the academic leadership, and it's a continuation of the previous session. Please, Professor Gary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, for the kind introduction. Assalamu alaikum. It is a pleasure to be with all of you this morning, I should say this evening where you're at. Thank you for allowing me to be part of your conference and present to you. I am delighted to have joined you, and my heartiest congratulations to your society and all of its leadership for your 20th anniversary. I wish you all the best in your future. I have intentionally kept the title of this presentation as generic as possible so that I could gauge its content better to the interest of the audience as I listen to my colleagues present their parts. And I did just that. So while the broad title given was academic leadership, I will focus a little bit on leading change. And I must thank the previous speaker, Professor Al-Shari, for setting the stage for this presentation very nicely. He's done a wonderful job in outlining what a leader should be looking at the 40,000-foot level. So what I would like to do now is present to you perhaps a mini sequel, if I may call it that, and bring you down to 10,000 feet. And in doing so, I'd like to preface my presentation by saying it is targeted more towards those colleagues, junior colleagues, who either would like to be or the present leaders, whether you're a dean or a provost and wish to, or a provost is what you call a rector in Saudi Arabia, wishes to talk or encourage junior colleagues to assume leadership roles. Always remember, leadership is about persuasion. So it is the leader's job to persuade colleagues to do what needs to be done. So this is for aspiring junior leaders who wish to become or are expected to become department chairs or college deans. So in academic settings, a leader plays multiple roles, all the way from being the key person running the entire show, but always keeps an eye at the core and center of his radar screen, because he or she is brought to this shop for a specific purpose in addition to leading that shop. And that specific purpose typically entails some sort of a transition, a change from where the shop is, whether that shop is a clinical department or an academic unit or an entire college. The leader transforms that shop from where it's at to some future desired future state. That involves a journey. And the guide in this journey is the change leader. I found out in my 30 years of academic leadership that this part of academic leadership is by far one of the most difficult tasks. It's almost like moving a mountain. But yes, moving a mountain is possible, one piece at a time. So in academia, This moving the mountain challenge has yet an added layer to it that makes it even more complex, in that we have colleagues who are the team members that we are supposed to be articulating with and leading toward achieving towards a future state, are highly critical, very smart, analytical people. So they will question every move. And you have to have the reason behind everything you say and possess the art of balancing content with the process and the interest of the people as you pursue your goal in leading that transition. Now, I tend to think of this as a wheel that constantly turns and should never stop. The rate at which the RPM may change, but you certainly don't want it to stop. So when you come in as an academic leader, you are tasked to envision a strategy that leads your shop to a new desired place. So invariably, virtually every incoming leader, one of the first things they do is develop a strategic plan that informs the team and the shop where that shop will be at in whatever period that strategic plan was developed for, 3, 5, maybe 50 years down the road. That means you come in with a distinct mission assigned to you. A good academic leader does not rewrite the mission. The mission of the place is what you are entrusted with. So your vision has to be mission-centered and mission-focused. And Professor Al-Shari gave an outstanding account of this with the two superb examples he shared with you earlier, where he gave an example of a president of a university who opted to transform a teaching-focused institution into a research-extensive place. Now, there's nothing wrong with that. Any incoming university rector or president or chancellor or provost would love to do that. But you have to be cognizant of the timing part of it. His temporal alignment did not work out, so he was operating outside of the scope of the mission. And he also shared an example of a dean of a medical college in developing his or her staff in furthering the mission of the college. So whatever vision, the V part of this acronym, that you come in with, that's your RNA for this DNA. Your mission is your DNA. You don't change the DNA. You come in with your RNA that you transcribed from the DNA, from the mission. And now you're saying, based on this mission, this is my way, my thinking, that we can achieve this mission and go from point A to point B, for which you develop your goals and measurable objectives. This is not about strategic planning, so I'm not going to talk about any of that matter, but always keep it in mind because that is the building block. Then once you do that, you started turning the wheel. And that turning began when you set up your team to develop the strategic plan. So you organize your group and you put together in place what is a resemblance of a team to get started now that you have the nucleus. In order for you to move forward, though, you have to be always crystal clear in conveying the message. Each and every step of this wheel that you see in front of you requires articulating that vision very clearly in order for you to be able to lead your vision to fruition. So you have to know what the weak links in this wheel are. You have to know what the processes are, and you have to know the chain of command. You have to know what the quality factors, temporal factors, so you don't end up being another example like the president of the university that was presented earlier, or the dean of the college that was exemplified. Make sure your temporal alignment checks out. Then obviously a good leader always thinks about efficiency factors. Now that you have put in the building blocks, you have to think about your human factor. And your human factor cannot be understated. So always think of and remain cognizant of the old adage: change is good unless it happens to you. And you, in this case, is your team, your people, your human factor in your organization or in your college or department. These are your colleagues. You're trying to motivate to buy into your vision. So always articulate your vision and keep in mind you're the salesperson. If you don't sell your vision, it's just in your head. So now you are tackling a very complex challenge that we all as leaders face as inertia. That's what we call the institutional culture. You're about to change culture. What is culture? Simply put, in this business, when we say culture, we're talking about how things get done. So you come in and your team tells you, this is how we get things done. And you say, we can do it better, more efficient, more whatever that more is your vision. And you want to take it from how it's done now to how it should be done. So now that you want to change that culture, you have to be very clear who these players are and how you motivate them to move them to the next level so that you have the resemblance of a credible team and bring them to the pivoting point. This is where the rubber hits the road and you're actually about to start your journey. Once you bring them to your pivoting point, bring your team to this pivoting point, and your team is doing the work, your energy should focus on sustaining that forward momentum. Because the minute you take your eyes off of this and you don't keep track of the process you have put in place, things can unravel rather quickly. A successful change leader knows what to articulate at what point in preparation for the next moving cycle to motivate the team. At this point in time, you are cashing in your balance out of the goodwill, give them the benefit of the doubt, balance you came in with as leader to your shop. Unless you replenish that balance account, pretty soon you deplete it and your words will not have credence to them, and your team will not resonate with what you say. So a successful change leader, in motivating his or her team, and also in reporting to higher ups, to your boss, for example, would not count and say, oh, we brought in 10 consultants who said we should do this, or we signed 5 MOUs with Harvard and Oxford. Harvard is Harvard and it will always be in Cambridge. You're in charge of your shop. You would not, he or she would not count how many people he or she sent to conferences or workshops, or how many team members published how many conference papers or how many courses they added to the calendar. Those are not your motivating factors. You're just stating the fact they know it, they've seen it. What you focus on is what came out of all of that. What has changed in the landscape as a result of all of that? That's your outcome. That's what you will be measuring in the next turn that you should be preparing your team for. So you have to not only know what you need to measure, so you don't get your inputs mixed up with your outputs, but you're using it to motivate your team to move forward and keep this momentum going. Otherwise, it can unravel and your team members start wandering off and you will lose focus of your team member, not necessarily yours, but your team members' focus, and they take their eye off the ball. You need to keep them focused all the time in order to move forward. That being said, the change you come in as a new leader is also your fingerprint. The change you lead is your differentiating brand. You know, everyone has a brand. Companies have brands. You as a leader have a brand. And you, if you want to become a leader, you want to have a brand. What do you want to be known for? What distinguishes you as a Dean of Medicine at University X from the Dean of Medicine at University Y? And therefore, the College of Medicine at University X is known for ABC that College of Medicine at University Y does not have. What is your brand? So you have to know what that point of differentiation is. And that's what delivers this result. And that result is what makes and contributes to your brand. So at the end of the cycle, these feed into each other. With respect to teamwork, know as you approach this pivoting point, know where your points of your resistance points are, because that is your pitfall, and you don't want you or your team fall through that. Know who the ghost players are. In every shop you walk into, there are the informal leaders. Who are they? They're the influencers. What is the extent of their influence? And to what extent can they impede the change you are about to bring in? As you manage that, you now are in the first stage of cultural shift. Remember, the way how things get done there. Then you are operating here on this side, dealing successfully with those ghosts and others in the organization. Now you are at the first stage of that differentiation you're looking for. What makes your College of Medicine different than this one? So there are about 60 or so colleges of medicine in Saudi Arabia. What is the College of Medicine at University A is known for from all the others, and it's attested to being the leader in ABC, whatever those ABCs are. As you institute and achieve those, you institutionalize and achieve those brand differentiations that become the place's attribute, you become the pilot who becomes known for achieving that result. Then the aspiring who are interested in that type of transitions are the ones that seek your brand. Here, it is key for you as a leader to dial down, to resist the temptation to lead by extortion. A lot of novice leaders fall victim to leading by extortion. And what do I mean by that? So let me give you an example. You would go to a colleague, you want him to, a team member, do ABC for you. You say, oh, you asked for Thursday off. I'll give you Thursday off if you could finish this by tomorrow. Now, you took your colleague hostage for Thursday off, and you want a ransom. That is, finish this by tomorrow. Whatever this is, that's your ransom in order to release that hostage. This dynamic is called leadership by extortion. Another example to illustrate this, and we'll move on, would be like you go to a colleague who came, ask you maybe pay for me to go to this conference in Abha in medical education, and you say, if you'd like to go to the conference in Abha, there are two things I'd like you to do before you go. I'd like to you to volunteer to do XYZ. Now the conference is the hostage, and doing XYZ is the ransom. You're asking for a ransom to free that hostage. And that's called leadership by extortion. And at this point, you're dealing with culture. You need to resist that type of leadership and bring in the positive leadership that would look at this request to go to the conference as an integral part of that vision and that change, and say yes. Or better yet, you would be the one who knows his team and say, you know what, you're a good member of our team to go to the conference, SIMEC conference in Abha, and bring us the latest and newest and smartest way of doing this. You boost their confidence, you win their loyalty, and you did not take a hostage. So the way you approach what gets done and the way you present it, whether it is in enabling or delegating or extending a privilege or demanding a responsible outcome, you try to always relate it to your vision, the purpose, and in a positive form where you avoid disengagement and disenfranchisement. Last thing you want to do is lose your team members. And remember, this is harder to overcome. And when I say it's harder, it's based on my own personal 30+ year experience, because our colleagues are inherently highly skilled, highly trained, analytical people. So let me walk you through a quick example to illustrate my case. And these are a few examples. Some I lived through personally, some I witnessed, some I read about. So back when I used to work at Thomas Jefferson University, a chairman of a department came in named Rothman, and his vision was to make the orthopedic surgery department the best in the United States. Now, there are hundreds of orthopedic departments in the United States. Every leader would like his or her shop to become the marquee. You know, the marquee is the top. Like a marquee car would be Mercedes. That's the brand they established for themselves. You want to take your Camry or Accord to a Mercedes. It's a long journey. If you define the extent and parameters of your change and you know what that change is, that's what we call your delta. Then you develop the steps and processes accordingly. And you keep turning that wheel consistently without losing steam. Eventually you will hit your target. I always tell my junior colleagues after I give them, there's a nice book I recommend they read about how this process works. And think of Clark Kerr. He, when he became chancellor of UC Berkeley, it was not a big name school, just like any other university. He said in 50 years, Berkeley will be the name Harvard and MIT come to for consultation. He developed a 50-year-long vision and he achieved it. And today, Berkeley is a reference for Harvard. In fact, there is a nice book called University, an Owner's Manual. If you have time, I suggest you read it if you're interested in this business. It's written by the Dean of Harvard School. In it, he says, we train our students, give them their PhDs, train them, wait for Berkeley to hire them, vet them out, sort them out, and if they get tenure and promotion at Berkeley, then we hire them. We know they're good because Berkeley said they were good. That's the type of marquee status you achieve for your school or your shop. And today, fast forward 20 years past where Rothman stated his vision, yes, Jefferson Orthopedic always ranks as one of the top orthopedic departments in the United States. In many years, it's #1. It depends who does this ranking. If you're a fan of commercial ranking, in the United States, it's done by the US and World News. In Europe, it's done by the British, the higher education ranking. There's a Chinese one that's not any better than either of these two, but these are non-credible commercial rankings. I remember when I was Dean at Drew and I was in Washington, D.C. at a conference, a colleague of mine came to me and said, "Hey, Gary, congratulations. You guys are one of the best, top second best residency in geriatric medicine." I said, "Thank you." After he left, I called my office and said, "Do we have a residency in geriatric medicine?" I didn't know. No, we don't. So take these commercial rankings for whatever they are, but you need to keep in mind that what matters is your peers. That's the gold standard. When your peers say they're good, that means you achieved the vision. At a college level or a university level, there are plenty of examples too. A case I lived through was at the University of Findlay, where I started my academic career as an assistant professor. We had a dean, the late Luke Bartolomeo, who said, "We will take Findlay," who at that time Findlay had about 800 students and was just looking into what to do with itself, either change or close shop and just forget the 150-year history they had. So they decided to change. And his vision was to transform Findlay from the 800 tiny school to one of the biggest institutions in the state of Ohio and the most robust. 30 years later, we look back and Findlay grew from 800 to 5,000 students, and it is one of the most robust. That requires a leader who keeps that wheel turning. And Luke Bartolomeo did that until he died. He died dying doing his job for 30 years. A lot of universities in the United States do these types of, or pursue these types of changes to change their ranking. These are the official Carnegie ranking, not the US World News Magazine ranking. They usually would like to go from the M1, M2, or B1, B2 classification to R1, R2. In this case, R1 is higher than R2. A good example of that is the University of Southern California. They wanted to become an R1 university. In the 70s, that was their vision. leadership came in and said, we're going to transform this institution. University of Southern California goes by its acronym USC. USC stands for University of California. But in the 70s, a lot of people referred to them as the University of Silly Horses or the University of Spoiled Children, where a lot of rich people went and played sports all day long. They, through the incoming leader's vision, transformed that institution from a University of Silly Horses to a highly respected, credible R1 institution. Achieving this delta requires a set of skills that leader needs to develop. And core to this is to maintain a skill set that allows the leader to read between the lines and go beyond what is in front of them. So we would like our work to be data-driven or evidence-based. So we have the evidence presented to us. I just constructed this hypothetically, this data you see in front of you, where hypothetically, let's say I am the person in charge and this is my institution's performance shown in grayscale. And in orange next to me are my peer institutions that I compete against. Then in blue, I have all the institutions. So let's say, hypothetically, this is Abha Medical College, and these are the peers, maybe King Abdulaziz and King Saud. Then these are all other medical colleges in Saudi. Hypothetically, you can apply that example if you wish. Or it could be your department. So you have some metrics. Here we have an arbitrarily laid out 4 metrics, G1, G2. These are goals 1, goal 2, goal 3, goal 4, the outcomes for those goals, the generic outcome based on the objectives that were measured. And you see this shop is doing fairly well and nicely across the board. If you are happy with this and you take this to your team and your leaders and say, look, we're doing real well, we're in good shape. And I would humbly argue you fell short and you undersold yourself and you undersold your team. Because a good leader reads between the lines. Pierce into the data and look at what the data is missing, that what you're looking at is not telling you what the missing story. So if you look at this data set analytically and give it some thought, you find out that you have your institution versus your competition. There's a gap. And this is your competition's gap, meaning your competition would like to do as well as you do. And if you capitalize on that gap, and make that distance greater, then you become more differentiated. Your brand becomes more widely recognized in whatever those tasks, goals were. So you pierce into it. But that's not enough. Once you identify what you can do better, which is this exercise, then you should think about achieving a point is easy. If you really push your heart, you get there. The difficult part is maintaining that point. It's always easier to become number one, but staying number one is not easy. So you have to ask yourself, what are the gaps within my work? And here, if you look at how everyone is doing, then project that back, you will see the gaps that lead you to opportunities you didn't know. As you go through this with your team, there will always be a lot of talk. You as a leader should know what part of that talk is signal and what is noise, and be able to subtract the noise out of the talk. Otherwise, you could easily get burned out and overwhelmed by the process. Always keep an eye on your signal to noise ratio and take care of yourself first. If you're not in good shape, you're not going to be able to lead anyone. Be able to distinguish between the individuals, the players, and their dynamics versus your organization that you are leading. Now, what are the big pitfalls? We don't have time to go over all of them. I will share a couple with you. first and foremost is not having a clear vision and communicating, more importantly, selling that to your team. If you come in and you don't have a vision, you don't know where you're going. And if you don't know where you're going, you can lead your people to go wherever it is that shop needs to go to. The second, this is the cancer of this business, is under-communicating your vision. You can never under-communicate. You need to employ these communicative skills in as many ways as you can. And Professor Al-Shihri alluded to a very nice example where he called colleagues he hadn't heard from out of the blue to share a story with. If you were the leader, you would employ those type of tactics to get the buy-in. Without the buy-in, you get nowhere at all. And always avoid making ad hoc decisions. Never make a decision on the spot, and never reply to an email as soon as you receive it. Sleep over it, think about it. In fact, for those of you who are not in tune with how you make your decision, I would highly suggest you read a book called Decision Traps, and Professor Al-Shihri translated that to Arabic. It's a classical book. I studied it about 30 years ago. It is one of the best books you could read if you haven't read it. So what skills do you need? This is what this presentation was about, and I hope the examples kind of open some windows. What we did was I took you to in front of the speakers before me, took you in front of a humongous, large, palatial house. And each one of them described this house from their perspective that we call leadership. I opened a single window and gave you a view of that house through that single window. But remember, it's a palatial house. So what do you need to be able to grasp the entire view just from the window that I opened for you? You have to have people skills. You should be able to deal with your team members diplomatically. Diplomacy cannot be understated for leadership. You have to know how to deal with individuals versus groups. Know your communicating media and communication modes, but be able to listen. Listen more than you talk. Have your analytical skills developed, and I showed you a couple of examples. Know your systemic skills. If you don't keep your eye on the whole picture, parts of it could fall off and you don't know. And in healthcare, which is inherently a changing business all the time, you have to keep track of that change in dynamics as well.
3 minutes
I hope this gave you a quick overview of what all of this entails. I thank you for your attention. This is my contact information. If any thoughts or follow-up questions come up, feel free to get in touch with me. I thank you for the opportunity and for allowing me to be part of your impressive conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Gary. It was really an excellent talk. Because we are actually behind the schedule, so I would like to introduce our second eminent speaker, Dr. William Bordek. Dr. Bordek is a graduate of Oberlin College, Weill Cornell University College of Medicine, and the University of Pennsylvania. He completed residency training in internal medicine and is certified by American Board of Emergency Medicine and American Board of Internal Medicine. As the former Vice President of Education at FEMR, he was responsible for creation of global faculty development programs for health professions educators. He has received multiple awards for excellence in teaching. Dr. Bordek is the Vice Secretary General of the Network Towards Unity for Health, an organization of community-oriented health professions school, and Professor of Emergency Medicine at Thomas Jefferson University in Philadelphia.
Dr. Bordick. He will talk today about proactive and reactive medical education in time of crisis. Dr. Bordick, the mic is yours.
Thank you very much, and it's a real pleasure to be here, and I appreciate so much the invitation. It's really an honor to follow you, Gary. I realize that I am standing here at the halfway point between two of your previous appointments, halfway between University of the Sciences and Thomas Jefferson University in lovely downtown Philadelphia. So it's fun to make that connection. And I also really appreciate the previous speakers, and I had the opportunity to listen to several of them. Some were, of course, too early for me. So what am I hoping to do today? We've heard a lot about how we've reacted to the pandemic crisis, and so I will start with that, but with a focus on how the reactions that we had were challenged and limited, and they had problems. And then I'll pivot to changes in medical education that will help us to anticipate the next crisis, and many of the concepts were touched on by the speaker on academic development, Gary's lovely talk on leadership, Dr. Rania's talk on student reactions. So you'll hear some echoes, but I'll try to build on those concepts as we go along. So we all know that we had a major pivot to online learning. We had lectures, discussions, examinations, all moving to online. And I'm putting online in quotes, you'll see in a moment, using that term somewhat advisedly. We had telemedicine for practitioners, and occasionally, but not often, there was a limited student role. There were some alternative student activities. One creative university had students reviewing emerging COVID research, and as Dr. Rania pointed out, there were some remote simulated patient interactions. What we learned is that although many could connect, connectivity is often a limiting factor, and that's just as true in a high resource place like the United States as it is in a low resource place in other parts of the world. And I'm going to talk about that inequality as an important factor moving forward. We also, and again, Dr. Rania pointed this out, or her students pointed this out, online requires greater interaction to maintain engagement. You have to have periodic breakouts, you need all-inclusive systematic report outs, you need to have cameras on, otherwise you never know what's going on behind that little black screen. We know that students and learners in general who are online are easily distracted. There's so many other things going on in our environment, so it's necessary to limit the length of those sessions. And we also learned that while you can have a live session at the center of educational design, you need to have a continuum with a pre-live session, opportunity for something, either readings or reflections, and then a post-live session follow-up, either online discussion or assignments. We also learned that this stuff takes time and resources. The faculty initially just stood in front of a microphone and camera and just gave their lecture. But what we understand is that it really takes some time to design effective structure and to create effective content for online faculty. That takes faculty development. But we also learned that the infrastructure needs to be improved. Internet connectivity, electricity, electrical grid, cameras, lights, microphones. Those were often limiting factors for students in many parts of the world, including the United States. So why do we need to wait for a crisis to make some changes? We now understand, and we need to teach those factors that correlate with preparedness. We need to look for ways to be more adaptable to changing needs, and we need to recognize the societal factors that affect our response in general to crises. One of the key factors that I think we don't consider enough, that I haven't heard much discussion about recently is something that was the focus of a Lancet paper I wouldn't say last month, but a couple of weeks ago, where they have there's a national preparedness collaboration with hundreds of countries involved, and they looked at all of the factors that they could consider against the dependent variable of pandemic readiness, and one of the metrics for that was percentage of vaccinated populations. And surprisingly, what they found was not the economic level of the country, not the number of pharmaceutical companies or the amount of health care that they had, but rather the level of trust in the society. Trust in government, interpersonal trust, and inversely proportionate governmental corruption. And this is a chart of all of the factors that you can find in that paper, but what they really noticed that was significant was more corruption, lower preparedness, decreased trust, lower preparedness as well. And trust is not something that we talk about very frequently. There's a fascinating book, The Spirit Level, by Wilkinson and Pickett, that correlates trust with economic inequity across, oh gosh, maybe 20 different factors, different outcomes. Each chapter has a different outcome. And in the lower left corner, you can see just one of their many charts. These, by the way, are freely available online, where the level of economic inequity, when it's high, the proportion of people that you trust, or the amount of trust that you have, is low. High inequity, low trust. And I'll just frankly point out the United States is in the high inequity, low trust quadrant. What are the implications for education? My good friend, Professor El Hassan, talked about the social determinants of health, but I think we need to add trust as a major factor in this discussion of social determinants. I think the health profession school, they do have a role in society to advocate for equity. They do have a role to support people in lower socioeconomic stratas. Those aspects can also be supplemented with explicit teaching of trust. We want to strengthen our public health teaching to include the relevance of social factors in policy adherence, and one of those social factors is trust. We, as members of universities, have many interactions with communities. Let's be explicit in advocating and promoting programs that foster trust. And then in teaching and trust, there are many paradigms, many models for trust, and there's a lovely website that I've got in the corner there that'll give you a couple of dozen more paradigms for trust. But the one that I like is trust as four things: integrity, which is doing what you say you're going to do; predictability, which is the ability to anticipate the other's actions; delayed reciprocity, which is giving without immediate expectation for payback; and exposed vulnerability, which is revealing deficiencies in yourself with the expectation that the other party will not take advantage. So those are that's a 4-point model for trust. Many other models exist. It's a nice one because it's simple and it's easy to relate to. By the way, the delayed reciprocity one is relevant to one of an author, Adam Grant, wrote a nice book called Give and Take, in which he talks very frankly about givers and takers. And so delayed reciprocity is a prime factor or feature of givers. Now, in order to be proactive, I've partitioned the proactive response into 3 areas. One is the response process development, and Gary's talked about leadership, as have others, but also I want to add program evaluation and the concept of connectivity, all aspects of what I'll call response process. The other is delivery, the online presentation of preclinical stuff. I'll talk about that. And then finally, I'll talk just a bit about content. There's some aspects of content that I think we really need to think honestly and frankly about in terms of prevention, in terms of social elements of health, and in terms of changing healthcare. As Gary has just talked about, to adapt to crises, we need to strengthen leadership skills. I've sort of boiled the key leadership attributes to communication, preparation, resilience, and reflection. And as Gary pointed out, communication is mostly about listening. As an Indian colleague of mine used to say, we have 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. And there are many examples of great leadership that involves great listening and involves great involvement of the people that we're trying to lead. And the second attribute is preparation, being sort of knowing more than you need to know. Resilience is a function of being able to bounce back after adversity. And one of the interesting points that I heard Gary talk about is how, I know it was the first speaker, reaching out to others who were not such close connections. I think in one sense, Gary talked about them as ghost leadership. They're out there, but I would take that concept a tiny bit further in terms of resilience and say, and this is something, again, that Adam Grant has pointed out, resilience has a lot to do with your social network, but particularly about your social network that is a low density social network. That is the people who are at a distance, literally and figuratively from you, but who know you, and they are living a different reality, and they can offer a fresh perspective and help you bounce back better. Reflection is a sense of being self-aware, understanding what's working and what's not working. And I believe that these sorts of leadership skills need to be added to faculty development. Now, one of the things that I believe leadership needs to involve is the ability of leaders to create an environment of sharing, an environment of openness to new ideas. They literally need to create the time and space for that. We've talked about listening. There needs to be respect for new ideas, and again, that element of trust. Parker Palmer has an entire chapter on developing a community of educators in this lovely book that was written, gosh, what was it, maybe 30, 40 years ago, with about 11 editions, 10 to 10 editions since then. Take a look at this. I mean, there's a lot more to education and leadership than we've talked about today. And if you want to walk away with something, some little bit of homework, take a look at this book. The chapter on community is towards the end, but I really recommend it. Another book that I think is important to think about that we haven't talked too much about is Brene Brown's book, Dare to Lead, and she talks about 2 functions that are not commonly mentioned, that is courage and vulnerability. The vulnerability aspect is a little bit related to exposed vulnerability that we've talked about with the model of trust. But she has a lot of nice TED Talks if you want to take the 18-minute version. But take a look. She's got a nice writing style. And again, it's a little bit of homework for those of us that are thinking about leadership. And then finally, on the leadership realm, Gary mentioned the stress and the tension involved with leadership. Ron Heifetz is a former psychiatrist who's at the Harvard Business School, and he devotes an entire section to anxiety and how change creates anxiety. The expression that I like is change is good, you go first. Same concept as Gary was talking about. But I do think that the other concept that Heifetz talks about is leadership without authority. And that means that there are many within an ecosystem who can exert leadership, whether it's the ghost leaders, which is sort of a negative connotation, or whether it's student leaders or others who are influencers. And I think that expanding our notion of teaching leadership skills to everyone is probably beneficial for the institutional ecosystem, other staff as well. So that's enough about leadership. I think that there's an opportunity for us also to rethink the way we do program evaluation. Typically, we have a summative assessment at a given point, and we say, oh, you didn't do this, or you didn't do that, or we achieved this or that. I think more frequent, more complete data collection, so-called short loop feedback, including a wider range of stakeholders, educators, learners, the public, including health indicators. Asking the questions, of course, are we achieving outcomes? And again, it's outcomes, not outputs. Outputs are things you can count. Outcomes are impact. Where are our strengths? Where are the gaps? Continuously collecting data, reviewing, and revising in an ongoing fashion. And I think that adding this skill set of continuous evaluation through this process, I think is something that all of the members of our community would benefit from, and their increased knowledge about this sort of continuous program evaluation will benefit the institution. So we do teach program evaluation to a subset of our staff. I think teaching it to a broader range will be beneficial as well. Now, you can say, well, institutions, we don't have much to do with this infrastructure business, but I think that's not entirely true. Institutions, first of all, have lots of resources in general, and they certainly are able to strengthen their own internet connectivity network. So that's an easy one. But I think they also have, at many levels, ministerial levels and intra-university levels, connections with energy and telecommunications sectors. And I think promoting the innovative use of internet connectivity technologies and promoting innovative electrical grids in many parts of the world. This is a huge factor. And I just mentioned solar microgrids because that's one of the functions that has been very successfully deployed in many parts of the world. It's not just about having a computer, or even not just about having an internet connection, but if you don't have a stable electrical power source, you're out of luck. Now, if you want to get a little bit counterculture or iconoclastic, take a look at this piece by Zeke Emanuel. Ezekiel Emanuel was President Obama's chief advisor on developing the Affordable Care Act, and he's now vice provost at the University of Pennsylvania, right around the corner from me. And he wrote a provocative piece a couple of years ago talking about the end of preclinical classroom instruction, the end of preclinical classroom instruction. And what he points out is something that I think we are all aware of, but just a little bit nervous about embracing. And that is, there are incredibly good lectures, images, articles available to all from anywhere in the world. So that one of the examples that he gives in his paper is this site pathoma.com. You can get a 1-month free subscription, and even when you buy the subscription, it's I don't know, it's maybe 75 US per year. It's relatively inexpensive. The lectures are fantastic, and of course, if you don't understand something, you can play it again and again. Images are available on every single aspect of pathology. So that's just one example of how the stuff that we present, the content that we present in the so-called preclinical arena, so preclinical classroom, is totally available online. Now, is that to say that we can shift the entire preclinical instruction to online? Zeke Emanuel would say yes. I think that we need to supplement that, complement that with well-designed discussions, well-designed online discussions if we choose, or in post-pandemic, in-class discussions. And I think that the era of sort of stand and deliver lectures is really a function of the past. And I think that almost any topic, it'd be interesting to see if anyone can come up with topics that aren't covered, almost any topic can be a good presentation about that topic, probably, arguably, better than you and I can do, is able to be found online at a very limited cost. Now, is this really, really threatening to universities? You bet. However, Zeke Emanuel goes on to say that the medical school's key value is organizing and overseeing clinical education, and where there's simulations, interpersonal skills, for example, and procedures, all sorts of things still need to be managed and organized by the medical school. Of course, the connection and interaction with patients and communities is critical. He goes on to suggest that even the clinical years, so-called clinical years of medical school, and residency or postgraduate education ought to be combined. So those are elements that are probably not going to happen anytime soon, but they certainly challenge our thinking about this. And it just reminds me of an element of sort of being creative and being willing to think in alternative ways that suggests that sometimes we need people on our team, people that we get along well with, who might be described as disagreeable. Disagreeable in the sense that they're really willing to offer different sorts of ideas. We might even call them argumentative, but they do so with sort of a loving kindness. But there's a real place for the argumentative, for the disagreeable, as we try to reimagine medical education. We mentioned a couple of times the learning management platform. I have a little bit of a beef with the current systems. I mean, there's often a need to better balance between features and ease of use. And we love some of the features, tracking, students, discussion boards, assessment, but sometimes there are too many of them, and they end up making the platform confusing or hard to use, particularly in terms of authoring, in terms of notifications and alerts, and sometimes the mobile versions are inadequate. So I think there's work to be done here, and I think we can be proactive in that as well. Now, and this takes me to the last area, and that is curriculum. I think there are things that we need to add to be proactive before the next crisis. I think we need to do more on public health, more on the transmission, environmental factors, nutritional factors in terms of prevention of disease. And as Mohammed Al-Hassan talked about, there's elements we call social accountability, but let's make sure that we're also teaching our students all of the elements of social accountability, all of the social determinants of health, housing, green space, or in some cases blue space or open space, and this notion of inequity and its relationship to trust. And I think that the other aspect of trust is having a bit of the education just specifically about vaccine mobilization, which is so connected to trust. We need to develop communication skills, distribution skills, the ability to mobilize personnel. So I think teaching readiness for mobilization, vaccine mobilization, is another element of our public health program and curriculum that I think can be added and should be added. The healthcare system, as Dr. Rania pointed out, is changing. There's a lovely term that I came across called web-side manner. As we move to telemedicine, we need to understand what the advantages and what the limitations are, how to do consultations, how to do guided procedures and transmitted images. But further to that point, there's also artificial intelligence software that's coming in now. Certainly in Gary's field of radiology, there's been a tremendous amount of effort there. Management tools, decision-making tools. There's also a whole flurry of bedside diagnostic tools, handheld ultrasounds, bedside chemistries, PCRs. That's got to be part of our, as we move the curriculum forward. And then there's the electronic health record and how to use that, teaching students how to use that to better communicate, to do quality improvement, and to integrate with artificial intelligence. My generation has reacted to the electronic health record sort of with horror, anxiety, and in some cases depression. I think the next generation is growing up with it, and we need to show that group of young professionals how to use it most effectively. Now, you can't just add, you have to take away. And I think this part of pruning as part of the growth process for institutions and the curricula is critical, but painful. Everybody, most people in the faculty have an emotional and perhaps even a financial stake in teaching some things. But as I have traveled around the world and looked at various curriculum, there are procedures and things being taught that haven't been done for, I'll generously say a decade, but in some cases decades. Chemistries, microscopic stuff, some physical exam things, some surgical techniques. So they need to be deleted. They're drugs that probably don't teach us anything generic, that just need to be removed. Rare clinical entities that really are not a function of the public health landscape and may not even be, we like to teach rare but life-threatening. They may not even be life-threatening, they're just rare. And you know probably better than I do some of the other things that are in the curriculum that really are hard to get out, but we can't keep adding. So that's a real challenge for all of us. Finally, I'd like to make a pitch for a commitment to flexible thinking. This is Adam Grant again, his latest book. Very, very nice piece of work. And again, he's got some nice TED Talks as well. But he points out that, as he quotes from George Bernard Shaw, progress is impossible without change, and those who cannot change their minds cannot change anything. So I think that as we look forward to a proactive approach to responding, to being ready for the next crisis, to continuously improve, being able to change our minds, being able to reconsider our closely held beliefs is going to be an invaluable attribute. So, in summary, the reaction to the pandemic crisis was limited by connectivity issues, some online design issues. I think we should include the concept of trust when we teach social determinants of health. I completely agree with the other speakers that developing leadership skills in anticipation of change is essential, and I would argue that those leadership skills need to be taught to a fairly broad sampling of our institutional ecosystem. I think we need to continuously evaluate curriculum content. I think we need to move from a sort of a summative to a formative model for program evaluation. I do think we need to focus on our delivery systems. Those of us that have it think it's great, but talk to some who don't, and they'll give you all of the examples of how they were cut off or how the electricity went out. And I think we as institutions have a responsibility to work with other sectors to make that better. And keeping in mind that we have explored extensively this new world of what Dr. Rania called digital medicine, and I think we need to reconsider what we're doing in the classroom. And it's not just a matter of the flipped classroom, but it's also a matter of the global flipped classroom. And then just when you are sure you already know, whatever it is you think you know, remember to think again. So I'll just say, Shakran, thank you, and I'll be happy to address any of your questions. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Bordik, for your nice presentation and also for saving some time, because we are almost behind the schedule, so we have to move forward for the third speaker, Professor Khan, Professor Yawad Hayat Khan. He is a professor and dentist. He got his master degree in health professions education from Maastricht, and currently he is a professor and head of the department as well as assistant dean of medical education at Rifah University and administrator of the dental hospital. He is interested in areas like leadership and management, curriculum development and patient safety, etc. His talk today about the future healthcare leadership, the four pillars. Please, Professor Khan.
Thank you very much, Professor. I hope my slides are visible.
Yes.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Clear.
Thank you. The topic for today's presentation is future healthcare leadership, the four pillars. First and foremost, I would like to thank the management of this prestigious conference, SIMEC 2022, SSME, and all the stakeholders for having me over, inviting me to this prestigious event. I'm honored. And I also wanted to share that, let me share it with you very frankly that it's very hard to be the last speaker of the conference, especially when it's a long day. And also when you are speaking after two wonderful speakers, my dear friends, Professor Gary and Professor Burdick. So I try to keep my presentation a bit simple, and I will just discuss quickly the daily issues and challenges faced by healthcare leadership, and also different barriers and challenges. And then at the end, I will sum up with the four pillars of the healthcare leadership. I dedicate my presentation to my parents, my family, and my teachers. So I have already been introduced, so I won't waste time in introduction again. The aim of the presentation is to familiarize the audience with the roles and responsibilities of the modern day healthcare leadership in achieving excellence through different strategies and steps. And as I mentioned, I will also highlight a few challenges which healthcare leaders they face. And last but not the least, the importance of the four pillars laying down the foundation of future healthcare leadership. So these are a few objectives of my presentation, which I'll be giving right now. Excellence is not a skill, it's an attitude. And some people also say that strive for excellence, not perfection. Yeah. And excellence is the gradual result of always striving to do better and also the best. So if we define excellence, we can say that it is the quality of being outstanding or extremely good. When we talk about organizational excellence, we mean quality, capability, and maturity of delivering outstanding or extremely good deliverables. So let's go to excellence in healthcare. Healthcare industry is expected to deliver a collective effort and excellent services and products to the community. When we talk about excellence in healthcare, we mean providing a value-based healthcare. And achieving excellence means that if a healthcare setting, it continues to achieve its operating objectives and fulfill all its missions over the long term and is also resilient over time, we say the organization is excellent in delivering. Why excellence is important? There are many reasons to constantly improve the quality of care and ensuring that healthcare providers, they are up to date with the latest evidence-based interventions. It also means that the healthcare providers needs to be the positive forces for change They are the change agents, especially in the lives of patients, by listening carefully. Very important skill, as mentioned by my other dear colleagues as well, that a leader has to be a good listener. And clinical excellence is about achieving consistently in the way care is delivered. The question arises why there is a need for pursuit of excellence in healthcare. I guess the culture of excellence opens path to success. There are many challenges in the healthcare system today, which has left many of us feeling defeated. And there are daily challenges. There are new and formidable challenges at day-to-day basis we face as healthcare leaders. And only those who strive for excellence will be able to lead us to solutions that will create the quality of healthcare. So the question arises for healthcare organizations that why excellence and why now? So first is our survival is under threat. We know it's a time of competition. There are many competitors out there. So if we need to survive, we need to be excellent, of course. And secondly, as I said, it's an era of complexity, it's an era of competition. So we have to compete with all our colleagues, our collaborators, competitors, whatever you say. Question comes, what is a healthcare organization? It's a very much, as you can see from the diagram, the healthcare organizations are complex organizations. And when we define them, we call them complex adaptive systems. They are basically today's healthcare organizations. Quickly highlighting a few healthcare issues in Pakistan. We have a critical shortage of health service providers over there. Unfortunately, weak regulatory frameworks, political interference, very unfortunate, gap between medical training and ongoing on-ground issues, and lack of effectively functioning preventive healthcare systems. The stakeholders of healthcare delivery system, basically, I have classified them under the 3 domains. We have external stakeholders, we have the interface stakeholders, and we have the internal stakeholders. When we talk about external stakeholders, we have suppliers, patients, and the financial community, and these are those stakeholders which provide input to the organization. Then we have other organizations which are basically our direct competitors for patients or for skilled personnel, and C, the government regulatory agencies, private accrediting associations, professional associations, and other political action groups. So these all are categorized under external stakeholders. When we talk about interface stakeholders, they include board of trustees, board of governors, and medical staff, and they basically function on the interface between the organization and the environment. And third are the internal stakeholders, which basically we all belong to this category mostly, most of us, management, professional staff, non-professional staff, and these are the people who basically they refer to the overall performance and measures organizational effectiveness. So what makes a good healthcare system? A good healthcare system is the one which covers broad range of services, provides innovative care, patient-centered, have strong regulatory frameworks, a strong culture based on collegiality and respect rather than a culture of blames, and a culture of excellence with a commitment to fulfill organizations' missions and visions. So coming back to today's healthcare system, so I think we must agree on this, that in today's healthcare systems we have had problems, all of us. And if I quickly point out to these problems, we have personality clashes, we have reduced innovations and new ideas, organizational challenges, blame culture, leadership priorities are different, engagement lack between different stakeholders, medical errors, and seriously compromised safety and quality. So these all are the problems of today's healthcare. So what the future healthcare should look like? Future healthcare should have solutions. We assume that they have solutions. And what are the solutions? Solutions are safe healthcare through holistic approach, opportunities for collaboration and awareness. The focus of leadership should be to engage all the stakeholders, understand patients' perspectives, involve patients as their partners. Team-based approach should focus on integration of efficient technology, obliging attitudes, discouraging blame culture, should introduce new innovations, and also establishment of sustainable safety cultures. So these are the solutions which we look towards the future healthcare systems. Definitely, as we see, there's a definitive paradigm shift, and time is getting changed. Now, we have seen, courtesy of this pandemic as well, that things are changing from face-to-face to blended learning, hybrid models, physician-centered care to patient-centered care, and so things are changing. So it's up to us to realize this change. So are we ignoring the warning signs? Are we not aware of the danger around us? And it's up to the leadership. It's up to us, the healthcare leaders. How do we see our organizations? Do we want to stick to the old methods, the old procedures, and the old tricks, or we want to adopt some new methodologies and we want to go towards some new innovations? It depends upon us. And mostly it depends upon healthcare leadership. The healthcare leadership is responsible for all these changes to make. And if we just quickly see, if in a glance, healthcare leadership is to be in charge, is certainly not only to carry out the proper measures yourself, but to see that everyone else does so too. It's about empowerment. It's about listening. It's about delegation. It's not about growing yourself, it's about growing others. And it is this leadership which is required to tackle the complex, dynamic, and changing healthcare environment in order to keep the healthcare organizations effective, sustainable, and successful. And if we broadly look at the healthcare leadership umbrella, we have 4 types of leadership domains inside that umbrella. We have organizational leadership, top management. We have educational leadership, the educational leaders, the healthcare leaders. We have clinical leadership, our clinicians, our physicians, staff working in the hospitals, and also we have student leaderships, the students which are working, one of the very important stakeholders of healthcare leadership umbrella as well. And why this leadership, healthcare leadership is important? It's important because valuable leadership skills makes a quantifiable difference in patient care. Quality in healthcare operations and employee management creates a culture of trust, confidence, and loyalty amongst all the stakeholders. And it is essential in order to cope up with the ever-changing demands of the healthcare settings. Effective management is required to facilitate change and achieve results through ensuring efficient mobilization and utilization of workforce and other resources. Last but not the least, healthcare leadership and workforce management, they are interlinked, and I think they play a critical role in the healthcare delivery system. Quickly mentioning about the role of healthcare leadership in Pakistan to improving healthcare. Rifa University has been instrumental in improving healthcare in Pakistan. We have established a Rifa Institute of Healthcare Improvement and Safety in 2016. We organize annual conferences highlighting patient safety, medical education. We have developed and implemented undergraduate curriculums, patient safety curriculums for pharmaceutical sciences, rehab sciences, and dental sciences. We have had our healthcare curricula transformed from traditional to integrated and outcome-based curriculums. And also we are focusing on planning to hold practical trainings and assessment workshops for JCI, Canadian accreditation, and other prestigious accreditations around the globe. So the key responsibilities of healthcare leadership are to formulate effective healthcare teams, effective decision making, critical risk management, clinical governance, quality standards, and patient safety protocols. These are the key responsibilities. I'll just quickly go through the slides. I will not go into the detail because I know time is short. So first of all, I said formulate healthcare teams. It's very important to have healthcare teams in place, effective healthcare teams, of course, to have proper healthcare team members assigning right person for the right job. And we know no one can do everything, but everyone can do something. So it's very important for a team to have good teamwork. Decision making, as I said, both decision making are important, clinical decision making as well as business decision making. So academic leadership and business leadership together. Risk management is also very important. Risk could be anything related to patients, related to staff, related to employees, property, or other financial risks or any other risks which the healthcare organization faces today. Clinical governance is also very important. I must say it's a key for the clinical leadership to have in place. And you can very well see the comparison of organizations which have clinical governance and which don't have clinical governance. Quality standards, of course, we all know a lot of things have been said about having good quality standards, and it is very important for healthcare organizations to lay solid foundations in terms of quality and also in terms of patient safety protocols. So quality and patient safety, of course, they are of the need to be implemented and inculcated in the systems of our organizations. They're also important because the patient will never care how much you know until they know how much you care. So these all principles, they are now patient-centered. They have shifted from the physician-centeredness towards patient-centeredness. What should be the desired qualities of healthcare leadership? Students, colleagues, sometimes the students ask us, what are the desired qualities? There are many qualities, but I think a few of the qualities mentioned by Professor Burdick as well, and some other colleagues also, that setting the direction for others to follow. There's a culture of praise should be there, visionary leadership, share the vision. Just saw a very beautiful slide that if the vision is under-communicated, it creates a lot of problems. So vision should be shared properly. Motivate employees, authentic and credible leadership, develop a true team environment, share responsibility, and empowering others. These are a few desirable qualities in healthcare leadership.
3 minutes.
I'll just quickly go through a few steps of achieving healthcare excellence. I'll just name the steps. Let's go through them. Motivation is the key. Exploring your strengths, focusing on your goal. You should be goal focused. Be realistic. I mean, there should be realistic goals, not just, goals in the air. Time management is very important. One has to be obsessed with one's goals. The organization should be obsessed with the goals if they want to achieve them. Perfection and excellence. Teamwork. Then sticking to the ambition, making you authentic and credible. Creativity and innovation. Clearly identified objectives, very important. Plan sustainable strategies. Humility, patience, and last but not the least, they should never lose hope. So after the steps, I'll quickly share with you the few important strategies which are important in achieving healthcare excellence. Just the names, although we can talk about them in maybe some other setting, but just quickly name them. Change management in healthcare, creating a holistic model of healthcare, patient-centered approach, a salutogenic approach in healthcare, very important, a team-based approach in healthcare, and last but not the least, a systems approach in healthcare. So coming to the challenges, after the steps and the strategies, coming to the challenges, what shifts do healthcare leaders need to prepare for? And if we go local, from global to local, if I talk about my organization, we have got, and more or less different organizations I've visited and I've come across more or less face the same challenges. There are organizational structure challenges, conflicts in coordination, authoritative challenges, financial resources. There are human resource challenges, short of manpower, conflicts in the workplace, inadequate training. There are work-related challenges as well. High workloads, rotation of working hours, decreased mutual communication between the stakeholders. We have context-related challenges as well, cultural challenges, poor teamwork, lack of motivation, lack of communication, Lack of mutual trust. Trust is very important, as Professor Burdick very rightly said. And also we have leadership related challenges. If leadership is not focused on what to achieve, what is the priority, lack of training of senior managers, lack of support from the senior management, strict regulatory environment, and also cybersecurity. So these are
Could you conclude, Prof. Khan?
So coming towards the end, last few slides. If we say, what is the recipe for successful healthcare leadership? I think there are 5 leadership principles in the recipe. Continuous learning, establishment clarity around the set of values, communicating a clear sense of purpose and vision, building a culture of excellence and accountability, and creating a culture that emphasizes the development of leaders and leadership. If we look at today's healthcare from 2050, we can say that the future healthcare leadership, there are 4 pillars of this future healthcare leadership: hospital management, clinicians, patients, and students. So hospital management, the first important pillar, which allows the structured functioning of healthcare. It involves planning, organizing, leading, coordinating, and control with sustainable solutions, inculcating and having state-of-the-art technology, telemedicine, and things like artificial intelligence. Second pillar of the future healthcare leadership are basically our clinicians, the healthcare delivery providers, and they are the facilitators. They're no more healthcare providers, they're facilitators, they're educators. They educate patients, families, they involve students in teaching, educate students as well, and they help improving access of healthcare delivery with innovative ideas. The third pillar are patients, which were neglected in the past, and in future patients are considered as partners in healthcare delivery, and we know the importance of patient safety and quality, some important initiatives like patients as partners in healthcare. So patients are a very important pillar of this future healthcare leadership. They are the advocates of health and healthcare delivery systems. Last but not the least, the fourth pillar are students, the integral stakeholders, which are responsible to increase patient satisfaction, which improve patient care, and it can be done with care coordination and proper planning, and also if they are equipped with latest technology and competencies. So the foundation of future healthcare leadership is laid on these 4 important pillars, and the power of change lies in collaboration between these 4 pillars. It's up to us, the leadership, to collaborate for a better future, to collaborate for a better world. And they say, if you want to go fast, go alone, and if you want to go far, go together. And it is also said that when I is replaced with we, even illness becomes wellness. So I think it's about teamwork. It's about coming together. So the take-home message for today is, let's go and build stronger teams. Let's go and build stronger communities. To conclude, I must say that if you want to succeed, if you want to go into our future with sustainable ideas, we must understand that the road to success is always under construction. It's never over. You have to make continuous improvements every day in your routine day-to-day systems, and this is how you achieve excellence. So this is my email address. If anybody wants to comment, suggest anything, you're more than welcome. I thank you all for your patience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Khan. We have to break for the Maghrib prayer, but before we break, I think we don't have time for questions. I will let Dr. Hassan to
Okay. Thank you,
close.
Professor Khalid.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for our 3 speakers, Professor Sayed Gari, Professor Burdick, Professor Khan. It was really a fascinating session. Sorry for not receiving questions now, because we have already behind the schedule. And at the end of and before we leave you, we would like, we hope that to see you, all of you, in person in Saudi Arabia in the near future, inshallah, in the coming meetings. Thank you all for joining SIMEC 2022, and again, hope to see you soon in person. At the end of this session, we reach with you to about the end of SIMEC 2022, which was enriched with recent updates on education in the field of health professions. Our scientific program covered different themes and important topics like assessment, best practice in teaching, e-learning, academic leadership, and lessons learned from the pandemics. Now, there will be a closing remark presented to you by our Saudi Society for Medical Education, Dr. Abdulaziz Al-Amri. But before that, please allow me to announce the SIMEC 2022 recommendations. 1. Establish a certification program in medical and health professions education focused on development of basic teaching, learning, and assessment competency among the faculty member, and undertake measures to make this certification compulsory for all faculty members and instructors. 2. Promote development of learning resources locally, which is customized to the learning needs of the students. 3. Promote leadership and communication skills among the faculty members to ensure bottom-up approach to change, which is in sync with our requirements. Fourth, ensure adoption of newer method of assessment, especially in postgraduate clinical education, through capacity building and leadership development. 5, ensure greater emphasis on professionalism and clinical communication skills development among the student through the faculty capacity building, and by ensuring due emphasis in the curriculum and assessment. 6, provide greater opportunities for network and collaboration among health professions educators by managing expert groups which can work through the virtual platforms. 7, undertake initiatives for publications of expert documents on issues of concerns in medical education and health professions education from time to time. 8, ensure greater adoption of digital tools to aid learning efficiency as well as increase interactivity in the teaching learning process through capacity building and leadership development. 9, ensure greater recognition of social accountability among faculty and pass outs through sensitization and community engagement. 10th, promote excellence in teaching and mentoring through capacity and leadership development and recognition of excellence in these aspects. These were our recommendations, SIMEC 2022 recommendations. Now I would like to invite our SSME President for closing remark.
Assalamu alaikum. So we came to the end of SIMEC 2022. At the end, we hope me and my team of SIMEC 2022 that you enjoyed and benefited from all what has been presented in this conference and discussed and offered. On behalf of the SIMEC 2022 team, we would like to thank you all of our colleagues and people attended in person here, and all of colleagues, many people attended online. Thank you for being with us over the excited 2 days, I hope. I would like to thank a lot of people. We thank our university, KKU. I would like to thank the electronic platforms, Dr. Naif and his team. I would like to thank Dr. Miflah, the Relationship and Media team. I would like to thank our speakers, distinguished speaker, our moderators, and also special thank to our students and their leader, Dr. Waddah. Finally, I would like to thank the team who is working with me for the last few months, or say at least 1 year. They are a hidden team. Dr. Hassan al-Zahrani, Dr. Tawheed, Dr. Ayoub, Dr. Bahauddin, Dr. Andarawi, Dr. Ayaz, Mr. Abid, Mr. Riyadh, and many others. Thank you all very much. And inshallah, we'll see you all in person in next SIMEC. Next SIMEC, as I heard, but not finally official yet, but it will be at King Abdulaziz University or at Imam Abdurrahman bin Faisal in Dammam, inshallah. It will be announced soon, inshallah. Thank you all. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
السالفة؟ أنا ماني من الإعلاميين.